That was just open on the and they ended up being forced to their cover flares.
In the parking lot, it's very open, especially when you have teams like Andon that literally have the game-winning position right up north of you. So they used all the cover flares, which was a good idea, but unfortunately, cover flares can only take you so far, and it was down to just Reefus that, again, the guy just keeps keeping Aurora in the conversation, but at the end, the Rondo win does head the way of Andon.
I mean, that's what you got to do at that certain point, right? I mean, Alpha 7, they were there on that edge. I think they did a job. Just prove here that if they have that dominant position, they are not going to lose at 7.
And Alpha 7 show what happens when you end up getting blessed by the circle, because my goodness, that was a blessing if I've ever seen one. And yeah, Pandem, I mean, the way that they were able to play, you already mentioned it, Max, too, and I'm just going to double down on it. I love the way that they were over everybody was, and they were able to take full control of the map. Now, I want to see them if for some reason the opportunity comes about where they can actually do that again, whether it's in Erangel or maybe later today we end up seeing that in Miramar. I want to see that kind of consistency now to some of the other teams that we ended up seeing there on the leaderboard towards the bottom. I want to talk about 4 Thrives. I was expecting a lot out of this squad. 4 Thrives, they're used to known to being able to perform really well. A very low start for this squad. In regards to eliminations, they didn't really have many. They ended up finishing the match, if I'm not mistaken, with just 2 eliminations. So I don't know what's happening there, but the main question, the main thing that's always hindered this squad is that mental, and with only 6 matches, now 5 matches, you can't really get into your head about it.
Yeah, you know what, speaking of, rough performances, S2G, first team out in this one, and you know their rivals, Alpha 7 did good. What do you think is going through their head here, 7?
With their owner doing a watch party, you best believe they're probably like, we gotta perform. If not, they're probably gonna end up switching us out, because that squad loves to change their rosters every single month.
Yeah, I mean, it's very unfortunate because Boars initially go for a fight onto them, and they initially have a really good defense, right, able to actually get a few knocks onto it, but then Horror were very opportunistic, fully send it right back into the compound, and not only that, they had, I believe it was Jiggle, who was onto the mountaintop, trying to also get an off angle, so they can't even leave the buildings without getting instantly shut down. So Horror, sure, only gets 7 eliminations, no placement points, but the overall aggressiveness and also passiveness and the macro around the map was just well executed again for the first global event from Nepal in a long, long while.
I'm with you. I got to double down on that point that you just made. For them to be able to adapt the way that they were able to do, to make those pushes, to make that third party, to have the awareness to live that last player on that mountain, making sure that he didn't overpeak, because even though there was 2 players from Furia looking there, if it would have gotten knocked, that's not a position that you want to be able to put your other teammates in. So great awareness on Hora. They might not end up getting the win, but it's a good showing nonetheless.
It was also not just an off angle to be aggressive on Boar and also S2G. If they wanted to leave, which eventually they did because of the circle, they go to the anchor point player, which was Jiggle on the mountaintop. So it was an aggressive position, also that kind of saved the day in case they do have to play it a bit more slowly.
Love to see that kind of macro play there. You got to know when to flip on that aggressive switch and when to say, hey, you know what, this ain't worth it. Let's back off and live a little bit longer here. This is it. We got 5 more matches left to go. Bottom 2 teams are out of here. We're going into Erangel, though, right? Now, when it comes to Erangel, we got to talk about something here that's been meta-changing completely, and that's the loot truck, Max, man, right? Just how huge is this going into Erangel?
Oh, I love myself some loot truck goodness. You've got 4 of those happening all over the place in Erangel. Dropping in Saverni, Yasnai Poliana, inside of Pachinki, gonna have a big advantage. And actually, as I talk about Yasnai Poliana, I believe we're gonna have Horror versus Team Flash happening over there. And there's a bit of drama online. And if you do win the fight, you get 4 eliminations and access to a loot truck here, 7. That's a big early game win.
Hear me out. Even though Team Flash, I think they ended up getting some eliminations this match, they didn't end up having a good rondo. And if there's anything we know about hot drops, and especially with, I have to keep saying this, especially with only 6 matches, now 5 matches left, you don't want to waste that time. You really don't want to get into an ego battle here over just a point. You have to have those backup places where you're going to end up landing.
Yeah, it's going to get a little bit hectic there. Hopefully they don't commit, because Yasnai Poliana, in particular, is a city where you can have 2 teams. You don't have to commit for it. If a fight does happen, it's purely out of ego. Though, just to wrap up my point on the loot truck, which is where the conversation initially began, you're going to see late games with so many P90s and maybe a few MG3s. It's absolutely mental. The loot truck, if you do go in one of the main locations where it spawns early, it gives you such a significant advantage that you can take any fight at that point and possibly come out on top.
Yeah, I'm going to see if that's a spark engagement in Yasnaya here because, I mean, that loot truck is pretty broken. I mean, in the games I've played, you go and you get that thing, you're fully level 3'd out, so much ammunition. The whole looting phase is pretty much just done right then and there. So we're going to see how that's going to work out here. But, you know, we're going into Erangel. This game is, I think, extra huge. For the teams that didn't perform well in Rondo, I think they really need to bounce back here early because we're going to see some of these top squads continue to dominate here, Max.
Yeah, and it's going to get really hectic. You've got 3 Erangels back to back to back. It is your bread and butter. So any team that took a massive L on Rondo, this is their time to redeem themselves because normally group stage, oh, you don't make it to finals, don't worry, you still got the next stage. You know, if you're bottom 2, you're fully out. You're eliminated on day 1 of PMGO Season 1 2026, which of course, 7, you don't want that to happen to your favorite squad.
I want to see some teams starting to be a little bit more aggressive, especially just kind of set the pace here in this match. If they do end up getting in a position, kind of like what Pandem was able to do in this last match of Rondo, I want to see them being able to do that too. And I mean, if we're calling out teams there towards the bottom, Hodgix, you gotta call out STG. Hey, we didn't plan this, but it ended up happening. If you're seeing STG, if you for some reason can hear us, we need to see a reaction out of you here as we're going into the first Erangel.
Here we go, baby! We're going into Erangel, the main map here in PUBG Mobile. Let's see how this is all gonna turn out here. Remember, guys, there's only 5 more matches left to go.
And with this playing path right now, I mean, you know Aurora's gonna end up going military, and I'm wondering where all the other teams are gonna be going because Fairy Pier might end up being contested. Just Naya, we're not really gonna have to worry about this one as much, but I'm looking at Milton Power as well.
I mean, yes, Naya Polyana is out of reach for some of these teams like Flash. Hora, are they going to try and go for a secondary option? This is the perfect playing path to have a secondary drop location up your sleeve, just in case this kind of situation comes your way. Of course, you have a very southern playing path. That means Aurora. They drop Military Island.
Yes.
That is their main location on all the battlegrounds. On Erangel, that is their bread and butter. If they get a circle off the back of that too, man, oh man, that could be a big Aurora win.
It depends where they end up getting the circle as well, because you can see Goat is going to end up going towards Novo too, and we know Goat can be aggressive with what we just saw them do, especially in Rondo. You don't want to end up getting too long or taking too long there looting in military base. We have seen this in the past from Aurora when they were APG, so they got to be aware of that.
I mean, don't think about, also you've got to think about it. For Goat, Moxie will get the hovercraft here from Novo.
Well, let's get it going, guys. Going into Erangel. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters, John Allen and Blake.
Thank you so much, Hot Jukes. We are ready for our first Erangel, but I wasn't ready for that blank. The circle just gives us the fright of a lifetime.
I mean, this plane path into this circle is absolutely devastating. There's so many squads here. It's a really, really rough start to the day here on Erangel for our teams. A super southern plane path into a heavily eastern shift on this one, with still chance to head down towards Sosnovka here. It's not out of the realms of possibility. For Alpha 7, like the guys on the desk were talking about, it's very important to have those alternate drop spots, and Alpha 7, they have quite a few. They've got Zaki, they've got Georgopol, they've got Lipovka, and here that really supports them, where they're able to instantly head over towards Lipovka. This is a very good spot to start from. They can move down towards the crates on the roadside. This is a very easy peasy game here for Alpha 7.
Well, to start off, right,
Yes.
because it is going to get tough. There are a lot of teams going to be shunting into the southeast side of the mainland here. Pivotal points include places just north of Milta, around that lumberyard hill. Controlling the rotations along that stretch of land will be so important to make sure that you're keeping all of your players alive in that location. That's teams like S2G, like Al-Ula, like Alpha 7 on the north side of all of that up towards as well as potentially looking at control over a bridge when you get closer down towards Milta that could be important in the future.
I mean, for Goat, Aurora, you're absolutely right. Having control over towards that eastern bridge is super important here. It's a really, really big factor for how this game's going to progress, because you know a lot of teams are going to go for that southern rotate. It's a rotate that makes sense a lot of times. If you can squeeze in on this western side early, it works out quite well, and Alula's already tried to go on for something like this. They're headed on towards the Dead Woods, just towards that northwest side of Mini Milta. Not a lot of loot down here, though. I mean, they can play up towards the lumber yard. That's a potential, but they're not going to be getting a huge amount of crazy loot on board early in this game, but they have position, so that's the trade-off.
They may be able to find 1 or 2 goodies in the process, but it is going for them. Over in it went from east over to west. E-Arena probably were one of the tougher rotations coming into this one. But they might wait for that second circle, wait for it to give it a little bit more clear intention moving into this one. And see if they can find that one going. Leon obviously topping those damage numbers there, breaking that 1,000 barrier for Pandem, and they will sit pretty atop the pack right now. A lot of points on offer this match, not quite as many as over on Rondo.
Rondo's always a fire starter though, really, and the fire is just getting started as we're going to get ourselves into a bit of a bonfire towards the end of the day, looking towards that top 6 who remain around that bonfire. Maybe cooking some marshmallows, quite happy they'll be moving straight through towards that grand finals, whilst the other teams will be heading through to survival stage, which is brutal. Like we say, a 4-team finish there at the top there is really quite rough for our squads. But we get a first elimination of the match, and it is over towards GOAT. We don't have any recall beacons this time around, so GOAT will be playing on S3.
Yeah, they try and move into S2G turf. That's not going to go well for them. Although S2G have moved over towards a little bit more of a bridge command position here, Blank, which is interesting. They've decided to sequester themselves on the southeast side, the south side of Milta, to maybe get that overlook over towards the bridge approach to sideswipe onto that angle. GOAT trying to control it as well. 7-2-1. They didn't start their first match too well. They got 0 points on the game. The only team, in fact, to go down on a big goose egg there. Maybe something they're looking to change, but not quite able to connect on the spray. Alola in the meantime with Alpha 7. Two of our more central teams actually clashing as Alpha 7 goes south. Alola try and move all the way out to the east, and Guizhou is the casualty for it. Alola pushing all the way over the Lumberyard Hill.
It's greedy, right? I think that's the only way to describe this for Alpha 7. It is very greedy. They try to play over towards the Povka, which makes a lot of sense. You're trying to get these two players really looted up to assist you in that end game. So they've got the frags, so they've got the smokes. I think taking 2 buildings is too much from Alpha 7. They should have known there's going to be tons of teams heading down towards the southeast side. Everyone wants to try and commit a position around the Deadwoods, give yourself a nice rotation later on. But for Alpha 7, I think that knock and flush was totally unnecessary.
They certainly could have taken an opportunity to get a little bit more on board. The rest of Alpha 7 are moving south, and maybe they've got revenge on their mind, or maybe they're just trying to play on the east side of the circle, because a lot of the teams are going to be approaching from that west, and that's really what prompted Alola to actually go over that hill in the first place, right? The knowledge that everybody's going to be pushing in there. Yep. It's going to be really tough to hold out all of them. Let's give the better position, potentially, to another team who comes in a little bit later for our own survival.
Well, the thing is, in a weaker lobby, that play would have been totally acceptable for Alpha 7. But I think as we come into this year of 2026, we have so many tournaments this year with cracking teams, unbelievably good teams, over 4-5 separate events. It is amazing to see, and Alpha 7, they're going to wise up here, realizing that they can't really be taking these similar tactics they would versus feeder team lobbies. They don't exist here.
You heard it here first. Blank called South American lobbies feeder teams. You know, it's his words, not mine.
Hey, there's some in every region.
There are some in every region. Whichever team I'm on, mostly, it seems. Don't know why that is. Draw your own conclusions. Alpha 7 looking to try keep it together, but Revel is now the second casualty of their approach towards the south. Team Flash move in unabated, potentially with Aura breathing down their necks, but it's not going to stop them from taking these shots out. They're going to take these buildings from them. Alpha 7 have no choice in this game.
They just haven't met the speed of the lobby yet. Ooh. And again, the players on side for Alpha 7 are very good, but it hasn't been the gun skill that's been letting them down. It's the macro here, 100%.
Rosie struggling here, needs to reload, doesn't have a lot of ammo, has to step in with the DBS. Will quiet it down a little bit, but Obscure was giving it a good go there. 2 players from the Team Flash are going to go. And yeah, Horror, they were up at the top of the hill. They were expecting this one to be a clean sweep, so they weren't stuck in earlier, but now a big opening is presented. A res happening on the backline for Team Flash. A big thing to hold it. The forward position. Zeus is a stalwart defender, but it's just all too much. Horror able to crash down the door. The reses have now come on through, and 2 players from Team Flash looking to try and roll back on in. The off angle, Sleepy, not really going to have an impact now, as Top Z is into the fight. Sleepy regroups, knows that they need to keep it together as they lose one of their own. Forwards he goes, the nade, the knock, it's good.
But sadly, Horror will Actually, they're able to get themselves back up to all 4-man. That's actually an incredible play from them. I'm actually very surprised. 3-man, sorry, apologies. Up to 3 players here, which is very, very good. I mean, losing 1 player isn't great, but the amount of third parties here, they've dwindled. All right, most of them have come through at this point. Aura was the last of them. Flash had to hit the flash step there, but didn't quite happen. Weren't able to immediately get themselves back into position versus Obscure. Obscure actually has a huge impact on that fight because he was able to get knocks when it should have been an easy cleanup.
Let's take a look at this circle, Blank. It's gone over to the mainland, so we're cutting out that military island finish. It's a little bit kinder than the first circle shift. A lot of teams have already put themselves in position here, though, which means that not a lot of shuffling is going to happen at this stage. We're sort of already in that stage 2, in towards that stage 3 idea, moving forwards into this one. So surprisingly, not quite as dramatic a shift. The Boars looking to play on a very central position, looking pretty good with it, and all of the teams from that military island have crossed.
Ball's around Milton, right? But they're on the north side. They're not quite fully fixed in it just yet. Goat's in a little bit of a better position, but we still don't know where the circle's ending up. There's still a lot of water in here. There's still the bridge involved. It's difficult to know. If this heads down towards Milter Power, Mini Milter, it becomes a little bit more difficult for these teams to rotate through. I think they're going to go for a gamble here. I don't think they're going to leave. You just want to secure this position. You've heard the amount of fighting around. You know this should be a safe space to play.
They've got a lot of latitude over there. And again, it's that pressure from the west that they read into. They sent over that hill early. They are doubling down on that, like you said, taking that gamble. We'll see if it's going to pay off, though. There are plenty of other teams who want the top of this hill, who want this area around Milter. Ball's in command of it. The Vicious, they had a very central position in that previous rondo as well, playing on the edge of what would be the death sentence for everyone who wasn't Pandemonium. On that location, they had a good position. Aurora, we've got the pressure level up as well for an indication of how much pressure whatever a team end up being. It's looking around the 30% there, I think it was, 30 to 40% for Aurora, and they are fairly late on this rotate. They went west bridge to come into the west side of the circle.
We're not quite deep sea pressure just yet for their mild amount of pressure, right? We're just pressing down the forearm right now. It's not a big problem for them. Should be able to get themselves in here. Going through from that western side. Again, that shift back over towards the mainland really helped out a lot of teams. I think so many squads were worried this was going to end up over towards Milter Power. They tried to secure a location over there early. But we did cut out like a lot of teams earlier on. Alpha 7 just down to 1 player now. 1 team completely out in the flash earlier on, which is very sad for that team as they weren't able to put up a massive amount of points. Next circle does head direct Milter though. This is around Farm, this is around Milter. You still have those compounds on that western side that are playable and workable. It's just difficult, right? There's going to be a big old funnel around Prison on that north side as teams attempt to get themselves down. There's a fair amount of elevation on that southeast side. It's an interesting bit of terrain here and difficult to navigate.
I think this is good news for S2G. They were all the way on the south side of Milter. Everybody was crammed into the north. The fact that they're now very central is great for them. It means they don't have to move. It will take the risk out of it for them. Ida trying to move now around the edge of these hills. And at the moment, they're doing okay. They're on 4 players alive. They are just beneath Horror, who, remember, lost one of their players. And with Ida now ahead of them, it's going to be a difficult descent from that hill. But everybody else is out of that hill. They are moving so much closer to Milter.
It's difficult though, right? With the northeast side just blanketed in fields, how are you going to make this cross? How are you going to make these movements? You're dealing with Lumberyard right now. You don't have a load of information on that side of the map, so you're trying to navigate around there, skirt your way in. 721 doesn't want to move. Neither does the Vicious. Pandem's on that north side. 4th Drives are coming in. You wonder how much information Pandem has on 4th Drives as they make their way down from that northern edge. You can see shots here coming through from S2G, trying to ruin the day of Alula, who did make this bit of a mad run across those fields early on, and that was when the circle shifted. That was probably the only time they were going to make that cross happen.
Absolutely. They managed to thread the needle there and get on in there. Playing, I think, is 3 now, as they have lost 1 on that crossing, on that move from the east side. And nobody will really be running them down at this point blank, so they do just need to weather the storms. And the big thing there is that teams aren't going to want to commit all of their nades at this point, right? So they can hold out for quite a while under very little threat of actually getting crashed. So the timing on it has paid off very, very well.
It's one of those things where, up until the end of the game, if you're playing in that fielded area, unless it centers up on that field, teams aren't going to want to put that much effort into dislodging you. This is not a great position to play right now. It's a workable spot. It's a late spot. Is it a game that's going to give you a ton of elimination off the back of it? Probably no.
The angle close to Arena, just across the road, who are on a wide west side split. So not all of their forces are close to it. Aurora navigating very well. They're playing that roadblock to the northwest side of Milta. Looks like the Boars haven't been able to control that one. Despite having 4 players alive, they are much more concerned with staying alive. All as 4. You can see the circle sits thusly as the next one just about to pop. That west side. Ooh, 4thRISE are poking their noses over the road, but have to get turned around there. No entry, not allowed in. Circle up north on this.
What I'm really curious about here is how Aurora's going to play this, because Checkpoint is not fun. It really is not fun playing. See, they are put themselves a little bit over the hill on that northeast edge. That makes sense to me. You can still take shots towards the teams leaving Milta as well, but a good game, potentially again, for Panda.
That's the big opportunity to just lock that one down even further. Arena going toe-to-toe right now with 4thRISE across the road. Schwepstead's not, but there's an answer. There's a flush coming through. D24, huge with this mini 14 on the back lines. Needs to go for the reload to get his teammates back up into the fight if they want to stay alive. Let's keep as many as he can forwards, but Valak goes down. IQ is gone, and that is nasty. Half of the players for 4thRISE now out, and T24 not enough on that mini 14 to be able to slow Arena. Instead, they now have to send the backup. They have to draw that line in the sand. Step forwards in the arena, have the challenge for them, but there's the rundown. Hits the e-brake and swivels it around, doesn't go down in response. Potential third parties, they are already trying to move, and T24 is not quite as stylish with it, not quite as slick. And now it's a 1 versus 2 on the angle. Mormon charging forwards with the S12K, wants to find it, but won't quite get it done. Tourniquet now in position, and Mormon just about able to lock it down. 4thRISE 4.
It's a good nade. It's a good nade to open that up. Makes the initial shotgun shot much easier. There's a potential there. He goes down to 10%, is able to clap back, but on 50%, it's almost certainly a one-shot there. So it's an important nade to send through. T24, after what side does a really, really key pickup over towards Schweppes, the main off-angle player coming through from the arena. To play like that.
In around the foothills of that lumberyard on the south side, trying to play that rake downhill. Looks like they're doing so fairly successfully. No elims just yet, but they're able to hold out towards Etch on that north side. Pandem, as you said before, with a big opportunity on that north edge. And I'm interested in what the Boars are going to be able to capitalize on here. They are on 0 elims currently, but they are really secure at the moment.
Yes, nice spot. From where they came from, they played far up towards Rozhok, actually, that they know that Horror's a pretty damn good team. It's not worth trying to fight for that hot drop here when you've only got 6 matches to play today to try and
control of the settlement on the south. Furia will have made their presence known. That's a great circle for the Boars. I mean, in terms of survival, as you were highlighting before, maybe the sightline's not quite as strong as well on the east side.
Look, man, I'll tell you right now, this is a horrendous circle for the teams on the south. How are you getting out of here? They're going to be shots at one another the entire time. Furia's going to have to contend with S2G, though, because both these teams can't really let each other leave too easily. Furia desperately doesn't want to have to play over towards Checkpoint. They know they're going to be running into teams there, so they have to push through S2G or push through the field. And I think there's going to be sightlines available to 721 as well as Alula. Alula and 721, similarly, they're just weighing things out. I think Alula's been played for full here a little bit by 721. We're able to get ahead of them. They just weren't. So it's a hard thing to do there, so I do feel for them.
They've taken 2 gambles in this game, right? Committing to that southeast side towards Mini Milta, and then moving over to that shack before. This second one, not going to play out super well, but maybe they could find an outpost. Oh, big burn underneath his own feet there as Doc toasts his toes a little bit too close.
Well, Tourniquet is going to come in over towards Mormons, and Mormons basically prepping himself for a massive fight there, only to forget what that was all about. Now Aura has to send their way in with Ree first, but it's Swain looking over towards the guys here on edge who tried to step up towards position, but Ida is happy to hold on. Well, these guys got themselves on some nice little bits of loot here and there. Might have been dropped out the back of a vehicle, potentially, maybe.
Oh, could be. Either way, Ida gonna be happy to hold the PP Bison in the hands. Spraying it down, Swain doing a lot of business with it. Etch. Get out of this spot on the top of the hill. I mean, it's been the position he's been out for a while now, Black, so it's good to see them get some points out of it. With 2 elims now on the cards, they may have just let one through the net. We'll see if they be able to close that one down. Look, I was going to say this before, right? They sent an outpost far east, and they actually have wrapped around over towards the roads to the east of those fields, and have managed to slide on in whilst Ida were taking the fight.
I take it all back a little. You guys are somehow threading the needle every single time. This is the sewing squad of the lobby. They can't quite sew themselves back together here versus Ida, though. That is where they will finish. I'll give them that, though. They are able to find some miraculous runs in towards the circle. Don't know how that happens. 7-2-1, they can see them here. They're inside a shack, practically all of them playing around this position. This is a death trap.
It's looking pretty inescapable for them right now, I think it's safe to say, on the north side of those Milter fields in their shack, with the downhill advantage for Ida as well. The only reason that Outlaw were able to get into that position was because Ida were taking the fight uphill, right? Trying to fight against against Etch. There is no way that they make that move if there are those sightlines available. And as soon as Ida did turn their attention down that way, they were immediately wiped out. So there we go. New circle though, hard north.
Igor looks to sniff over towards the northwest side here. Snowixlow has got his hands on a Lynx AMR. That just dropped as well. He's just picked that up and instantly gets himself a quick knock off the back of it.
That's a bargain. Going on through, what a trade-off. Able to immediately pop those shots. Nades in over towards Horror. Pandemonium on the north, sorry, just Panda on the north side. They were pretty loud in the first match.
Oh no, they've caught you off guard.
They really have there. As 4 players alive, they did manage to get the res. Or very, very low. Looking to get those heals going.
Oh, great shot.
2 first aids getting popped, and there's a backline insurgency coming through from Vagnazada on the Boars, who are able to take a long shot angle. There's one of those sightlines that they can have.
That's a beautiful team shot coming through, because it was both Robs and Vagnazada getting those shots over towards them. But you know it's team shots without quickly Vagnazada was able to pick up the elimination afterwards. And that's a big pick-off. That seems like a team that's on fire right now, and for Boars to find one of them, cripple that team a little bit, drop them down to 3, really increases their chance of success. Ida now moving in from that eastern side. We've got Furia on our screen, looking to clear our S2G. They had a little peek over towards that northwest side. Igor, he didn't like the look of it. So this time, they're just going to try to push through S2G, hopefully get further over towards that north side.
There's Aurora in the way. 3 players alive on the hillside, but they're sending towards it anyway. They don't really have much choice though, Blank. Into the zone they go. They managed to hop out unscathed. And S2G now playing as 2. They've left 1 player for Furia to face off against it and lost. Can't quite find the face.
Well, he's lost the rest of Furia, that's to be sure. Igor left as a bit of a sacrificial lamb here versus the guys on S2G, but he's doing his best to put them in the graves before he gets in it. Gets 1, will find the first. Now looks for the jump shot! It's disgusting! Igor's not having to pick himself back together. He is going to be dismantling the likes of S2G.
The Milter mashup go as well in the meantime, and that might give the route out from the north side a little bit more latitude. That's going to help teams on that south edge, specifically Furia and 7-2-1. Although the backline there not looking super healthy.
Irina finding 1 player there coming through from Aurora Gaming. Hasn't gone down yet, so they might be able to get top back again. That was a shot from Irina on that northern side. Oh my days, Boars get yet another loot crate just over towards their west. These guys are getting kitted for the late game.
Oh yeah, they are going to have it all delivered to them really on this one. This is Boars' game to lose, I think, in this position, at this stage. With Furia on the south having to deal with Aurora, I don't think anyone's getting out of this unscathed, but I may be wrong if Furia can bare their fangs over towards the team on the west side, but the uphill battle against the Arena may be the ones to topple. the western edge.
Yeah, playing Watchtower right now, they have a huge amount of sightlines. And the thing was, is Doc was protecting that position for this exact reason. It has sightlines down towards the south side. Doc had to hold on a little bit longer for that assist, but it's Aura coming in, removing Pandem from their rock, and it's so swift, you can hardly believe it.
A west side shift on this one. They've sent all the way out to the east. They need to get back fast now, Blank. As Ida charging in from that eastern side as well. The Boars need to hold their nerve against Furia because with the diminished power of Aurora, all of a sudden, Furia have more opportunity to move up the hill. But there is a knock that's going to slow Aurora down.
The Boars at the moment, mainly they need to start taking some more shots towards these teams, but they just can't quite get the sightlines on them just yet. You can see it all uphill towards them. Not likely going to be leaving their position either. They're playing the Watchtower. Reefer's got himself back up again, only to instantly be felled by the boys from Horror on that top side. Now they know we got to go east on this one, lads.
Got to send it, got to get out of there. Try and play on the edge now. Aurora playing as 2. Really no hope of getting Reefers back up unless he can make a mad crawl across. Or want to try and challenge from this north side. They spot Reefers, get that flush coming on in. 8 elims apiece for Ida and Ora. They have really been getting stuck in, but so have Furia on 7. And on the south side, with 4 players alive, they may have a better opportunity here. But again, it's the Boars who have been so quiet. With 1 elim only so far, and Ida top for Aurora, quite landing, but there's more coming on in, and the Boars finally open the cannons.
This is what they've got to do. They understand that from their position, they have a huge amount of control over the map, and they only have 1 elimination right now, but I think that's fair from when they're playing. I don't think it's near enough what they need at the moment. They have to get this chicken dinner to have a chance to get up towards this top 6 at the moment. I think that's the only way, or get involved in some more of these fights.
Beating down Darkin's neck, he's going to force him forwards. Rob steps up and Chief goes down for it. Furia now cut down to 2. That's going to give Swain a little bit more opportunity to move forwards, and a big nade over the top sees Chief down, and the Boars don't get the point for it. They get the knock, but that's another on the tally, and it is Furia now with a raucous volley sent their way. Not quite able to close it down, however. Furia have flagged, and the Boars have been delivered this match.
Aurora Gaming just going for the crash here, and his Boars looking to hold them out, but Robs goes down immediately. Someone might try to capitalize off the back of this one. Boars might just be able to get their player up. Terminus goes down on the back line. This is a disastrous moment for the Boars, and Horror, they're sending it. It makes sense.
No fear first forwards. 2 players on the back line for Horror. In he goes. 1 res comes through, so Blank, we've still got Robs in action. He's got that pump action around the edge, and Magnazada on the upstairs looking with that P90. A good smoke, a good stunner out the window as well. And no fear is slow, so Horror don't quite have the same opportunity to find that opening. A little bit too slow potentially to capitalize.
Actually, that, I mean, for Boars, they're looking just to recuperate here. Robs, I don't even know if he's got a first aid kit. It's a good smoke, though. He wants to deny as many sidelines as possible from No Fear as he moved up, but he's going to swing back towards the rest of his team. Boars have to fight uphill, which is a nightmare. And the question is, how much utility do they have left? And if this is to be believed, they have 1 smoke, John. 1 smoke to work with.
But then you look at the other supplies, and it's only E-Arena who have more than that, right? So potentially a little bit difficult. I don't think this counts smoke launchers, though. So there may be a little bit more utility in the pocket than that may lead you to believe. So we do need to be wary that that could be the case. We'll see if they're able to unveil some of those. The garage has been strong for Boars. Those sightlines, sure, cut low, but the survivability is strong. Robs, though, trades 1 for 1 with Furia. That's not the sort of angles you want to be going for. Magnazada with the nade cooking, looks to try and stop Igor moving forwards, but he's not going to be able to do it. Okay, good. He gets the flush, though. Onto Robs, a big step up for Furia, and now, with the Boars on 3, it's a little bit more open for Horror.
Yeah, this is playable, but the dot, it's off the high ground and it's off the building. For Boars, the big benefit for them is they can stay indoors for quite some time. The P90 from Magnazada, he picked this one up earlier on the crate that dropped over towards the western side. Terminus will drop down Mormont. A great pick off for them. Will flush him as well, dropping the arena down to just 1.
Another point taken away, though. That went over to Horo, who were able to third-party that Elim point. Beat the Boars only on 4 so far, Blank. With 3 players alive, they need to take charge of this one to get a big total on the game. There are 4 more points in the lobby for them, potentially. So they might be able to get an 8 Elim chicken dinner, which points towards that 6th place, and that is no slouch. Magnazada moving on up now with the nade. The cook is there, and Terminus on the back line with a pick on the Sleepy. The knock goes through, the blue zone picks Terminus off, and I don't think you're getting him back up.
I mean, to be honest with you though, for Terminus, that's a huge pick for him. They had to make this one happen. Tony K has completely smoked himself off. He's not a problem right now. Another knock goes through. Only no field left remaining. One more player goes down. Magnazada having the battle off against Chu. He goes out, and the Arena able to pick up the win from nowhere.
Aura go down from the top. Boars can't make it out. Did it go to Arena in the end? I think it did. They do. They find the chicken dinner. What a mad turn of events from that northwest side. Earlier on, Blank, I was looking at the chicken dinner predictions. It was like Boars 18%, and then it was like Arena 18.8, and I was like, no way, Arena, way too far, way too close to the edge. There's no way, there's no way. But they make the way happen. They find it.
The thing is, for Arena, they have the dot, right? He's playing further towards the dot. He has hard cover to work with. He has the smoke. I think what was unexpected was the fight that Boars put up there. Terminus gave his life for an opening over towards Horo, which I think was a really big play, because Terminus, let's be honest, during Western Europe, it felt like Terminus was the player lagging behind. For him to step up like that there at the end, incredible stuff for the Boars, but they don't get a lot of points off this game.
I feel like the Boars really stumbled over their own feet there, Blank. Magnazada not getting that nade onto Igor, allowing the flush onto Rob, 2 players 4. That's a different match entirely. You're confident in those angles. It is so unfortunate that they won't be able to playing up on that northeast side, getting deep into that match. Arena, obviously, with that chicken dinner, a beautiful close.
The White Rabbit emerges here to get that chicken dinner in match number 2. Man, that was a close one here, 7.
Arena out of nowhere just getting that win, and I gotta compliment them because this team, for some reason, 4 Thrives decides to fight him, which, oh my goodness, 4 Thrives, that was one of the dumbest pushes I've ever seen. You were pretty much gonna end up gatekeeping them, but Arena was able to come clutch on that, and then they just ended up playing this out perfectly, Max.
They were staying to the western side, just biding their time, waiting for all the other teams to get involved in those skirmishes. Then the numbers are just not there anymore because Boars are so held focused right onto Hora, and he gets to back to that player. And as a solo, Tony K is able to snatch away that chicken dinner from the jaws of the French team and also the Nepali team.
And the splits that they were able to do, especially after that fight with 4 Thrives, they were just making sure they got around. And they were able to be aware. They were just scouting for all the players that were there towards the north. You know what? I might hold off on what I want to say for Hora because it was a great game for this team, and I felt like they could have definitely gotten the win.
I mean, you could talk about it here, actually. You know what? I think this is actually a good opportunity as we have the replays happening for them because they have such a good high ground position. The entirety of that time, they bully, Pandem, out of position, eliminate the entire squad. And then, eventually, which is your main gripe with this team, they start to play very passive, very slow, wait on that ridge line, and eventually the circle just makes them push out in the open in a terrible spot.
And we know what they were doing that, right? They were waiting to see what Arena was going to end up doing. I don't think they were expecting Arena to be that passive, but you're going to have to be forced to fight at some point. Or we know you for being able to third party. That would have been a perfect scenario for this squad to third party. And I'm talking about when Boar was fighting Furia, that would have been the perfect example. He's going to see it later into the highlights, but I mean, oh my goodness. It was a bit of a throw for me when it comes to Hora. They could have gotten the win, especially with the amount of limits that they were able to get this match.
I mean, I do have a theory that they were waiting for Arena to clash directly with Boars and just pick up the pieces for the win. But playing passive will only take you so far, and eventually Boars see the mistake and they just push it up to the mountaintop, and then in nade range, Hora just completely fall apart.
How do you allow them to push up on you? How are you not just being able to get angles right there? Hot jukes!
I mean, they could have held that left side, and they could have taken him out immediately. But man, just I'm telling you, one little mistake, and we'll see a team take advantage, man. E-Arena clutching it up that win right there.
I want a new drama. I want Tony K versus Tony K on Instagram. Who's the better one?
Honestly, I'm surprised this squad doesn't end up having even more eliminations or even more damage with everything that they were able to do, because whenever they did end up finding a fight, it seemed like they were able to just execute it perfectly and do it fast, too.
I mean, especially punishing mistakes, which
Yes.
we have to talk about that 4th Thrives push of earlier, right? Sending it for no reason whatsoever, and E-Arena just, what the hell are you doing? That's a terrible push. That's the free, what?
Fans, and for 4 Thrives, if you for some reason end up hearing this, and first of all, congratulations to Tony K, that was an MVP performance. You were able to get that win with those 4 elims. But going back to what I was saying with that bad push from 4 Thrives, even after they saw Falak go down, just sacrifice the player. Be willing to sacrifice a player. You don't have to push outside of the circle. You're going to end up gatekeeping them. And imagine if 4 Thrives would have actually stayed in that position. They would have been in the same position that E-Arena was in, meaning that they could have gotten a win. But no.
You know what? I'm feeling an evil mood here on the desk. So I want to talk about another team. Alpha 7.
Oh my God.
What was going on with that early game? They have a good split in Lipovka. I like it, but the thing is, if you want to play for an early game split, if a team gets close to you, you play passive, you regroup, but no. I think it was Gizao who just like, I'm staying here, and well, what can you do?
I think that's one of the times that we're actually going to have to disagree. You said it was a good split. I was just scratching my head. I was like, that is way too split. Way too split. And it's Gizao, once again, you said it, he was able to just stay in that compound. He didn't even give himself an option to just back off. And that is the second time today in this 2 matches out of 6 that we're playing that Gizao has made a mistake for this squad.
Look, we might disagree on the small details, but at the end, we both agree it was not a good play.
And you know what?
Horrible play.
Hey, but you know what? We all can agree on what was a good play, right? And that is Igor, right? We thought we saw him in Milta. We thought he was the sacrificial lamb. He said, not today, baby, with that 1v2 on the S2G.
And that was another play that we actually thought it was a bad play, but boy, did they shut us up, Max.
I was like, there's no way they're just going to commit to the fight on S2G, leave a player behind to kind of actually keep them busy, which that was not a terrible play, but I think they were going to go out instantly off the back of that rotation, and Igor's like, I'm going to take that easy 1v2.
Yeah, and you can see right here, these are the rotations that we saw here in this circle, all the way over to Milta, and you can see Furia, right, holding down that Milta side. They thought it was going to work out, but you know, then that zone started pushing north.
Yeah, but they had a really strong 3-1 split. That one place to the west, I thought they were going to send it onto Aurora's dip, but instead go back into the city of Milta, sweep the entirety of SGG, thanks to Igor in particular, and then get to that ridgeline. So I thought it was not going to work out, but they actually shut us up.
They definitely did, and I thought that they were going to be able to maybe get away with it a little bit more when they went up against Forge. But for them to be able to do that and actually clutch up a top 3 finish for this match, that's great. For them to get 13 points in E-Arena, they're 17, but Hora, oh man, what it could have been there with those illims.
I feel so much for Hora because it was right there, and we haven't seen a chicken dinner in so long for a Nepal team here.
Now, I'm looking at number 6 right now. I'm looking at Aurora Gaming because this squad, at one point, Max, they had a perfect setup, but for some reason, Doc, which usually ends up doing the docketing, what are we going to call this now? Because the man ended up Molotoving himself.
The dog Molotov. Nah, we got to work on it a little bit.
Yeah.
But no, he goes barely outside the smoke sometimes. Acts a little bit, interestingly, around these staircases. He goes a bit too far outside of the Wizard Tower, and the entire setup falls apart. If he doesn't get knocked, we saw for, I think, 5-10 seconds there, Hot Jukes. Actually, they got some good suppressing fire from that dip down southwest, but the moment he goes out and gets knocked, the entire game plan just does not happen as intended.
Great setup, but, unfortunately, poor execution right there. You can see the overall rankings. Team Panda is still on top. I do want to talk about Team Panda here because as far as that crazy aggression that we saw in Rondo, at least from my perspective, they kind of slowed things down a little bit, Seven. What do you think about that?
Slow it down way too much for my liking, if I'm being honest. They had a good amount of control, and honestly, we were looking at it, Max and I, we're saying they might end up getting the win here. With what we saw there out of what they were able to do in Rondo, I wanted to see a little bit more proactiveness, but I know you don't necessarily agree with that, Max.
I mean, I think this was kind of the complete opposite of their previous Rondo game, of the way they played it, where they knew their main weakness was the team placed behind them in Rondo them get way too close, and the peaks are just not there, and the nades in particular were just allowing Horror to get the full reset and then push up on their location, and they get bullied out of position entirely. I think there was a lot of potential in this game for them, but unfortunately, they were just not able to follow through on a wrangle.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, right? Remember, we got 4 more matches left to go. Bottom 2 teams, you can see are highlighted there. If you're at the bottom 2 at the end of the day, you are out of here, guys, right? So, I mean, these bottom teams really need to start stepping things up, and we can even see a major squad like 4 Thrives with only a few points on the board here, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough for them. They need to step up right now. Seven, as you're chuckling, why are you laughing at?
I'm just surprised that they were not willing to sacrifice Flock. Like, I know that is a star player. I know that is one of your best performing players. But you have to be willing to sacrifice a player when it's going to end up hurting your whole performance for a match.
And then you have Aurora, seeing Doc get knocked like, yeah, we're used to it.
Yeah.
Don't rest that guy. But no, overall, though, I do want to go back to a point we mentioned before this Orangle game.
Okay.
The loot truck, we saw P90 at the end.
Yes.
We saw also a Lynx AMR being used by SnowX on board. Man, we're going to see these finishes with airdrop weapons so much more often in regional play, and especially here in these global LAN events.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you one thing. You know, we're going into the next Erangel match. This first one had a really southern playing path, right? So I wonder, once we get a kind of a more northern plane, how that's just going to play out here, Seven.
I want to see how some of these teams are going to be rotating, actually, because we saw the rotation earlier from E-Arena, how they were able to go from George Straits all the way to Milta and find a way somehow in after 4 Thrives. I'm just going to stop because I'm going to piss myself off. But then, I want to see those quick rotations. I want to see teams being aggressive. I want to see them being able to, if not, find a spot in the middle of the circle like Goat was able to do. You're going to end up getting blessed, and you're going to end up be able to secure some points. 4 matches left.
And just like Boars too, right? Sure, they're given a golden circle with Squad House on the mountaintop.
Yes.
And they do just use the Lynx AMR, and especially all of the weapons in their arsenal to kind of get every single shot on the teams around them and get actually a decent amount of eliminations this game. Sure, they don't get the chicken dinner, but they did use that central position to its full potential to exude control on that lobby.
Yeah, we're reaching the midpoint here, guys, right? Once you get this match done, half the day is already over. We need to see those bottom teams really, really clutch it up. Here in this next match, what do you want to see more from one team in particular?
I mean, already a good plane path would be nice.
Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it.
And no weird early split from Alpha 7. If you're not going to play passive, that is my main little issue that I had for them last game. Well, a big issue. It was a big issue.
I didn't mind the early split from Alpha 7, if I'm being completely honest. We're used to seeing them go to Lipovka, all the players there. I didn't mind those other 2 players going to prison, but then it was just a long split down to Milta. You were exposing yourself. You have 0 intel in regards to all those teams that are towards the north and that are going to be coming down and possibly crashing on you or moving up and end up losing to yourself. And we saw that actually happen with Alula. So for that squad, I'm just going to call it out. Gisao, you need to do better. That's 2 mistakes in 2 matches out of 6 matches. You need to do better.
Yeah, and I think that's totally fair, right, to be able to shout that out right now. Because, I mean, if this was, you know, a week-long tournament, you know, we could be like, give them a little bit of a break, but this is it, right? I mean, you've got to clutch it up here and now. You don't want to end up in that survival stage. One question I got to ask here, Max, right? Panda, you know, did see them slow things down a little bit. I wonder, do you think they are doing that on purpose because they had so many points in Rondo?
Actually, we were having a little bit of discussion there with Seven about this game. I think Pandem are playing it smart, where they got so many points on Rondo, and they don't need many more, technically, to secure this spot in top 6, right, with what, around 45 points. I think playing it slow to try and get a few placements and a limit hand there would be their ticket in the finals, personally.
If you could see me right now, my eyes just twitching. It's like, what? No. I mean, with this performance, it's fair to say, like, they honestly need to have like 10 more points, and they're gonna be able to even more. They can have 15 points, and they're gonna be able to qualify towards the grand finals. But I want to see them being able to execute a little bit more. I don't want them to just give up on the whole day already and just go super passive. I want to continue to see if those opportunities, like they present themselves like in that last match, show me what you were able to do in Rondo. And I said that right after Rondo. Show me that you can do it again. And they had a perfect opportunity right there and didn't execute it the way I wanted them to.
I think they kind of need to meet the middle here, where they need to play passive in the early stages, but when they have an opportunity to get some points, then you try and get involved in that conversation, because that, as you said, around 10 points would be their way to make it straight into the finals.
Well, here we go. We're getting ready for that next match of Erangel. Are we going to get a decent plane path? Come on, let's see it here. And it does? Oh
It's
my
meh.
gosh.
It's very meh.
It's a Western.
Western Coast down to is going to go next to Novo, I believe, actually. So
Actually,
not good.
not good, but not as bad.
We're not going to see Flash versus Hora and Yasnaya. I waited.
It's not going to
for
happen,
this.
Max, unless the last Erangel. I mean, I guess it's still, this is a much better play path in my liking.
Still not good in my opinion.
What do you want? Okay, in your perfect playing path, as we're starting to see some of the players there drop, where would you want the playing path to go? Your perfect playing path.
Oh, I want it from Zaki all over to Milta Power. Milta actually itself, yeah.
Yeah.
Good old diagonal right down the middle here. Well, you know what? Alpha 7 are not going to mind this drop at all, right? They're going to hit that North George off the rip. They're going to be looted up pretty quick here, 7.
Yeah, Gisao, stay with your team, please.
With your squad.
He's not giving it up. He's really angry.
Brother. And then for 4 Thrives as well, I mean, that's another team that we mentioned up earlier. The reason why I'm bringing up these squads as well is because these are squads that not only have the pressure of their country, of their fans, to end up being in the grand finals, but if for some reason they don't make it to the grand finals straight from just group stages, it's going to be a disappointment.
Yeah, top 4 is going to be incredibly rough.
Yeah.
If you go into survival stage. Though, just final point on Alpha 7, then we're done. I promise they are back to their usual drop location of northern. Oh, well, okay, well, that's bad.
Yeah, that's bad indeed, but you know what's good? Our casters. Let's take it on over to John Allen and Blake. What is that?
I don't want to play a normal Erangel blank. I'm going to set the circles all... Oh, sorry, guys. Oh, okay, hi. Oh, sorry, was I live there? I don't know. Okay, well, either way, we've got a military circle on the second game of Erangel match number 3. Our teams are going to get no chance to play a sensible game here.
Yeah, a normal match would be great. It's not happening. But for Aura Gaming, this is a real chance to Aura farm down towards the south side of the map. They do have Sosnovka, they've got military base all to themselves here, but not for long, you can't imagine, as teams will start to make their way down. With the amount of circle that pushes out over towards the water, ending for us here. 4 Thrives do play themselves on a 2-2 split across from Ferry Pier down towards the south side, but it's looking like they're going for a group up fairly early into this match.
What a time for Alpha 7 to go North George as well.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but they are going to have to move at the back of the queue. The Boars playing... Okay, they're actually regrouping up towards the north. Might be sending out towards Yasnaya, or playing the east of Roshok, playing around that sort of school area. Potentially up to apartments, but trash loot, get some vehicles. You need to get across fast though, so I'm not too sure about this north rotate from Boars. Not too many other opportunities for loot though in the area.
You just got to hit L block here. I mean, it's the only option you really have on this one to go for. I think when you look at where Boars is playing, you look at where other teams are playing as well, the center of the map is really congested. It is really congested. A lot of teams here are struggling when it comes to these weird playing paths because you've got the likes of Aura, you've got a Lula over here, Flash as well, also rotating through this position. It's overall fairly tough for these squads to figure out a locale to play.
It's a rough time here. I mean, yeah, the plane path just compounding the issue of this military circle. And no one having a good time. We've already got 5 teams on the military island. 6 teams now, actually, on the military island as 7-2-1 step foot in for the western side, making a aquatic rotation from Primorsk. We've got 7-2-1, we've got 4 Thrives, we've got Etch, we've got Aurora, as well as S2G and Goat. Already making their way on through. So S2G in nice and early, playing that observatory end of military base. We'll see if they can get a little bit more done this match. There are 9 points. They're within striking distance, but they have not impressed so far in these games.
Oh, for 7-2-1, finding yourself a hovercraft earlier on is a big old boom for yourself. Etch moving in over towards 4 Thrives position. Their other split is also being harassed by 7-2-1. This is an unideal spot right now for 4 Thrives, but can they deal with this? We know that 4 Thrives is a very strong team, and Etch seems to want to have none of it.
There's a bit of a fight popping off between S2G and Goat, although Moxie immediately curtailed. S2G have got that high ground position. They're not going to let that one go. That's a good start for them. They're going to keep Goat over in Novo, and they are going to be able to chill there. For the time being, no one really making early moves from our northern set of teams blank. Actually, quite a few teams staying out a little bit later than maybe you would have expected. And in fact, the Boars go up towards Severny. They go even further north.
Yes, they do. For Boars, I think they're just trying to find a spot that's playable. I think when you realize that you're going to be one of the last towards the play zone, I think what you do here is you get as many smokes on board as possible, as many frags as possible, It's the only real thing to be done in this situation. I think for Boards, it's just going to be a late entry. It's going to be a very late entry. It's likely not going to be an amazing game. But I do think this is the option when it comes down to it. Quick replay here from S2G. Kamikaze has been on quite a few different Turkish teams. Never quite as the main man on the squad, sometimes as a sub, but now making his real play in here on the side of S2G proper.
Unfortunately, they're not the top-placed Turkish team right now. That glory goes to Ida with their two fairly solid late runs into the first two matches, Blank. They have managed to rack up a hefty points tally so far, 23 right now, winning that tiebreaker against Aura with their placement points so far. And then wanting to move in on that west bridge now as well, with Ida currently guarding on the north side. They're going to start to scout out closer to the south. 721 not going to be established enough in the area to stop a bridge crossing. They're playing compounds just a little bit further inland. As Voinchagri try to move over from Primorsk past Ferry Pier, which does have a player from Pandem. Not likely that they're going to want to get embroiled just yet with the rest of Pandem on the north of Quarry.
And for Voinchagri, it should be very obvious the Pandem's in this location. They are coming a little bit late here. Primorsk has access to quite a few boats here, but as everyone knows, boats are great, but they do deny the use of vehicles later on, right? You land and you have nothing to work with, which is why the hovercraft is so important here. It was very important for Furia. I assumed they were taking a boat from Sharkfin down towards the north side of Sosnovka, but they had a hovercraft, so it's a really big boon for them. They're instantly sending it over towards Aurora, the team that starts here on Sosnovka. Doc starts things off over towards Chief, which is a really big pickup versus Furia. IL are desperately trying to find something on the outside.
We've got Igor as well on a long angle, as there's the nade from Ziol. They're just pinning him down. And yeah, that's Ayala out. Igor, I think, does get spotted in the meantime as well. He's getting deeper into this one. It's only silence on this angle, and Falak has a challenge opportunity here as Fourth Rise trying to third party on the east side. T24 rocking up into the fight as well, and Aurora going to try and close down the final player. But Fourth Rise are here to potentially get caught up in this one. Falak could be in danger here and actually senses it. Steps back, IQ going to try and lay down some covering fire, but T24 is on the chopping block.
I mean, Reaper's finding T24 is incredible. Fourth Rise, they have a pincer here. They're just running through them. Aurora Gaming really not stopping short here. There's no trolling going on from this squad right now. Teams and players and fans can be very happy that actually Aurora Gaming is taking it to the top side right now. Maybe teams a little bit more unhappy, potentially, just because having a really switched on Aurora Gaming in your matches isn't fun. But for fans, this is lovely. I don't want to call it too soon, though, guys. All right, please don't hate on me. All right, I'm not jinxing it. Aurora Gaming could do well, okay?
They could do badly. They could do really badly. It's still possible. The good news for teams chasing for the top 6 right now, Blank, is Furia have gone down to 1 in their engagement here. They are on the bubble right now. They now only have 1 player left standing, and they're not really going to be able to do too much, you would expect. In the meantime, Ida have a contest as they try and get across this bridge. Not able to do so successfully just yet, and they are being harried on the backline. Emre needs to flex those muscles here as the arena bearing down upon him. Has that Molotov out, but yeah, Mormons just spots that angle, goes underneath and hits the ankle. Not going to be able to get Emre back up, most likely. A knock sent back their way, though, by Swain. A little bit of covering fire, but yeah, there's no saving him.
Yeah, it's a good long-range shot, and look at that. Furia, at the very beginning of the game, we're just 9 minutes in, are now out to Aurora Gaming, who start the match with 5 elims. This is lovely stuff for them. Revo going down to Horror. This is as they're coming in from Milta. This is at checkpoint. Revo is undercover right now, but this is not where you want to be stopping early because you've got Flash coming down from that north side too. This is get hairy really quickly, and it looks like they're just going to leave him behind.
Sleepy nades over the top. Yeah, there's no way that Alpha 7 going to be able to break back out of this one. The question is who gets to the bridge first as well, and that might be what Alpha 7 are thinking about. Honor could contain them completely, as there comes the flush through over onto Revo. If Aura try and stick onto this one, there's the threat, actually, from the north side of Team Flash pushing on in. They could potentially third-party it. We'll see if that comes on through. In the meantime, we're on board with Etch and Aurora, who've taken a knock over towards Doc. A nade around the corner here for Refus, but neither player connecting. That not able to get too much more done. I think Doc should be able to get back up here without too much danger.
I mean, Aurora Gaming have been taking fights on all fronts at the moment. Quick step down into a lovely nade from Refus. This man is on fire so far. Again, not letting up anywhere. Top taking shots over towards Nasa from the long range too. Refus looking to thread the nade through the silos round the side. Will grab him. This is just trigonometry at its finest from Refus.
S2G on the north side here, Blank. Now Aurora really in the pinch. And they need to find a way to spin out the side here, trying to maintain those angles. Refus in danger. In the meantime, Ida still giving a good fight. The MG3 reigns domination against the approaching forces of E-Arena. They cannot stand up to it. And the run down there for the Flush is adding insult to injury. That is a beautiful hold on the top side for Swain.
Ida looked in trouble versus E-Arena earlier. He managed to get ahead of them, ahead of the pack, and he just looks fantastic right now for Ida. Really good stuff. I thought the departure of Eren would hurt this team a lot more. It seems like they've leveled up without him.
Goodness me, that Western Bridge is looking mighty congested. Blank, the blue zone will be shutting them in. Flames all around the area. They're on a picture with a fight back and forth. I believe they'll look around another player, leaving the one to stand. And the one to move this players on the way. And Jabran as well. Not a great result. That is really poor for them. And in they go, finally able to get that. The flush over towards player.
Now Ida scrambles to try and figure this out. Rita on the top side. Robs primes another grenade. They're trying to clear out all the area, clear out the vehicle. They flush, but they know that's now clear. But again, these players, they were looting up for a long, long time. They've got nades to throw, John.
They have got a lot in the back pocket, and those smokes start to bloom. Rita on the close angle, spotting the player up top as well. Swain gets knocked. That goes down to the play zone, though, so potentially a point denied over towards the boards. Just Rita there, a nade over the top of the bounce. Ragnazada, he's going to hunt this one. He knows Rita's there, and he tries to drop down, but they are ready and waiting. The boards, tusks out, take the fight down.
That is a really, really well-played finish there coming through from the boards. So tactical over towards the guys on Ida. And I think for Boars, they can be pretty comfortable moving through this bridge. They're still swerving, zigzagging, just in case there's one more team to contend with. But like we said, they had util to burn, and that's the right place to burn it.
They've expended their resource. They don't go through their whole stock as well, it's safe to say. They should have a little bit more to go. Might have been able to pick up a couple from the crates as well. But Blue Zone a little bit more pressing now.
Oh my God, what a run-in they have.
Goodness me, a beautiful run-in on footballs on that north side. You're right. Oh my God, there's so much open area.
Such open area to play. Most teams try to confirm down towards military base, but for the Boards, considering they're coming in so late, they will have to potentially deal with 721, but they likely have already heard the vehicles. There is a hovercraft in play where they are swinging out to the side of S2G here, so 721 a little bit distracted as the Boards do pass on by.
The Bulls are going to go a little bit more central. They want to control the middle of this one, Blank. S2G and 721 have the same idea, and that is going to leave a potential disadvantage coming through for S2G, but look at the off angle from the Boars coming on in. Oh my goodness. Okay, this west side is still going to get pummeled though, because we've got two more teams out on this edge who are going to look to try and put pressure in. Voinchaikari, and behind them on the bridge still is Pandem.
Okay, we'll find one. Good use of the hovercraft as well there. Pinning in front of the house, forcing him to go out the backside, and you've got angles going through on the edge. Obscure, but not still going strong here. 7 eliminations on the game. Fourth Rise continually lose players, down to just 2 now. Falag up against Edge, tries to go for the shot. It's a pretty disgusting shot over the top of the pipes there. Almost hits the double headshot.
Nearly able to get it done in the picture-in-picture there we saw as well. How brutal it's been for Alpha 7, but Falak is not done. Over the turbines, lobs the nade straight into the mouth of NASA. And now they can start to charge forwards, playing as 2 on the inside of this base. Etch wanted to hold their nerve, but it's tough stuff when you got Falak to face down. Steps around the corner, does a lot of damage, not quite able to get that final sliver down. runs out of ammo on the pump action. The Bison's not going to happen either. And they are able to play off one another nicely. 4 Thrives live to fight another day. They have to move north.
It's a good play from 4 Thrives there. I mean, you're playing off the back of one another, like you say, but it's panic that sets into Edge towards the end there. They just cannot deal with the 2 players. Aurora, they send Pandem packing with 9 eliminations now. They continue to pump the points up here in this match, and it's at a pivotal moment too.
A great result to continue their pace. They didn't do so well in that first Erangel, but 5 points here is definitely good news. S2G losing another. They are now down to, well, just the 1 now with that knock going through. That flush almost immediately. GOAT will play on as 3 on that southeast side, and it's a difficult southeast side. That hill that sits to the north is a difficult summit to make, especially when you've got such a wide split.
Oh, they're just towing Snowix. They're taking him with him. Malak will jump out, but Snowix immediately sends away. But Boars are in a terrible spot. Wagnerzada has to clutch up now. Gets a double spray through the smoke. It's unbelievable.
And he's worried as well. Voinchikeria there. Needs to get this res. Needs to get it now. Drops the smoke instead. Charges into the danger. Instead of facing the res and trying to stick at the nade, works no, that's Team Flash actually helping out a little bit. The Boars moving away from the shack, moving up the hill into their smokes, and the reses may be easier there.
Maybe a reset here for them. I mean, it's 3 players down. Terminus gets back up again, sends him over to pick up Snowix inside of the smoke. If Boars can survive this, it's incredible. We get a northeast circle shift here. The road snakes through the middle of it, and he is certainly deadly like a Viper here as teams have to move up from that south side. You got Horror on the east. They control a huge amount of zone. They've already cleared the eastern edge too. This is a perfect position to play out from.
From the rooftops, Falak is raining down damage over towards Aurora, who already have 10 eliminations. It's already a good game for them. Don't worry about that. But Falak might be able to make it done and dusted for them right here, right now. Placements are in play as well as we are into the top 8. Falak moving forwards. Reefus looking for the nade cook here instead of going for the res. Doesn't quite find it. Falak charging down the halls here. Looks for the shutdown with the shotgun. The nade goes at his feet, and Falak is blasted apart at the seams by it. Reefus wins that one.
Leaves a landmine on the stairway. Reefus barely lives with his life there, but versus now just Hazaifa. He can pick up top as well, and this is a really awkward situation now that Hazaifa is in. Good play from both 4 Thrives players trying to win it out. Now just Reefus in a 1v1 with Hazaifa. Drops out the window, moves him back through the bottom floor, can clear out the player underneath as well if he so wishes.
Don't think he needs to though. Falak unlikely to be able to get back up with the blue zone pushing. There's just not going to be enough time, and it is Reefus to keep it together for Aurora. They're up to 12 elims now, Blank. They've managed to make a meal of this one. They are on 1 player, but it's good news abound. They may have just sealed the deal for them. In the meantime, though, Boars have looked to solidify. Over towards the center of this circle, Voinchikeria on a free north edge have a lot of control, and Aura on the east looking to take it away from GOAT team.
Yeah, you've got a massive amount of space here to play with Voinchikeria. It's a really, really good spot to work with. You have the road cutting through, and there is a little bit more zone on that north side. So for Voin, they're looking to clear out that west side. That's smart. They move 1 player out towards the edge here, preventing teams from wrapping towards that western side. But it really is Horror as well as Voinchikeria who are really in control here. They have 2 portions of the zone. They've fully cleared out, and now they're just looking for players. It's a miracle that Boars are able to keep themselves up at 4, and they have Wagnerzada to thank for that. This guy has been really practicing in the back end. Snowix talked a lot about drilling discipline into this guy because he's an incredibly good fragger. Sometimes he oversteps though. That's his biggest weakness. That seems to be somewhat fixed now.
Back up to 4, and you're right. A massive presence for them in their regional finals, and a massive presence here to keep them alive and kicking. They definitely want to get more out of this game than the last one. They had a big opportunity there, maybe threw it away a little bit. A big opener on the spray down comes through and over towards GOAT team. The nades are going to ring out, no fear. Slamming it into reverse. Not going to take too much damage there from the nade. And they'll back off. Happy just taking the 1 here. And Aura can reposition to re-angle for this next push.
Yeah, it was almost a really cool swing here from GOAT that came through. Didn't quite work out, though, in their favor. And Horror held their nerve on this southeast side. They've immediately reinforced this location as well, put up the brick wall, and Goat just could not climb it.
Spray down from Boars. They do have a little bit of difficulty here. Out that window, up towards the high ground, you have to put yourself in massive amounts of danger to take that peak. You have to assume that Goat are hiding, are huddling, and you're only going to know that because of the shots that Horror have been taking. But as soon as they can start to step out, I mean, Terminus is on a broadside to them. As soon as Goat get an angle onto it, it's very dangerous.
That's some good shots. I mean, Boar's taken a little bit of a lesson from that last game. They realized that they couldn't be as passive here. They've got to get more shots, more damage, more elims coming through as we watch Horror swing over the top side, over towards Voinchekeri. And they do lose one, but the rest of Voinchekeri is just fleeing.
They are stepping off all the time. This north side, a little bit more vulnerable than maybe it would appear at first glance, and it looks like this res, yeah, there's no one to challenge this. So Horror now have the full 4 on the north side of this next circle. The shift puts that roadside really in direct contest with all 3 of our teams on the south.
Goat as well as Flash going up against one another. It's an instant shot from Sky over towards Ayato. That's from a long, long way away. Flash will be able to get himself the knock and the flush off the back of it. Force underneath. They haven't quite figured out how to grab him because there's still shots raining in from above them. This is a tough position to play. Force as well as Flash look like they're going to have to work with one another here, but doesn't mean they have to be friendly about it.
Bozy doesn't bank the nade correctly. Don't know quite where Force is, but there's a nade into the ground floor. He steps out, and that is actually Otto who takes down the last player from Force. So Team Flash can rest a little bit easier. The north side assist coming on in. In the meantime, stepping around and giving the slip to Horror, potentially, Voinchekeri have moved into a much more central spot.
Go a little bit further towards that south side, yeah. As soon as they tried to push them, they backed off towards the buildings. Once Sky took that off angle, tried to take shots down towards the Flash, you did have Voinchekeri move down towards that southern edge. So potential to hold them out, but Horror is just playing so fast and loose with this game. They are really feeling themselves here. It looks like they're super warmed up coming into this match too. It's great news for Horror, and they just keep putting up points, up to 9 eliminations on this match.
Beautiful stuff. Team Flash, though, getting some spots over towards Voinchekeri, who are starting to tumble. The Boars eat a big nade. They brought themselves back up to 4, but that is not what you want to see on the push across the road to the solo player in the building. A double knock on the nade. And now Snowix and Vangazada have to piece it back together. No one really going to push to their angle, which is to their benefit right now. But the crossing's just going to be made so, so tough. And Terminus gets flushed away as well.
Yeah, and this is your last vehicle to work with now for the guys on Boars. It's this buggy. Robs will go down, leaving Boars at just a 2. What a rough push from them. But a great hold coming through from 721. Really nice nade.
Massive value. Big nade over the top from Sky to leave Horror as one of our final 4 teams alive. With all 4 players alive already on the double digits for the elims blank. They're having a good day. Sky with 5 out in front on the leaderboards for the elims for now. At 7-2-1, they've done pretty well to survive this long, I think.
Again, you've got to give credit to Boars here because despite that not being the greatest push in the world, and you wonder where the smokes are coming through to facilitate that push, you got to remember, these guys came from Severny, right? They used so much of their util getting down towards the position in the first place. They had to use all those smokes earlier on to get their 4 players back up again. I don't think Boars has played a bad game. What I think has happened to Boars is that they've run out of steam. That is just what happens in these games where you're playing out from the edge and you try to stock up as much as possible.
A 50% chicken dinner chance dedicated towards Horror. I don't disagree with the position that they have, the oversight on these buildings. Yeah, there's very little way that you could be able to step forwards on this. Maybe if Force had 4, it would be possible, but that isn't going to happen. Not anymore. Team Flash, the first to pull the trigger on the rotate. Maybe they're going to try and flush one of these teams out of the building instead. I mean, it's the right play, but it's just so tough to make.
Bang! Good shot.
Snowix able to pick up one of those points over towards Team Flash, so a little bit more earned for the Boars on the tally.
You got to try and pick up what you can here, and it gets them up towards a 3rd place as well, which is great news for them. Bulls get themselves 5 eliminations on this game, and Horror, despite getting pipped at the post on the last match, this time the party is looking for that big chicken dinner. Now in South Asia, there was a big chance for them in their last game to get themselves up towards a chicken dinner. Sadly, didn't quite work out for them, and they might have got themselves a first place over fourth Thrives that didn't go down as early as they did. But again, when you were watching back South Asia, when I was watching back South Asia, Horror looks like an insanely good squad.
They have so much utility in this spot as well, Blank. Look at that, 17 nades, 11 smokes, a couple of Molotovs in the mix as well.
17.
It's
Are we for real?
It's kind of nuts. 17 nades this late in the game for Horror. They have just been pilfering those boxes every single time. There is no way that they lose this, right? There is absolutely no world in which Horror throws this one away.
No way, there's a spot. There is a spot available. Sadly, the circle doesn't move that far over towards the top side. Vagnazardi gets taken down by Rahan. Don't know how he quite found those shots through the window, but he certainly did. I think that's the only position he knows that he can be in, so he slightly moves out towards the side to make it happen. And now we're down into a 2v4. Horror getting themselves second place last match, but now it's time for the first.
Let's call in the coordinates. It's an airstrike inbound from Horror. The nades will be pulled out now. Over the top they go. Just continually stopping that approach coming on in for 7-2-1. That's just not going to happen for them. They are running through them at a fair lick, Blank, but there's still 13 more, still 9 smokes. You could shut down so much here. A nice rooftop angle, though. If there's another big double nade that comes out, 7-2-1 have... no, they have no chance.
Look, man, we don't have the mortars and esports just yet, but what we do have is the cosplay variant. It's the 17 grenade endgame. It's a good shot over towards the side on Horror. Sadly, one goes down. 2 guns in play right now, whilst there's one player getting back up again, but Sleepy, he's just sending it. There is a Molotov as well. Can he swing it perfectly? It's round to the side. Another nade is perfectly placed.
For the re-knock, he is able to make it work. Rihan now needs to do a lot more. The rest, I think, is only just coming through for them, but it's not going to matter. The nades land, they do the business, and that is how you close a game down. Horror, east side domination. They move over to the north edge. Point Chicory have no resistance, and everybody else falls beneath their feet. A big Elin game.
Certainly a horrifying team to go up against at the moment. They certainly are the team that is underneath a lot of these other squads' beds. It's a tough one to deal with. Horror just looking on fire today. Not the team we expected to be so far up towards the top side, but they are looking fantastic. And again, it's a return to form for Nepali.
Beautiful stuff. Looking to try and take the top of the tables, but remember, it is about top 6. There is a few teams in contention right now. Looking to try and keep that charge up. One of whom is decidedly not on the 7th. Disappointing again for an east side rotate. A difficult circle, though, to capitalize on another difficult playing path. That early game was brutal for so many teams.
Yeah, let's go. You know I'm about to lock it. I'm off they was looking for just like a lock. They gon' not pick up the phone, they couldn't stop it. They can never.
It's been a while, but the Nepali squad finally gets a chicken dinner. They missed out on PMGC. They come here into PMGO Season 1, and they get a dominant win here, Max.
Oh yeah, Horror were trained to kill in that game. Able to give themselves a massive win this time around. And actually really good execution of their rotations on the Eastern Bridge, getting rid of a main competition such as Alpha 7 and Flash in one easy rotation, and then just kind of holding teams at bay. No one able to get even remotely close to that team, because if you did, guess what? They had 17 grenades to instantly shut you down.
And the way that they were able to just eliminate those squads that you just mentioned, Alpha 7 and Team Flash, they were just able to spread out, have a full split for that roster on the east side, and it ended up working out perfect. And yeah, you mentioned it too, Jukes. For a squad that didn't go to PMGC, I think they're trying to send a statement on what a lot of people are calling the group of death.
Man, I mean, this is a tough group, and honestly, I think Hora's been one of the most consistent teams we've seen right here. Of course, we did see this play here from 4Thrives, and Balak.
Those grenades were a thing of absolute beauty. He was cooking them beautifully behind every single one of those door frames to kind of clear the angles. Sure, they do go down eventually to the man himself. It's Reefus, the Dreamwalker of Aurora, but still a decent try. And actually, Aurora, I would say a significant mistake here, Seven. They don't clear their backs as they try and play that ridge line outside of military base. That cost them the entirety of that match.
It did end up costing them. Luckily for them, Doc ended up getting at least 2 points for themselves when he was able to eliminate not only Flock, but Husaifa, which is crazy because a lot of people consider those players to be really high. Doc was like, we'll take care of this. Don't worry about it.
We got this in the bag. No, it was definitely a really good attempt, but looking at the end of this game, it was just a fight for second place between Flash, 4, and 721. And actually, Rahan, this guy got the double nade knock instantly onto Boars. That is literally their saving grace to secure the second place. Without Rahan, chances are they go out in top 4.
By the way, you might have been a little bit scared here on this finish, but the way that Hora just had that utility, they were able to control this perfectly. Not only with the Molotovs, but also with the nades, making sure that they didn't lose any players, making sure that they didn't overextend or did anything that wasn't going to work out for them.
I love that play from Sleepy there, right? He pushed up, and I remember hearing you, Max, say, hey, whoa, calm down there. And that's exactly what he did, right? He just said, you know what? We got all the utility in the world. There's chicken dinners in the bag. Let's just get a little bit closer, put the pressure on, and it worked out perfectly.
It was especially good because he stayed on the wall that his teammates had direct vision on.
Yes.
So as long as you don't push inside the building, you don't put yourself at risk. You're not forcing a 1v1 fight that you could potentially lose. No, he just gets him rage, get a really strong angle, chucks that nade and Molotov to secure the win. That was some good, respectful gameplay, yet aggressive, which is what we need to see from Hora.
That's absolutely right. Now, for this one here, boys, we're at the halfway point. We only have one aerial match left, and those 2 Miramars. And boy, there's some squads out there that need to wake up because one squad, ETSH, you have 1 point after 3 matches.
Whew. That is rough. You know what? We're talking about it was like a battle for second place, right? There's also a battle of trying to get out from second to last, and 7-2-1. You got to give it to them here, right? I mean, it didn't look pretty, but they grinded their way through and got themselves out of the lower part of the leaderboards.
I don't care how pretty your points are points here on a Global LAN event. But we'll see if they can try and get himself a little bit more moving forward, because it was a good play, especially Rahan's grenade against Boar. It kept them in that conversation, but we need to see just a little bit more to make sure they can't fall back in that bottom 2.
Yeah, don't want to get the bottom 2 right here. You want to be able to put up some big performances here, Seven.
Yeah, I mean, good performances out of Hora, and then some questionable, honestly, once again, I gotta do it, some questionable plays by 4Thrives, especially early on. Yes, I love that they were able to rotate early into military when they realized, okay, it's gonna be a military finish, but then instead of holding their ground, and then at one point I thought they were gonna end up get caught off guard by, I think it was ETSH early on with Falak.
Yeah. I think they're just getting way too much in their own heads, overthinking their early rotations. If you have a compound in the circle, you don't have to leave. You saw that in the first angle. We saw it happening here once again, and they lose a player literally on circle 2. I don't know what's happening. I think they're just overthinking it. They need to go back to basics if we want to see some good points.
You don't know what's happening. You don't know what's happening. I sure as heck don't know what's happening. So you know what? I think I'm going to step out, boys. I'm going to go see if I can maybe interview them and find out what's happening with 4Thrives, and maybe get a chance to talk with Hora as well. Sorry, I got to leave.
Yeah, let's get it, baby. Let's see Seven ask the questions that we all want to hear, man. Go get them. Go get them. Let's get it going right here. But you know what? This was a crazy last game. One team that I really want to talk about, right? It's got to be Boars. I think Boars, they came all the way from Severny there up top.
Yes.
We're able to make it in the military and still put up a good performance regardless. And that's what this is all about, right? Even if you don't get the circle, you got to put points on the board, and Boars were able to do that.
Yeah, for me, I'm not even going to highlight too much their rotation, which, as you said, from Severny, that's a very wide rotation. Good on them to get over in that podium finish. I'm actually really happy about their fight over to the Western Bridge, onto Ida in particular.
Yeah.
Ida in a very weakened state, and Boars instantly spot that weakness, that kink in their armor, and decide to send it down on the lower portion of the bridge, get all those stragglers of Ida, and off the back of that, you facilitate your own transition over the bridge, and because of the circle shifting a bit more to the east, on Military Island, no one's going to stop you. No one's going to be gatekeeping the entrance of Boar. So Boar, a team that coming out from Western Europe, they're seen as, I guess, a weaker region in a way, but Boar, they've got so much global experience with every single one of those players that here, they bring in their A+ tier gameplay to the table.
Yeah, that was some great timing because, I mean, they could have stayed on that bridge, tried to gatekeep a little bit longer because there's no guarantee on what's on the other side of that bridge, right? But they said, you know what? We got to make this decision no matter what. They executed it, and fortunately for them, they were able to get into that zone. And it was a tough one, right? That's one of the hardest transitions to be able to make, but they were able to do it successfully, which is really good.
I'm really happy with them, and especially they love getting that loot truck at the very start in Savernia, right? Just able to get himself all that early loot for themselves.
That helped out for sure.
And then they fight Ida. Ida did have an MG3 technically, but technically it didn't work out also for them in that game. But looking at other teams and how teams rotated throughout the entirety of that match, I was very happy with Team Flash. I think they got maybe slightly lucky because they had a slow Eastern rotation. They got dead center. Man, that was a beautiful mid-game rotation from Flash.
Well, we're about to reach the second half of the day, guys. Don't worry, we're going to be right back after this break.
No-name kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. I'm in that warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No real blood, just a drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas.
Allı da tanımıyorum. GK. Ben ETS'yi de tanımıyorum. GK. GK. Ele ya.
Oi rapaziada, sou o Rivo, sou jogador da Facete Sports.
E aí galera, sou o Carrilho, jogador da Facete.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben Keç.
Ben de Scarface.
Hello, aku Regi. Hello, aku Rezak.
Hello, I'm Falak from Team 4 Tribes.
Hi guys, I am IQ from Team 4 Tribes and today we are doing PMGO Season 1 main event prediction.
Chimpando. Vamos começar assim já?
Eliminado, acho que é demais.
Ó galera, lembrando que eu torço pra todo mundo.
Export Rijal. Kau di sini lah ya. Sorry.
Which team is this? I don't know about them as well, so I will just put them there. No head guys.
Fortress top 3 yapar diyorum.
Yapar kesin yapar.
Mortiki. Kasih.
Kira.
I know about them, they are a very noob team, place them where 40 noob.
Gaming Stars. Ben top 5, top 6
Hemen senin için yerleri değiştireyim.
Evet.
Hemen yerleri değiştiriyorum şuraya.
Rapaz, tem time, viu? Tem time ainda, viu?
Team USA. Next team is all. I think they are really a good team, so I will just put them there.
Bana Ulf geldi. Hemen orta şu eğlensem mi acaba?
Şunları ele sen koy onu.
Bigetron.
Vitality.
Vitality gibi oldu. Bigetron.
Aqui?
É.
Certeza?
Não, coloca mais em cima. Fight'tan da kaçmıyor.
Bence top 5. Top 6 ya şuralara gel.
I got Aurora Gaming 100% champion material.
Tamo junto.
Mana? Sini.
Nasıl tanıyor? Allı da tanımıyorum.
GK.
Ben ETS'yi de tanımıyorum. GK. Ele ya.
5 more eliminated. Maybe one can be Etish.
I think we will choose the teams we don't know much about them. So I think
Etish. One here.
7 वो लीला को डाल दो वही रख दो 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 या 8 done.
Sebenarnya bisa aja ini bisa ini taruh di sini. Sama ini juga bisa nih. Ah, tapi enggak.
Takımın kesinlikle gidebileceğini düşünüyorum. Tanımıyorum. O yüzden eliyorum. Yani Allah'ı hiç tanımıyorum, o yüzden eliyorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6. takım var abi.
Onlar
buradaymış. Direkt buraya koyalım.
Onlar kendinden elendi zaten. F43'yi de 3'e koymamızın sebebi yani güçlü bir takım. Sonuçta onlar da şampiyon olarak geliyorlar.
We are just noob team.
Yeah.
अबे हमें ऐसी चाहिए सबको eliminated में था.
मेरे को ऐसा नहीं थी elimination में डालते हैं.
Quem vai ficar top 1 é a 7, top 2 é a Aurora, top 3 é o LF, justo. Acho que a FL briga pelo top 3, Lux pode brigar pelo top 3, Fúria também pode brigar com a T. É brincadeira aqui os parceiros da R8, da VC, da Enigma. Tamo junto, viu? Tô só brincando com vocês. Mas vocês quiserem pra cima também, pode vir.
Oke, jadi inilah prediksi versi kita.
We just rank these teams based on our knowledge, so don't get mad.
İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. E eu desejo muita sorte pra todo mundo que vai jogar essa PMGO.
Bye bye.
A no-name kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. A midnight warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path of the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No royal blood, just a drive to our last. Skill the nerf on the final gas.
Flame on and go.
welcome back, everybody. Here we're live in Jakarta, Indonesia, here for the 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1. And that is it for the first half here of Group A, the Group of Death. We've seen some pretty, I think, surprising teams, right? I mean, for the start of the day, they're definitely hitting it off hard here, Seven.
They definitely have. I mean, Hora, that's the biggest surprising team, as well as Pandem. I got to give Pandem some credit because the way that they ended up playing that rondo, I know I was being harsh on them on that first Erangel because I wanted to see that again. I'm really driven with that kind of stuff, especially when you show such a performance out of that squad. But also Hora, the third party, the way that they're able to close out games, and now more than likely they're going to be in first place.
I'm actually going to go on a bit of a limb here and say I think Hora has the best macro of this entire tournament so far for the Group of Death.
Oh, yeah,
I think they've shown willingness to be aggressive, respecting teams around them. I think they've got overall their gameplay down to a T in this lobby that, again, is insanely stacked with just great international squads. So the fact that Hora, despite missing out on PMGC, are doing this good is very impressive, and I hope they keep it up.
Well, I hope they keep it up indeed, because, guys, the Esports World Cup is just around the corner from PMGO to PMWC at the Esports World Cup. Every match matters. Teams aren't just fighting for trophies, they're battling for EWC Club Championship points, global prestige, and a place at the top tier of PUBG Mobile Esports, with PMWC set for August 6th to the 16th. And I know exactly where it's going to be, and I know Max is real happy about it.
In my apartment. No, it's in Paris. Okay? We have an LAN at home. No, it's going to be in Paris.
Apartment is huge.
I never thought we would have a PUBG Mobile Esports global event in Paris, but I'm so excited to see Balls better qualify and represent France over there. That would be cool, but
France.
Boy, in Paris.
Ooh, I'm excited to be there.
Me too. I'm just going home, basically. I don't need a visa.
Back home.
Let's go. Let's go. I'm so stoked for that coming around the corner. I'm so stoked for these next 3 matches that are coming as well. So yeah, we talked about these top squads. They are definitely dominating. Which teams that you've seen underperform here, you need to see some more out of right here, right now? I'm starting with you, Max.
I want to see more from Ida. I think that they've shown some glimpses of opportunities. We saw especially some really good elimination coming out on the Rondo game, and then it kind of felt a bit more flat, a few eliminations down there. I want to see more consistency from Ida throughout all of these maps, going on to this last angle, and now also the 2 Miramars later on.
Yeah, well, you know what we can see right here, the match MVP. Of course, it's going to be a player from Hora. It's Sky there, 6 eliminations, 773 damage. I mean, yeah, the consistency from this squad today has just been nuts, Seven.
Yeah, and as Max was just saying, the best play, the best macro that we have seen out of this squad, out of this tournament so far after 3 matches. And I'm hoping it kind of continues on. I know earlier we were saying like some teams, after they hit a certain amount of points, they might just end up slowing down. I'm really hoping that's not the case with Hora. I want to continue to see them being able to third party. I want to see them just being able to hold up big teams because of the match ranking. I mean, 23 points. I think it's honestly safe to say, before we even end up seeing the overall, that squad is going to be going to the grand finals.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, you got so many points to get 23 points right here. And I got to say, when it comes to all the players, we will know Sky, No Fear, Jiggle doing great. But I love how adaptable Sleepy is in particular. He's a support player from off angles, getting some really good shots onto teams against them. He's playing long range with a Mini 14 or any kind of AR. And if he has to, we saw at the end of that game, he gets in CQC with the backup of his teammates to wrap up those games. He's doing all of the dirty work for his team, and it is so far looking like he is a standout player on Hora Esports.
Yeah, you know what? I love to see a player. I mean, long-range specialty is what I love to see, and the fact that he can mix things up is really good. But what team that's also, you know, that needs to mix things up a little bit here is Alpha 7, man. These guys need to put some more points on the board, 7.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, they're currently not in the first page of the overall. And we have our top 6. Hora there with the first place, 46 points. Pandem 36, Aurora 30. I mean, right now, I'm genuinely surprised. And Ida, you were just talking about them. They're there within the top 6 as well, Max.
Yeah, it's actually a decent gap between 5th place and 7th place, right? Looking at what is that 7-point difference between 5th and 7th place, which is significant, especially when you only have now 3 games remaining before we see which 6 teams will be advancing to the next stage. But looking on the second page, Alula and ETSH still in second and the bottom 2, sorry, and S2G could be slipping down also.
And with what you were saying earlier, Hot Jukes, you were throwing it to me, talking about Alpha 7. Boy, this is why we wanted to talk about this team right now. Because, yeah, they're currently outside. They are tied. They are within striking distance of those top 6. But for a squad that's the reigning champions of 2025 PMGC, we want to see them into those top 6. And for some of the other squads, like Alula, like ETSH, only getting that 1 point after 3 matches, that's just not going to be enough. S2G as well. I think I personally expected seeing S2G a little bit higher. Everything is so tight too, and it's because 6 matches that's going to be played, only 3 left. I honestly don't know who's going to end up qualifying and who's not.
Anything can happen.
Yep. Exactly. I mean, I'm looking at this second page in particular. All the teams are very low on points. And we saw on the first page, there's a big sponge effect happening between the top 3, 4 squads right now. So that means that point threshold to enter the top 6 could be a bit lower than our initial prediction of around 40, 46.
That makes total sense. I mean, look at what happened to 721, right? 721 was second to last before going into this match. Yeah. And just like that, they're into the top 8, guys. If they get another good game, that could lock them in a spot toward the grand finals and knock out some major squads here. So it's crazy to see. And I guess because of this, especially this format 7, I think it makes a whole lot of sense why you were a little critical when it comes to Pandem, because we need to see dominant consistency, right? Because if you just let off the gas just a little bit, you can get passed up.
Yeah, especially for Pandem. I mean, for me, it's not even Pandem getting passed up. I just want to see them being able to kind of use this as a practice, as a stepping stone towards the finals, because you're only going to be playing 6 matches. If you already qualified towards the finals, guess what? You're only going to play those 6 matches. If you're one of those teams that actually ends up going to survival, you get a chance to play 12 matches, so you get extra practices there. That's why I want to see a little bit more consistency. Don't turn it down, and don't worry, even though I walked away earlier, boys, and even though I wanted to interview Hora, I got to interview the coach for Pandem. So you'll have to wait and see what he said. And I got some info from Naki as well.
Oh, he loves to be on interviews. Yes. He's always running if he can. But no, going back onto the point about Pandem you were making, right, about this team now maybe taking their foot off the gas a little bit too much. I did like initially, but this is to such an extent that this would not work out in the finals. So I think that they are going too hard in one direction. You need to pull it back, be willing to take fights. Otherwise, Pandem, I think, are going to lose that momentum, and in the finals, just fall completely apart.
And even talking more about the format, remember, like when we go to the finals, day 1, yeah, you get those 6 matches. Day 2, the tournament could finish within 2 points. Yeah. I mean, within 2 matches because of how many points those teams end up getting. So you need to just be able to play consistency, and this is honestly why I'm so harsh on some of this team. I just want to see them continue to play like that. If you get put in such a great situation, show me that you can do the greatness that you were able to do in match 1, and in match 2, and if it happens again in any of the other matches, take full advantage of it, because this is the place and this is the format to take advantage of those blessings that the game gives you.
I completely agree. I mean, there's no better, you're not going to get any better practice on the planet than right here, right now. There is $500,000 on the line here. Everyone's playing their heart out. You can't let off the gas at all. So one other team in particular that I definitely want to talk about, right? It's gonna be Void, Max, man. What do you think about this squad?
I think they're playing way too passive. Against Hora last game, Hora go for a really good push-up, and I was expecting a full-on clash, a war on that mountaintop to claim that chicken dinner eventually. But no, Hora send it. Very spread too. We were looking at it, it's like sending it kind of 1 by 1. And Void instantly fold. They don't even try and take the fight. They lose 1 player. They're like, okay, you take that position. We'll go to the compound, into hiding. We're not even going to try and take the fight. So Void, they have Zeta. That is the PMGO SEA MVP. They have that fragging power. They're just not utilizing it to its full extent. I need to see that Void of old step up massively here once again.
You know what? I think that kind of reminds me of the match even before that. We saw Hora have that little plateau up top, right? And they kind of held back. And then all of a sudden, in the next match, now they're like, hey, you know what? Let's go and take advantage of this, right? Like, give them a little bit of a taste of their own medicine, right? So I like the fact that we saw Hora adapt a little bit. But yeah, I don't think we're really seeing teams dominate from that little plateau. Like I think they should, Seven.
One team that I want to see them dominate, that's currently putting up a good performance, Aurora. I'm genuinely like, this is a team, Max. I gotta call you out on this. Did you have them going to the grand finals?
No.
From group. By the way, to clarify, hold on. To clarify, he didn't have them going to the grand finals from the group day. You did have him going to grand finals from survival, right?
Yes, because they're typically a slower starting team, and they build a bit more momentum later on.
Correct.
And I thought survival was just when they're really going to bring their A game to the table and make it in the top 4. But you know what? I'm happy to be proven wrong. If they can stay up in top 6 at the end of these next 3 games, I will take it to the bank.
Absolutely. I mean, look at this. In those last match, they put up 12 eliminations all by themselves. We know this squad can go absolutely nuts, right?
Yeah.
But then you see, you know, Doc with the self-mollies, things like that.
happens.
You know, it happens. You know what I'm saying? So, but at the end of the day, we know this is one of those teams, guys, that in one game, they can qualify easy peasy.
And it's that team that can get 20+ points. It's a team that can get those extra advantages in this type of format, and they can actually shine. And we've seen Refus, honestly, being able to still put up good performances. Yeah, we're kind of joking about Doc pulling the Summit 1G and Molotov himself, but we're also talking about Refus being able to kind of be the shining star when it comes to grenades. Every single time now that we see grenades from Aurora, it used to be from Doc. Now, I feel like the torch has been passed to Refus.
Oh yeah, join the church of Refus, our Lord and Savior for Aurora Gaming. No, really, he's been able to clutch it up so many times. Some of his nades also on the outskirts. Oh yeah, some of those nades inside of military base were just truly exceptional. So Refus, I remember when East joined, people were like, oh, Refus is going to get benched. I was like, please do not. He did so well during PMWC, PMGC2, and now here on the global stage. And this could be actually the only team, if Refus becomes the MVP in the finals, this could be the only squad to have 4 global MVPs on the same roster.
Unbelievable! So much is on the line here. We are now in the second half of Group A. This is all what it's all about here, folks. Match number 4. We are going into Airgale. And let's see this playing path. Oh, okay. A nice one pretty much right down the middle here, Max.
I will take a diagonal plane every single day of the week. It's going from Quarry all over to Stolber location. So most teams should be good to go. And you know what? Here's an Poliana. This is the first game 7. It is going to be in reach of that plane path. Are we going to see that expected fight of Horror versus Flash? Or Horror going to go back to school apartments and play it very slow on Circle 1?
The thing now for Horror is that they got absolutely nothing to lose. This would be the perfect scenario for this squad. You got a 46 point, you're sitting in first place, you're able to kind of have a mulligan here. But if you're the other squad, which remind me, which squad was it, Max?
Wait, I'm looking at the feed. Yeah, we have Flash and Horror normally in Yaz, but okay, there we go. Only Ida's playing this game.
Well, the reason why I was telling you about Flash is because that's one squad that's currently not in the top 6. That's one squad that is currently, if I'm not mistaken, I think 9 points away from being able to actually be within top 6. You don't want to try to take that hot drop. You definitely don't.
That's right. Well, here we go, guys, into the last Airgale of Group A. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters, John Allen and Blank.
We get a sensible plane path, Blank, and we get a sensible circle to go along with it. The only Erangel today with a sense of sensibility. Let's head on in to see just what we're going to be able to pick up here. Are we going to get that Yaz hot drop?
That's the question at the end of the day. And I mean, the funny thing is, for me right now, is that we played a little special magic trick. You know, Ida was the only one dropping into the game. Suddenly all the teams are here. Aurora Gaming, they're going to get a move on, trying to get themselves over towards military base nice and early, but they are taking shots. They are under fire earlier in this game as well. Just 2 minutes in, already shots coming at them from 4 Thrives, who do drop similarly positioned to them. But yeah, 30 points total for Aurora Gaming. It looks good for them. Reaper so far. Oh, I missed it.
Oh, why have you done that, Blank? Oh no!
He even said his name.
4 Thrives, able to clip the wings of one of Aurora's stronger players on the roster. Still got plenty of firepower in the pocket, but they are not going to be happy. It looks like 4 Thrives want to hunt this one down. They know that they're not going to be facing too much in terms of loot. They spotted those vehicles just getting on their way, but they turn around. They're going to give up on the chase, and go for the single point, play for the looting game. They don't need to get across to the military base. They can chill out for a moment.
Were they able to get Refus? Oh no, he's still bleeding out on the northwest side. Sadly. For Aurora though, it's a tough one. Again, just want to make it clear that right now our leaderboard is taking a little while to update. So Aurora Gaming do not have 4.
Yeah, I think there's a... Well,
They sort of need to get as much loot on board as possible. We do finally get to see those numbers on our screen on the top left side. You can see there that Refus was taken down.
Yeah, and they haven't managed to get back to that HP mark either, unfortunately. They are still looting through, and they will be completely uncontested in military, so they can freely loot there, and will be able to get back to full HP, I'm sure. So in Yaz, as we hop on over, Team Flash don't have enemies abound to try and conflict with them. Aura not going to be joining them here. And that gives them free loot over the zone. So nice stuff for them to be able to find it. The circle sat sort of somewhat centrally onto this map as well, Blank, which means they're on the northern side of it, but they're still very much in.
Yeah, I think for the guys on Flash as well, likely a good chance here to spot out the loot vehicle too. Pick up a bunch of good stuff, some goodies, get that on side to go. Again, for Ida, very, very impressed with what they've been able to do with their performances today. Like I said, you know, losing Eren, I thought it'd be a bigger deal. Seems that that's not the case. Swain has come in looking really good here. Rita also pretty strong player. Darkin was always like the player that was behind Eren, right? He was the facilitator of a lot of those big moves coming through from Eren himself. But yeah, Ida's looking impressive.
They've managed to put up the points. They've managed to be fairly consistent over the first 3 matches. As we've crossed that halfway point in their very short run, they are doing well. Point Shankar, not so much. They've had some slightly disappointing performances so far today, and especially in that last Erangel, right? Getting swept away by Aura with not too much resistance at all on that north side when they had a pretty free run into it. They could have done a lot better there. And playing in the middle of those tables, I think, you know, it's just going to be a tough approach for them. I don't really see too much from them at the moment, and their time is ticking.
For a lot of teams, time is ticking. I would say even for Etch right now, there's no chance they're top 6.
Whoa.
I genuinely believe that. I think you're 1 point, match 4, you need back-to-back-to-back chicken dinners, right? You need the turkey. I don't think that's happening. I think for ETSH right now, what it's about for them is getting through the survival stage. That is a major possibility considering you only need to get up towards 14th. 14th is a very possible position to grab right now, but for quite a few teams, it is starting to get to that point where top 6 is out of the question. At game 3, it really is the case here. I think these top 6 teams just aren't going to stop putting up these points.
Okay. How's he trying to pop off? Running out on the clip there, though. Furia not going to take any damage. Even with the 8x, not able to land the shots. Unfortunate. They try and wend their way a little bit closer to this one. Through teams nearby. They do have that forward outpost, though, so a nice, easy regroup for them. As they hold on to their building. No one really putting too much pressure on him. Yeah, he's making sure that his laces are done up nice and tidy.
He's not going anywhere.
He's hopefully, I don't know if they do a walkout, if they win, I don't know, right? If they come first at the end of the day, he's making sure his shoes look fresh.
Yeah, you don't want to pull a Koa, right? Fall over your jeans when you get a chicken dinner. I am bringing that back up. He's going to hate me for that.
Wow.
He is going to hate me for that.
Wow.
I think he thought everyone forgot, but not me.
Like never forget.
I know.
When you trip over your jeans.
When you trip over your jeans, I'm not forgetting it.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Was he wearing them at the time?
He was, yeah.
Oh, okay. He didn't just have his jeans out.
No.
Okay.
To be fair, they were quite fashionable, but they were very flared. Yeah, that's when he wore his orange sunglasses as well.
Oh yeah.
He's a cool guy. He is a cool guy.
He's a cool guy. Unless he trips it. Then not so cool. Not so cool in those circumstances.
But that's why you tie your shoelaces. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
Look, it's just good etiquette, really, isn't it? You know? Got to keep yourself looking good, looking fresh. The laces, people judge you on. They judge you on everything. In this sort of a lobby, you do get judged on everything. You do have to be pernickety, a little bit pedantic when it comes to making sure everything's in line. Go team playing on as 4. They will be able to take a nice swathe of area. The circle can just come through. I'm seeing the northeast side of it, Blank, cutting the mini-map. I'm gathering clues. I'm playing Sherlock right now.
I'm glad.
We're on the northeast side of this current circle, and in the blue zone, it's Aurora taking a fight
with someone. Aurora looking to use the candlestick to bash in the loot train.
There it is. Okay, that's what they were fighting.
Now we know who's done it. Here on PUBG Mobile Global. Yeah, I do want to remind people that unfortunately our leaderboard is currently updating. We do not have a map feed, so just in case people are wondering why things are the way they are, there you go.
I always wonder that, you know, it's a constant wonder.
Oh,
7-2-1 do lose a player out in the open as they rotate west past that boatyard. Looks like S2G and Pandem have a scrap. Oh, a map! It's on our screen. I can see it. Blank, quickly. Someone take a screenshot. Someone take a screenshot of the map so that we can have that. But, oh, it's gone.
It's gone.
I didn't see too much either. I was too busy looking for someone to take a
too much.
screenshot. Oh dear. Well, Pandem seems to be having a tough time. They do manage to get a res, I believe. But they're now toe-and-toe with S2G, who have had a much tougher time in this fight. There's a knock to spray. S2G fall pretty early once again, Blank.
Yeah, it's a problem. I feel bad as well because it is sad to be looking at S2G, looking at Hamzy G and realizing that the Calci Hamzy G bromance is over. It's gone. It's never coming back. It might do in the future, but it's looking pretty bleak right now.
They need to start tying their shoelaces to get something done today because it is not looking good for them. 7-2-1, they managed to move across, lose a player, but Ida now with Emre in the area might prove to be a bit troublesome. See if they can pick up with the rest of the team. Ida do have a full surround on it. There is Al-Ula on the northeast of this fight as well, Blank. Which is going to make it potentially tougher for Ida to fully commit to a push here. To go in.
They need to extract that player, right? Emre's in a really tough position right now. Multiple nades going in. He is lucky not to go down to that next second one. He's just on the edge there inside the garage, which keeps him alive in that moment, which was critical. But like I said, for Ida, they have to extract their player. How do they go about that? At this point in time, Ida's probably wondering whether we just play on as a 3, because getting Emre out, it's a tough task.
It's going to get harder now. Aleko wants to step forwards. He's going to flush him upstairs, push him into the angle, but that gives Swain a little bit more prevalence in this angle, but has to duck down, and now they can charge up the staircase. It's all up to Emre on the hold. No assistance for the next 10 seconds, maybe. Pops to the little stair window, but not going to find it. The circle comes through as well. He's going to put pressure on the fight, and in comes... the rest of Ida. The cavalry has arrived and Emre has held his nerve. In the meantime, the rest of them are now up and into the fight, going a lot more even. Potential third party could come into this one, but the knocks are starting to come in. And in through the window, reaches there. Big nade to the back line. And now it's just one player left for 7-2-1 on this angle. Playing well, but only finds the one. Can Voin Chaikari find a third party? I don't think so.
That's a pretty wild turn up for Ida. You've got to have that confidence at this part of the day. And with where they are on the leaderboards currently, that's why they're able to make that push. They're feeling themselves right now. It looks good. Swain had the off angle, and they were able to push in. I think they realized as soon as probably Emre's communicating back, and he's like, all I have is a PPP zone. Okay, I need assistance badly. And so Ida commits to it. Boars right now in L block, coming up against Flash right now. This is usually Boars' stop-off point, and now they have to fight for it. And it's critical for them. They want to stay in the top 6 here.
Magnazada hiding in the alleyway there, avoiding the nade damage. Teammate not so lucky. Robs can't cook it in the kitchen. When able to flush him out, Magnazada wants to try and keep him safe, keep the trigger pulled there, but runs low on ammo, has to step off the angle. Wind crosses, takes a lot of damage. It's not going to be too favorable, but they'll look for the healing instead. Boars still keeping it together despite losing one.
It looks like Voin Chaikari went for a pretty big send over towards Fury's position on the south side. and they're suffering because of it. They're trying to take the shack on the top side right now. I think Fury's trying to play the dip that sits just underneath as well as the compound there. It's a good spot to play in, but we're going to check back in with this fight between Boars and the Flash. For the Boars, this is a way bigger deal here for the Flash right now, and it's not looking good for them.
Zeus actually gets caught with a little fire spread there, has to pop the first aid, but a nade finds Snoix in the back line. Win able to find the opener. It's all up to Agnazada on the angle. Has got the AK full of ammo, but it's not going to get unleashed, and Team Flash push Boars to the boundary, and they fall.
I'm pretty sure that was a 0-point game there, coming through from Boars, which is very, very rough. You got to make up those points later on, and Miramar is not always the most fun map to make up those points on. You can be a little bit more tactical about it, but I think Boars typically does excel when they're able to take those engagements. But the Flash, on the other hand, this is maybe just the beginning of a great game for them.
Very much could be. I don't know how many players they got left in tow actually on the end of that fight, so if there was damage done, could be a little bit tougher. Will go down. The Furia, they're wanting to get him back up, and probably going to be able to do so. They got their players to the south, regroup onto it. Meantime, Wingchai do not have the pressure to push this one forwards, especially with the teams around them. Okay, circle on our screens right now gives Potato Hill a huge chunk of the west side of it. 4 Thrives. Will they overthink this one?
You never know. I think for 4 Thrives right now, they're still playing well. There's still these moments where you really believe they can do it, but there has been a lot of times where they're losing players early. As much as you get towards the end of the game, it's no good if you're on S2 with Falak as well as Hazaifa up, 2 strong players.
Have to defend. Swain trying to poke his nose in. See if it's a welcome presence. I don't imagine it would be, but you've got 4 Thrives. Be able to hold it out. A regroup over onto the top of Potato Hill. And yeah, either gonna not go for it, not gonna fully commit just yet. They do have to regroup still, get a little bit more pressure on as they get their backstop to join up with their front position. Maybe after that, they will be able to find something more. Team Flash, okay, we are on board with them. It does look like they are a player down. Bozy not in this for the time being, unless he is. Never sure, quite at the moment. So
we don't believe anything.
I think they're playing as 3. I think they're playing as 3.
Gabe, suddenly decide to lie to us. Yeah. But we're gonna just take what we get at the moment. 4 Thrives to push further over towards that eastern edge of Potato Hill. Allow Ida a little bit of ground to work with. A lot of times that's best for you where you're playing a western-eastern position on Potato Hill. Sometimes you have to share that spot. You split the Jack and Potato in half. It's the only way to do it sometimes.
Just got to get in there, even if it burns the fingers. Necessary to get to the goodness on the inside, the position that they're going to be looking for. Topsy does take a knock though, unfortunately for Team Flash, leaving them on 2 now active. Otter trying to leave from apartments. They are kind of getting stuck in and amongst it as well, although they may be the ones who are keeping Team Flash locked on the inside edge. Said they needed big games to even consider getting towards top 6. It's not looking like this is going to be a big game. They've taken a knock. They do get an answer with an aid back on over.
Yeah, it's a good nade coming through from Fajita. But for Edge, if they get another performance where they drop in 9th or lower, then yeah, really at that point it's about getting some big, massive games ahead of that to grab themselves 14th place or above. Top 6 is off the cards. The Flash, though, finding a shot over towards Jiggle. Not able to get away from that one. Potato also goes down there from Voynes. He pushed a little bit too far forward. Poked his nose in a little bit too far. The Flash also, again, another nade to confirm the flush over towards Horror. That gives an opportunity for Win to push further out, maybe ahead of them here. But this is a nightmarish push for him.
Oh, the last player alive will fall, and it's Sky to pick up the point. Otter able to rack up to 3 now, as they have to play from the western side. The next circle about to show itself in about 5 seconds flank. We will see where that one lands. Still, Potato Hill on that western side, potentially a presence, but we're moving over east.
Yeah, it's involved. I think the crazy thing about this one is Potato Hill being over towards the western edge here. There's this big slope that angles itself on this west side where 4 Thrives might have to play around that. It is going to give them a lot of vision over towards the east. but a lot of teams are going to have their binoculars out. They will be looking directly at you. They will know your spot. So for Thrive, do they make a southern or a north rotation? Do they try and wrap into this one?
Or on that northern side already, don't really have as much decision to make on this. Furia looking to try and maybe start to step forwards. Furia taking shots over towards Etch as well. So a big opener onto a high ground position. It looks like two of their players are down. Okay, Ayala with a chance to nade one out as well, but not quite going to connect. Playing on the other side of the smoke, has to be more worried about the shack. Tries to burn it out. Slips down the slope, loses his footing there a bit, but steps up immediately. Checking these angles, making Furia's presence known. They're playing on a split right now, and Silence is going to be a presence downhill with Ayala playing on the two-player position.
Yeah, trying to clear a lot of the obvious spots. I mean, no matter what happens here for Furia, at least they've pushed him off the shack, which is great news for him. Void also still has Z-Tags from the backlines there, finding shots over towards them, and in comes Ida over towards 4 Thrives. They were looking to make this push for a long, long time, and eventually they figured out that potentially this is the time to make it happen. Falak was left behind as a backstop, and nade goes in, good damage. Emery's able to follow up, and there's the knock. 4 Thrives, they do not have this backstop anymore, and they need to coalesce here. They need to regroup.
How do they regroup though? With Irina right beneath them, they don't have any latitude to move around. With Ida as well, right in the thick of it. Falak will fall down, and the two players on the top are left stranded. They are not going to be able to bring this one back up. Alpha 7 on this northeastern side, trying to make their way on through, but one goes down, 2 fall. Goat team look for more. 2 players from Alpha 7 try to rotate on in. Not successful, unfortunately, as 4 Thrives continue to get run down.
Horror trying to move into towards 4 Thrives, and they're holding out very strongly, but where is Ida? Where's the third party? This would be an amazing chance. Arena, on the other hand, they're happy to steal this one away.
They'll take the points, you know, you give them to them, they're not going to say no. Otter trying to flex out downhill towards Arena slightly, but you're right, where is Ida? They are not stepping into this fight. It's a long open hill that sits in front of them. There they go, they're finally starting to put some ordnance down and maybe crest this hill.
I think they were a little bit too worried about what was happening there. Emre also down as well, so they're potentially hoping to restabilize. Horror's moving through. There's a crash on board. Sky goes down, and it's a full wipe coming through from Ida. But here comes Arena, and Ida is in the arena of their own.
Darken for one, darken for none more though. And Arena rips straight through that hilltop. A lovely western side clear for them, but regroup, get back on the bike. You do need to keep that momentum going. There is not a lot of time to be able to find position into the next circle, which is soon to pop. Etch, tough time on this eastern edge. Gonna get flushed out, will be going down.
Hilariously, Arena only comes away from that with 1 point, so they're kind of more like the referees of the cage match that was happening on top of Potato Hill there. Bit of a weird one going through from the Arena. I thought they'd come away with that with a lot more points, but they were taken away by the likes of 4 Thrives, Ida, as well as Horror. Again, for Horror, they just try to get as many points as possible, it seems. Arena wants to continue forward, but that's going to be difficult with Tony K down at the moment. They do get him back up, trying to at least desperately running towards his location.
Quite a few teams in the top 6 alive still, Blank, looking to try and solidify their positions here. Furia playing on the southeast side. You've got Aurora still playing into this match from that south edge as well. Arena looking to try and solidify. Pandem even on the top, on the north edge. Are still going on this with a couple of players. It looks like, oh, okay. We've got our tower graphic back as well, so you can see the player numbers that are coming on through for all of our teams. The elims they're able to find, are able to get 8 elims. They are doing so well right now.
This is what I was talking about. It seemed like Horror is the one to benefit the most out of that engagement on the top side. But like we said, where was Ida during all of that? I understand that Emre went down, but they could have easily picked up some more points there. Horror is just playing with reckless abandon, and it's working.
Extracting so much value. The team from Nepal doing bits right now, Blank. They are so far ahead now at this point. I mean, the gap is going to be insurmountable. You were saying that you're going to start to count Etch out of getting to the top 6. I think it would be impossible at this stage for Aura not to be in the top 6. With only 2 more matches left to play, it's just not possible.
Yeah, well, a 70-point day is an incredible day at a global, right? An 80-point day is just insane, and they're on track to hit that kind of marker come game 6. So for Horror and Nepali fans alike, this is an unbelievable performance, and they've got to be very happy with how their team is currently playing. Pandem, they started really big today, but the amount of points put on top of that really hasn't been all that much. Because remember, they started with 29 points, John.
Absolutely. So only getting, what is it, 9 more, and then the 2 they found here, 11 points, and whatever more they find into this match over the rest of the day. Not what you'd expect. But
nice shot.
Oh, lovely from Ayala to find top. But it goes to show just how important Rondo is, right? It goes back to what the desk was saying at the start of the day. How important is Rondo? It can get you into the top 6, basically on its own merit, with no other follow-up strictly necessary. Even though Zyol wants to find a little bit more to sprinkle over that one.
Zyol is just bringing the thunder and the lightning at the moment. 6 nades as well. It's a long toss on the nade. It looks fairly good. Bounces towards him, but just one too far. But that could have been something nasty. The Arena, though, they're not going to let him off lightly. Continuing to send nades down towards Zyol's position. They understand the tree he's on. Ayala keeps his eyes in the sky, but these nades are a little bit too far. That bounce is good just round the backside, but Zyol keeps him flying.
Oh, he does away from the first. The next, gonna tag a little bit more. There's a third party coming in. Arena, okay. Able to find the backlines, and Ayala steps out for 1 as well, knocks him for 6. And that's going to be Aurora down, only on 3 elims, not a monumental game. And Arena still only on 1 point on the western side, but playing as 3, and looking to try and push into the top 6 and maybe move balls aside.
This is Furious Day in the sun right now, though. 25 points in that top 6. Arena kind of challenging them. They do go down. 27 points, looks good though. Boars stay ahead of them at 28, but that could change right now if the Arena get themselves a boatload of more points as we get further into this one. Currently towards 5 teams remaining, so a top 5 at least secured here. 3 extra placement points for Arena.
Go team now with 3 players on the east side. Nobody on all 4 players. Nades over the top for Goat Team, looking to try and keep that pressure up over towards Al-Ula, who have been keeping their noses clean so far into this match for quite a while. They have been playing as 2 for a long time in the center of this circle, but with a hard north shift on this next zone, they are now very much up on the chopping block.
Pandem hoping to push themselves a little bit further here. Have the full secure up. I think it's looking very likely right now, but they just needed 1 extra decent match, and that was it. And they're already into the placement points. They have a few players still left remaining to work with here on that northern side. Unlikely to be the first to face either against these teams, so looking for a top 4, top 3. That's all Pandem's really needing here.
Just keep it chugging along. Just keep it going. On that northern side, there's a lot of danger from the east flank, though, and they have to be worried about it. A little bit reserved now, with no full 4 teams, no one having that massive presence in these circles. Goodness me. Skin of his teeth on that one. Alula, though, will take a knock on the back line. TNK actually backed off the angle by Voinchaikari. But as I was saying, with no full 4 teams, no one's taking a massively dominant position. That's going to slow things down until stage 8 pops, I imagine. Unless TNK wants to turn around and clap back over towards Voinchaikari, of course. He's able to find that knock.
Like I said, what you're looking for here is placement points. But with a big western shift on the circle towards Arena, now playing a little bit more of that high ground capability with some hard cover to work with, TNK's in a great position already. He has a fair bit of circle to work with as well. He just needs to take shots at these teams making their way into the circle now as they expose themselves. Pandem, Go, Alula.
Nades over the top, the bullets flying back and forth. Alula will fall under the pressure, not able to withstand. But it is up to Arena now to hold this high ground against the encroaching players from every angle. Nobody else really has a foothold here, Blank. It is an uphill struggle against the Arena.
It is, but Moment's taking shots. I mean, they just cannot expose themselves for a second. Good shots here from Force over towards Chabrunki.
And Last player to stand, gonna get flowed around the edge by Goat Team, but they have bigger fish to fry as well across the way because TNK Mormons opening the floodgates and just unleashing a tidal wave of bullets out their way. The volley's just too strong. The nade over the top, trying to seal the deal for Goat Team and get Pandem out of this one. That nade looks good. It's right on his toes, but he's not gonna dodge it around the edge. There's the blue zone. He denies the point, to be fair, but Point Chikari capitalized. Now, 2 versus 3. Point Chikari completely known on the position. One goes down, the second soon to follow. And E-Arena find a second chicken dinner today.
And more importantly, make their way into the top 6 off the back of that. Both Boars as well as Furia were in contention there, but that will drop Boars down towards 6. E-Arena jumps up. Really, really good stuff. And I mean, for 2 chicken dinners, you'd sort of hope you'd be in the top 6 at this point.
Oh yeah, that's what you want to see. Get in towards those top 6, in towards the last 2 matches as well. 2 chicken dinners has such a massive impact, and that is what they're going to try and capitalize on. But there's plenty more spots still very much in flux.
Absolutely. It is funny, right? You get 1 chicken dinner on Rondo, that makes your whole day. You get 2 chicken dinners, you just did. But that's just the way it happens sometimes. But E-Arena come out swinging today. They certainly were the refs on the top of Potato Hill, and they were counting all those teams out.
A beautiful performance from E-Arena to close out a second chicken dinner. We're done with Erangel now. Let's head over to Miramar next and back over to the desk.
And the first team to bust out 2 chicken dinners in this tournament, it's gonna be E-Arena, clutching it up in this one, and right on time, 7, because that will rocket launch them into that top 6. That's where you wanna be.
We have been giving credit to Hora. We have been giving credit to Pandem. And honestly, for this squad, with that performance, I'm pretty sure they're going to be pushing themselves up to that top 6. And I got to give them some credit because the third parties that they were able to do on Furia and Stroll, while they were fighting, they went for it, they made sure to clear them, and they just keep taking full control of some areas of the map here, Max.
At E-Arena, the entire game with the binoculars looking like, what the hell's happening over there? I guess we'll just send it with the buggy and just get an easy squad wipe. And they kept doing that again and again and again in this match, and able to just sweep from the western side towards the center and overwhelm with the numbers, which their last chicken dinner was thanks to a solo, Tony K, but now it was a full team effort to claim this chicken dinner, which is why I was hoping to see from E-Arena if they wanted to remain in top 6, and they did it right here on that last Erangel.
Beautifully done, and that is the last Erangel of Group A. That's so crazy to say, right? I mean, we're left with just 2 matches of Miramar. All our eyes are going to be locked on top 6 and the bottom 2 there, and we just saw like Hora as well, you know? I'm just making things happen once again.
0 placement points, yet 8 eliminations, and they were #1 thanks to that previous game, right, with a chicken dinner on Military Island. That's it for me. Ticket has been punched. They're making it into the finals here, and Nepal finally in the global finals. Good to see, 7.
Yes, good to see, and it's not good to see for some of the other teams. Because, or is it actually good to see now that I'm thinking about it? Because if Hora does end up keep performing like this, collecting a lot of points, it's just gonna make that top 6 even more compacted threshold.
Yeah.
And in the past, we were talking about, okay, 40 points. But they do end up having just a chance to make it even tighter when it comes down to those top 6.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity for them to make it happen here, but now we have 2 more games. It's going to be on Miramar. You got to put the foot down to the pedal if you want to make it in that top 6 and remain up there, because otherwise it's going to be hot to make it through the survival stage.
Tony K. Dirty K. Dirty K. This man, oh my goodness. I mean, you guys were right. It used to be Tony K. Not anymore. No. Step over, my boy, because this man has been performing for this squad, and this is what you want to see. Now, I'm hoping, I'm not going to lie, I'm hoping some of the other players do end up start putting up more numbers, because when we end up in the finals, if this squad makes it to the finals, this is just not going to end up working out when you only end up getting, what, 6 eliminations?
I think this is what you got to do, though, right? Whenever your top fragger leaves the squad, right, just replace it with someone whose name's close enough, and the comms are going to be just so simple. You know what I'm saying?
It's just Boruto vibes. It's a new generation.
Let's take a look here at the match ranking. 16 points, of course, for Arena. That is absolutely clutch for them. 13 as well for Go. And, man, Furia, they needed these ones bad, right? So they were able to put up a last 2 matches left to go. I mean, we had to see people pull out all the stops here.
One team that actually needed those points bad was Void, and Void was able to clutch up there with those 8 points. Hopefully he's going to push him even closer to that top 6. Alula as well, a team that we saw being in the bottom 2. They're going to be pushing themselves out of that. And one team that was still on the bottom that I'm not seeing here on this first pitch after that match is Edge. What happened?
I thought you were going to say Alpha 7.
No, I mean Alpha 7 too. They're 1 point, like, these are the reigning champions. What the heck's going on?
Yeah, S2G2, right? I mean, what the hell's happening there?
I'll tell you what, man, it's like you start drama online, it just like comes back to bite you, dude. I mean, 4 Thrives are struggling here, Alpha 7, S2G. What is going on? I mean, at the end of the day, we know that these teams, you know, one good game and it could rocket launch them up. But, I mean, S2G, they're in the bottom 2 here, 7.
And it goes along with what I was saying in regards to a team being able to put up good points and just keep stealing points over and over again. It's just going to make this even more compact, boys, as we can see right there. Right now, 6th place is separated by just 1 point when you end up looking at that 7th place, Max.
So we're looking at these leaderboards, right? Top 6 is where you want to be if you want to make it straight to the grand finals from Group A. Do we have some teams who are like instantly locked in? I would say Horror, 100% locked in. Even Pandem, I would say, for me, I don't see them really slipping out of top 6. Do you agree?
Oh, dude. Horror, Pandem, E-Arena, Aurora, in my head,
top 4?
is locked in. Yeah, top 4 is
Oh,
locked
okay.
in.
I was going to go like top 3 possibly, but top 4 locked in for you? Okay.
I think it's fair. I think it's fair because we're going into Miramar. There's so much craziness there. I think you really got to go with the teams that have already put something on the board. It's always more difficult, right, to pull out a big game, especially when so many squads are so desperate.
Yeah, it's going to get really dicey. You're going to have some teams getting really, really desperate. As you said here, Hot Jukes are looking at Fury in particular. Having some really good plays. One individual player dodging 10 grenades behind that tree. Just like, oh, Matrix style here coming out from Fury. So really happy. We'll see if it would be interesting if the Brazil team that makes it out of the group of death is not Alpha 7, but actually Furia. As here we go to the second page, and Void sure getting a decent amount of points, but still looking to be just comfortably high up on that second page.
5 points away from top 6. That's exactly where you want to be, especially with 2 matches left. Where you don't want to end up being is when we end up looking more towards the bottom. 4 Thrives, this is the biggest disappointment of the day. Wow. I mean, I'm looking at Alpha 7 as the champions. Honestly, I seen them kind of slow down, but for 4 Thrives, the expectations that we had, and I know we didn't get a chance to actually show the interview that I was able to do, and I talked with Naki, but I was pretty much talking with him and asking him, what's going on with the squad? It looks like you guys are, they're just not able to make up their mind. They're overthinking stuff, and that's exactly what they said. And he came down to, guess what? What John was able to say during the match as well, how important Rondo was. That was the starting match. That was the starting map. They usually use that as a booster in a way.
Launching point.
As a launching point, and it didn't end up going their way. And once again, it looks like 4 Thrives is just getting into their heads. They cannot overcome that hump.
You can't let one single game demoralize you to this extent, because we've seen so many fumbles. Even this last game, they were holding on to the side of Potato Hill, and then they just get completely overwhelmed by 3 teams at once because they were playing just a little bit too passive, in my opinion. They have that potential, but I think that in this case, for Group A, I think it's game over.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, what are the chances, right?
Wait a second. For 4 Thrives, you don't think they can make it to top 6 right now?
No,
with 2
I
matches
don't think
left?
so. No, from the gameplay I've seen so far, like purely mindset-wise, I think it's over.
Okay, I was just making sure I understood that.
Yeah.
I might be with you, actually.
Huh. I don't even think Alpha 7's going to do it. I think we're going to see them in the survival stage at this point. I mean, with these last 2 matches, the desperation's at an all-time high. I think everything that you're used to playing is just now kind of out the window. And to pull out of a big game is going to be hard. But, I mean, we know they can do it, right? It's just the odds of it, I think, are really...
Mental reset tonight in the hotel. We'll come back tomorrow. Even wait a minute. There's no tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just game over instantly. So, team. to get desperate in Miramar. If you see a fight opportunity, you kind of pull the horror card and just start going for big third-party plays, kind of hiking up those elimination points, and that might be your one ticket to make in top 6 at the very end, because passiveness, it's not going to be enough to put you in that top 6 with only 2 games remaining.
I know I said top 4 is locked in. And as much as I am,
there we go. Second thoughts.
As much as I am talking about 4 thrives, I don't agree with what you said earlier. And I'm thinking about it. I'm like, with just how close everything is, and with the way that some of the squads in the top 6 are already performing, I think all they need, some of these teams, like Alpha 7, we know that that's a squad that can put up maybe up to 20 points. We see them perform really, really well in Miramar. I think they can maybe end up making the jump to that top 6, but it has to start here with this match. I feel like after this match, we will definitely have a bigger picture and a better idea of who's going to be getting to this top 6, who even has a shot on the final game, and who's just going to be hoping that they don't end up in the final too, because they'll go home.
I'm confused. What were you disagreeing with?
I'm disagreeing on also 4 thrives. I don't think 4 thrives is counted out yet. I think 4 thrives can still put up a good performance and push themselves there within contention on the final match to actually make it to top 6. But we have to see more. I need to see eliminations. I need to see not just the placement points. I need to see the 4 thrives that everybody wants to see.
I want to see 4 thrives committed to their locations on the map. If I see that, I will not give up on them just yet. For me, the way they're playing is not good enough to make a final dash in top 6. That's my main issue.
And that's when they start overthinking it too, right? We kind of see it throughout just for today. They get into a location and they maybe take a fight, and then they just either back away from it or just go do something completely different that makes no sense.
Yeah, really confusing times for 4 thrives.
I think out of those 2, I mean, I think if anybody has a chance, it's Alpha 7. These guys definitely have all the experience in these kind of like tough make or break situations. So, I mean, if any squad can do it, it is them. But the odds are so stacked against them right here, right? You got Furia, who have popped off multiple Smash Point wins in other big events, right? Yes. I mean, they are right there on that cusp. They're going to be playing extra aggressive. All those teams in that mid-pack are kind of going to make things more difficult. So it's definitely going to be harder, but I would love to see it. I would love to see some crazy pop-off match from one of these 7th, 8th, place teams on down that just rocket launch them up and just shake things up.
I want to see Void step up. Sure, they got himself a decent finish here. They got 2nd place, but only 2 eliminations in the 2nd place. That's really low for a team that gets to the podium. I feel for a team of this caliber with a fragging potential, and like Zed in particular, that was the PMGO SEA MVP for this season in spring. Where's that fragging power that we saw back in SEA? It's not here right now. They're just purely making it at the top of the 2nd page off of placement points. That fragging potential is not there just yet.
So I'm just smiling over here because now being here in Southeast Asia, being in Indonesia, being in Jakarta, I have been hearing rumors that SEA is not what it used to be. And I'm hoping that those questions get answered after this tournament, because right now SEA, Pandem, luckily for them, it is putting up good numbers, and they're kind of keeping them in contention too, but other squads have not been showing up.
I mean, really, Pandem, I would say, would be the underdog going out of the Indonesian teams of SEA especially, right? You're looking at the bigger names, your Bigotrons, your, not Alter Ego in that case, but all the other big names, we would be expecting to do well, but no, Pandem qualifying through PMGO Indonesia, able to actually follow through with that initial performance, and Rondo is also going to be important going into the finals. Boy, if they do well on Rondo, Pandem, they could steal it the entire tournament here in those finals.
Yeah, that's so crazy. I mean, with how powerful they are in Rondo and have proven to be over and over, it's not a fluke at this point, right?
Oh, no.
I mean, these guys could pop off for sure. And, we want to see a little bit more consistency at some of the other maps, but, I mean, when you have performances like that, it definitely shows your domination. One thing that I go as I look further down the leaderboards, I think there's 3 squads in particular that have gained a serious fan. Okay, guys, right? I'm talking about Alula, I'm talking about S2G, and I'm talking about Etch. And that fan is Rosemary, dude. That guy is screaming at the top of his lungs for these 3 teams to pop off right now.
Why do you say that?
Because,
they eliminated
4 thrives is right above him.
Oh, okay. All right, sure. Interesting take.
Is he watching? Maybe he's just angry. I'm not watching PMGO Season 1.
Rosemary who? I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay. My gosh.
He's not here.
Yeah, he's not here.
That's a solid question. We were getting asked, who's better? I mean, right now, you would have to say Falag, but if you actually take into contention everything, Rosemary is a much better player with an insane amount of trophies. To speak for himself. Falag has finally decided to catch some of the other trophies, but this performance right now is not what people want to see.
Well, here we go for the first time in this tournament. we are going to Miramar. We're headed to the desert, baby. The last 2 matches for Group A. Let's see which teams are going to be able to make that clutch win, that crazy amount of eliminations to rocket launch them straight into the grand finals.
And we're talking earlier about plane paths that we were able to see that we didn't really like in Erangel, especially towards the end. We actually liked the last one. And this plane path right now, Max, I'm not hating it. Straight down the middle.
Right over the side of El Picado. El Picado.
El Picado.
El Picado. And over Picado, sending it over to the western side in El Pozo. There you go, El Pozo.
There you go.
Talk about El Pozo. So this is going to be good for Alpha 7, right? And as you stated already here, 7, looking at Alpha 7, they are a team that has, in the past, done really well on the Dusty Dunes. And this could be the map that literally brings them back into the tournament, secures them in the top 6, but they need to get the points on board. And hopefully, no one's going to commit to the hot drop in that city.
Realistically, how many points do we think they actually need? In my mind, I'm going to say 9 points.
9 points. Ooh.
Give me 15 to be safe.
Alrighty. I like the way you think. I was trying to be generous too. I wasn't trying to go too high, but yeah, 15.
Give me 50 points.
I think that
We're
can
not
work.
in Rondo, sir.
Oh yeah, I forgot. No recall.
No recall indeed, but you know what? It's time to call in our casters with a beautiful circle of Los Leones. Let's take it on over to John Allen and Blake.
We've got a city slap bang in the middle. Los Leones, the main feature of this first circle on Miramar. And we'll see how our teams navigate the terrain around them. We're hoping that there's no hot drops. It looks like we might be going that way. Either a little bit interspersed near E-Arena, near Aura to the north, but I think they're going to be able to settle their differences and split off, get a little bit of a looting phase on this game.
Yeah, you're over towards the plateau around Power Grid. It's not a terrible place to play, around San Montana as well. So I think that this is not a huge issue for them. The Flash also starting in Los Leones is a good spot to begin in. I think that plane path is a little bit tougher than people might expect it to be, down towards the southeast side to start off with. So wherever you're getting out, and typically you do want to get out early on Miramar to get those vehicles, you're moving around Los Leones south side, around Puerto Paraiso, around Impala, and then having to wrap around. So it did mean that quite a lot of the north side of the map was unclaimed for quite a while. So teams did have to get a bit of a move on to move into position. Aurora Gaming didn't really have that problem though. They were able to get straight over towards Chumacera. Everyone knows Chumacera is a great spot to start in. Now there are a couple of teams I did want to talk about. The Des touched on one of them on Alpha 7. I'd like to also talk about Boars because this is a team that plays really well at long range. Snowex, Vagnazada, very, very good at that. It's why they bring Robs in as well, because he is kind of that CQC guy, the guy that can fight up close combat, but they have Snowex as well as Vagnazada to fill in those gaps, and Terminus is a very good all-rounder on the team as well. So Alpha 7, we are looking for more on this team. This is their bread and butter. Let's see what they can get done here.
Hopefully they'll find themselves at home on the Dusty Dunes. S2G as well, looking to lift themselves out of the doldrums down in 15th place. That is not where you expect to see a team with such big name brand recognition there. For S2G, this is not the result they were looking for. To go home on day 1 would be a massive blow, if not to the ego, to the wallet as well.
Yeah, I mean, for the org, S2G is such a well-known, it's a household name as well in Turkey, so I think for them to go out, like actually in 15th, 16th, go home. I do want to remind everyone that we play these groups out. Top 6 goes through, 7th through 14th through to survival stage, but 15th and 16th, they're gone. They're completely gone. They'll be taking flights home after this. So for S2G, there's still time to fix this, but it's not looking hopeful at the moment.
They definitely can jump up, and quite far, all things considered. We talked about the impact of a single chicken dinner, right? And the point differential between 10th and 6th place is 10 points, right? That's just a chicken dinner on placements alone. And definitely able to try and exceed that with Elim. So very much strikeable for everybody who's 14th and up, and even to an extent from 15th place. As much as it's difficult, it's achievable. However, that boundary's going to move. Right?
Yeah.
So you need to be going further.
On a brighter note, I do think for Miramar, it is probably a better place for the guys on S2G anyway. Solke is a little bit of a strategical thinker. Miramar gives him a lot more time to figure out those next steps, where he wants to take the team. Lost historically one of the best long-range players we had seen come out from Turkey. dominated back on Vikendi in the day from castle positions. He was the one you really wanted to look out for. So again, I think for S2G, Miramar, this is a good spot to start fixing things, making things right. For 7-2-1, on the other hand, 16 points, you know, it's not been bad. They're beginning to do some end games here, over on Erangel as well, on tough circles. Yeah, I think that when we're listening back to the desk here, John, there is one clear sentiment that's brought up multiple times, which is based off the gameplay so far. That's brought up so much, and I think it is a really big thing to take away from some of our squads, particularly Alpha 7, who have been fairly quiet other than that rondo at the start of the day.
16 points to show for it on the day for 3 of our rosters. Wanting to push a little bit further. Etch, the team that most desperately wants to push further. Okay, hang on a minute. We've got a crash. The Boars are in. Over to 7-2-1. No knocks on the run-up. They're looking to find something, but the first goes down, 2 goes down. Rehan is on a tear today. He's doing so much work. 3 players have fallen for the Boars. They are getting swept aside. Where do they go?
Oh my goodness me. They are laughing at that push coming through from Boars. It got shut down so quickly.
I mean, Rehan is an absolute madman. That was insane. He held, on his building, there were 3 players from the Boars going in. He's just tearing straight through them.
On a more important note, that is an absolute miserable push there for Boars. Knowing they're in 6th place right now, they've got 1 game to rectify this. And this is after I made a big hullabaloo about this team being good on Miramar.
Well, they won't be able to show it this time around. That is really tough stuff on the bubble. With Furia breathing down their neck. 1 point difference. Goat team, Voin, Chaikere, all looking to try and just push past that boundary. I don't think the Boars end this match in the top 6.
Absolutely not. I think for Boars, what they'll come away with is a good springboard to get back into the top 6, but that's about it. But the pressure is going to be so high for them going into that final match of the day. I don't know how well this team's going to deal with it. They're a newly formed squad. They've been practicing together for quite a while. This is their time to bring things together at a global. I think that stress is going to get to them. I mean, it would get to me.
Hopefully they...
not me.
Yeah, hopefully they're not you. And will have a cooler head to prevail through this difficulty. Of course, the history of all of these players, they're no stranger to stage pressure.
They're not,
But
no.
the shortness of this match set really compounds it, right? It's going to be only 1 opportunity after only a day of games. And that is a very tough pill to swallow. Very likely to see them into the survival at least. Yeah, okay, here's the cross angles, here's the holdout. So it wasn't just Rehan on the inside. The rest of his team were very much pivotal on holding out that push.
Yeah, there were some great off angles coming through, so amazing shots. It's a great setup as well from them, and I think they understood they were going to get pushed at some point, and that setup is extremely strong from 7-2-1, so they were very ready for it. We're looking over towards the southeast side of the map is where we're going to head over towards Impala and the crossroads that sit in this location. There's high ground down towards that southeast side, and the sprawling city of Los Leones also included. So this really cuts things up a little bit, right? You have the north side towards La Bendita, but this is kind of barren land. You don't want to sit in Los Leones too deeply because then getting out is going to be hard. Do you want to commit towards the southeast side on that high ground? I don't know. There's some difficult decisions for the teams to make in the future here.
I'm interested in the teams that are chasing right now. For Goat Team, this is great, right? They're in 8th place. They've already got an elim. They are really starting to hound down that 6th place. But for Furia, on the other side of Los Leones, they are actually right next to Voin Chaikere. So there could be a battle to decide who gets the chance to take on Goat Team on the south side. It is very much this group of 3 teams that is chasing that are all in the same location on the circle. The Boars want this to go really badly.
They want that to stop. Can that stop, please? But yeah, I think that even for these teams, Aurora Gaming, they're on the pursuit right now. They're heading up back towards the side of Furia. They're heading through that south side of Los Leones. Ida here, trying to escape. They're right on the funnel. And this is the problem La Bendita causes. Teams have to move around the side, which more often than not pushes teams closer together. So you have Alpha 7, you've got Pandem, you've got Ida. Ida now has to make this big swing towards the east, towards Impala. They're likely going to run into Alpha 7 at some point, and because Alpha 7 took a bit of a wider ramp earlier on, they have priority on the zone.
They are just coming into the west ground of Impala right now, and Ida going to be potentially pushing in behind them. Difficult hold, or Ida could try and actually go further east, try and escape Alpha 7 altogether, wrap around Impala maybe? I mean, that's a really bold decision if they go for it.
You could swing warehouses potentially, but that's a living spot. That's not a get a big game spot.
I think, to be fair, I think it might be a good option for them. We're into stage 2, so the blue zone's survivable. You imagine that maybe there's someone in Impala already. You go around the back of those mountains. Yeah, I think it's doable, but they actually are going to go through Impala and maybe take a similar sort of spot a little bit closer to the zone.
Well, you can grab high ground, right? Above church, it's not a bad idea. It gives you a lot of position to scout from, figure out your next move. So I think for Ida, this is not too bad. Let's take stock of the rest of the circle, though. S2G currently playing a 2-2 split across the road. It's not a bad position. It is a bit of a gamble, though. Getting away from this spot, as more and more teams come in, they will have more sight lines looking over towards that northeast side. So S2G hoping for that northeast shift. Aurora Gaming actually were able to kind of snake their way through Los Leones, but that's the circle that S2G is looking for. That's decent, that's workable.
They are on the northern side of it a little bit, but a lot of the teams are already to their south. Getting through this cut, you do need to be moving fast with a direct target. For Alpha 7, if they've scouted out that there's the building 3 south towards this junction, they might look to try and push up towards it, but it's more likely that they just sort of stop, chill out where they are. There is a little bit of cover to be playing around there with the roadside, with those roadside positions as well. They could potentially just stop off there. Ida not going to challenge them. They're all the way on east on Impala already. It's this south side that's starting to become a little bit of a boiling point.
Yes, this is around a lot of the high ground as teams start to push out of it. Fury are passing by Voin at the moment, quiet as they can, to be honest with you, trying to not alert them to their presence so they get ahead of them. They should take them down earlier. Go, though, opening up over towards Aurora. Aurora trying to push further and further through. This is the team that's coming into the circle with limited information, John. It's a high nade. It's a big toss coming through from Ayato. It goes a little bit, swings far. That next one looks fairly decent, but that one also swings down the hillside. An unfortunate bounce on it.
Just a little bit over the lip. It's not going to connect. The spray downs look pretty good, though. Pretty solid. Force.
Wow.
Okay, that was Focus who managed to get that one out in the open. That wasn't from the angle that we had there, but still able to do a lot of damage. And with Rufus dispatched on the off angle, the nades are going to continue to bombard. Connects on that one. Top 3 knock. Doc and Ziol now, 2 players alive for Aurora. Looking to try and pick up the pace here. Try to get those reses. Try to move out and get the res out in the open. It looks like they've managed to look for it and go lose a player to a knock from Edge.
Edge getting a knock here is a big deal for Aurora Gaming. They are under the vice right now, and it is squeezing at the moment towards them. They're able to get a player out down towards the party bus, get themselves a quick res as well. In the meantime, it's a tough position to leave for Aurora Gaming, but this is a tough game to leave early anyway. They're currently in 4th place. They get a decent game here. They pretty much secure their top 6 going into the final game.
What you're looking for, top 6 is what it's all about. Get through to the finals directly. Aurora Gaming, they are really not having a good day. I mean, yeah, that's an immediate double knock. There is really no way now that they can get out to get those reses. They're playing on us too. The question is, how far can they go? Grab 6 points on this game, 4 points on this game. That may just be enough to be able to secure that top 6 spot for them, and they will have to try and play a commiserative game now.
Yeah, Goat just put the hoof on them. Did not let go. Aurora Gaming unable to get away from it, but yeah, this is a survival game now for the final 2 players. Rufus, well, his compadre in that location. I mean, it's the only way to go about this. Rufus is a good player to still have up and kicking on the squad. Really has been pulling his weight today on the team. Circle moves far down towards the southeast side. This is just horrendous terrain all around. Teams are going to have to play a real blinder to get this to work for themselves. But first, many teams are going to get themselves out from that north side and also the west. You got Pandem, 4 Thrives, the Flash all trying to make this squeeze on the western edge. They don't want to pass through on this open ground on that north side. It is a tough ask for a lot of these squads.
Alula with now one silos to a leader, put pressure on. Will continue to do so. Just claws now remaining for Alula. S2G regroup blank. They've moved out to their east point and are potentially looking to put their nose into the south of their spots. That regroup necessary and done without any disaster.
Yeah, they hear the degradation of Alula on this south side, right? They can see the players going down in the Elim feed. They decide maybe this is a good time to start moving across here whilst teams down there are distracted. For Claws, it's not likely he's going to clap back too much over towards them, so this is a good opportunity to start moving. Ida as well as Alpha 7. This has been a hard game for them. It's been tricky on this east side, and they have had to pull off some tricks of their own to make their way out of it. Ida did take that high ground as we suggested. Now they've got Rita scouting down towards the south side on those warehouses. It's playing out pretty much as we expected. The Flash, though, coming up against 4 Thrives. This is not what they want to happen. There is a knock over towards Zeus. 4 Thrives fighting for their lives here.
Needing to put these points on the board. Team Flash want to take it away from them. Zeus still knocked, but not flushed just yet. Farlak leading the charge with T24 as well. Entering the building. IQ trying to play backstop, but those angles will be diminished. The power of his position will be taken away. Mosey on the off angle there. Might be in for a nice nade out to the back line, but a 1-for-1 trade on the inside. And Team Flash keep control of their down players. A big pick up there, and Topsy looking to get the res early. In the meantime, GOAT team are taking casualties across the way, and they are trying to chime into this fight too.
You're right, John. I mean, having the control over towards the bodies is a big deal here, but Bozy doesn't want to let it up. You've also got 721 poising themselves off in the distance, and this is further in towards the circle, so this looks like a death spiral for both teams.
4 Thrives now with IQ and T24, but they're knocked down to just the 1. The angles are low, and the points are just getting slurped up from those angles. In comes 721, with Farlak still on his feet. He won't find himself there for much longer. Now T24 has a chance to step up to the plate. Goes for 1. Can he find more? I don't think he's going to be able to do it. And 4 Thrives fall on the east point of Los Leones.
20 points found this game, but teams ahead of them starting to gain a little bit of steam, a little bit of action inside of this map, and they continue to go further, marching towards that 6th place position. GOAT is right on the cusp, 28 points. Furia still chasing. Furia really hasn't had to move all that much, though. They've been playing down towards the south side, so haven't had to get too involved in any fights. But they're looking for the chicken dinner this match. That would be ideal for them, but undoubtedly, with the way that the points are stacking up, Boars will be dropping out.
And imagine if Boars had won that fight. They would be where 721 is right now. 6 elims, looking good, able to play on this west side. They would be securing their spot, but their crash goes poorly. They do not find that fight a great...
That's putting it nicely.
Yeah, poorly. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm being kind to them. But this circle looks to be pretty kind to the teams up on the north side as well. This south approach is still nasty. And Voinchakari and Furia, 2 of the teams that are chasing for that 6th place spot, are kind of cut out on this.
Yeah, it's an awkward terrain, though, with things starting to dip down towards edge right now. So it's going to be a lot of edge gameplay going forward in this game for a lot of teams. GOAT will be looking to hold out versus E-Arena down towards the southwest. Horror really don't need to do much more, but they're contending for it. And now they're up against S2G, and S2G desperately needs these points.
Ooh, GOAT do get stopped there in their tracks, but not before they take the bubble away as well. In the meantime, they are now in 6th, but by only the 1 point. So it's really, really still very much all to play for. As we hop on over back to what we got on our screens, S2G on the north side, over towards E-Arena on the southwest side as well. Trying to make their way in and secure their spot too.
Nice.
S2G on the hold.
Gotta say, right now, the smoke train came through, some good bait on the utility, but S2G was patient. They pulled the pins, they put them back in, and they waited for this moment as Horror moved up. Again, I like the bait coming through from Horror, but it just has not worked here, and it's a fantastic nade posted round the side, and S2G come out looking squeaky clean. Not could be said for Alpha 7, though, as they take more and more casualties, and they are down in 13th place, just 17 points, the previous PMGC champions.
And they may become the bubble team after this match as well, with S2G looking strong on the north side. The placement's going to be kicking in soon. Alpha 7 draw far too short for their own liking. Alpha 7 being on the bubble of elimination going into the final match, Blank, is an insane story.
It is almost criminal. It would be a real shame not to see them move through to at least the survival stage. A team that's looking for the Grand Slam to win at every single big global around the world. We'll have to wait and see. Still one more map in us today.
The last Miramar to go. I mean, two of the teams that we were saying, oh, maybe they favor Miramar, it's going to be good. Boars and Alpha 7 have now both gone kaput. And it is a wash for both of those two teams. They are in a real bad place right now. Boars are happier, all things considered. They would like to go directly, but they're still very much confirmed in towards those survival stages, pretty much no matter what. So it's all eyes on S2G to see if they can take down one of their big brand rivals, right?
Oh, yeah.
Alpha 7 versus S2G, not for first place.
Scrapping
not
out.
even for third place, not even for sixth place. For a spot in the survivals.
Just scrapping it out towards the bottom of the lobby. For Edge, they're hoping to get some points. And right now, with that position, it's looking likely. Unless something absolutely that they'll be making it through. Aurora Gaming, they do have Reefus. He's out on the sidelines. He's just waiting. Biding his time, looking for those placement points. Again, for Aurora Gaming, those placement points, anything they get here is good. They just don't want to drop out the top 6. It's a massive boon going straight towards those grand finals. It takes a lot of the pressure off.
Ooh, a lot of damage to Furia. They're taking a knock. Eagle now going low as well. There are off angles coming on through. Ida making it tough. Furia going down to a lot of shots. A knock came through from Point Chikari as well. I mean, this is good news for the Boars if this south side resolves with both of those two teams going down. It means that no one's going to accelerate away from them. But if one of them earns the points from the other, that's still not good news either.
I do think for Fury here, yes, they had this south side, but they needed to start posting up scouts, right? That's the big thing they need to have happen. They need to secure this eastern side as teams came in, because Ida's going to cause a big amount of problems for them. Might even cause some casualties. Right now they are dealing with it successfully though. There's still players in the back there with Emre, Swain, Fury now, which is kind of a problem.
It is a real tough going for them. A nice pickup comes through over towards Swain, and Ayala looks for the flush. That one will be snapped away. Furia move up into 7th, so the Boars drop one place further. More potentially on the cards, and maybe the Goats are next up to go down. With the placement points also kicking in fairly soon, they may be able to guarantee breaking that tie against Goat team in that 6th place. 7-2-1 may have finally met their match in the arena, as his only Joker to get knocked here. Looks like they're going to be able to put that one back together. Mormon steps forward, has got the spray down for the backup with his teammate. Okay, that was way too dangerous for my liking. Now they need to get the reses on pretty quickly because Arena have to move.
I mean, that was pretty intense, dude. Very, very intense. Almost was disastrous for them. Furia moving up over towards the remnants of Ida. Good shots coming through from Darkin. Emre is down. Darkin trying to keep it all together. Finds 2, but it's not enough.
Furia able to roll over the spot, but at what cost? They do jump up into 6th. They are flagging now, though, and S2G are over the hill. Their chance to put more points on the board as they get their position on the east side. A big flex out for them. Pandem as well on the southwest edge. Looking to try and hamper Arena as they leave the spot to crash in towards Etch of all teams in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, Etch is just trying to get themselves out from that bottom side of the tables. S2G clean up Furia. Now, the huge thing here is now the tables get so incredibly tight for the top 6. You got 28, 29, 32, 35. It's all possible on that next game, even for 7-21. Voin is also going to post up some big points here, potentially, from this south side. The last game is going to be monumentally difficult.
It's so close on these tables. I mean, even on the 11th, sorry, on the 14th place bubble, it's going to be a tough go of it, right? Because you're talking about ones of points between these teams.
Yeah.
Even if that's the case, right? You're talking tiebreakers at this stage to see who's going to be able to jump through. S2G have elevated themselves here, Blank, out of 15th place. They are into 14th, and they will be jumping up further as well. The question is how far. Of course, the placement points guaranteed to them when they finish their game will guarantee to push them further. But the question is how far. With 5 elims, an eastern side flank onto the majority of this lobby, they could go far.
Good. I mean, it's a hard one, man. Our format right now is like running a unicycle through a barbed line tunnel, trying to get towards that top 6. I do really feel for the players in this situation, but you got to give it your all here. It's the only way. For Voin, they're still looking strong on that south side, but S2G, it's been a good performance so far. Mormon, great nade over towards the guys on Pandem. They are looking battered and bruised, but they immediately went for the res, and Mormon just has to post another one. It's the easiest second nade of his life.
And he looks for more as well. Gets a knock, gets another point, and Pandem cannot find their feet here in the solo scrap out. More nades still in the pocket for Mormons, and he wants to post them over. Not quite connecting, just into the buggy in time. He may be running dry now on the nades, though. Doesn't have any more in the pocket. Has to try and burn out the ridgeline. Pandem try and divert. Etch now up to bat against Pandem. Playing as 3.
Left the building, though.
They have left the building. They've flexed out. They've pushed up. They were trying to third party. And the internal team now has to deal with it. The first knock is good, though, and a lot of damage done besides. Speed nades in through the corridor, tries to bounce it, looks good for the knock, but he gets the flush instead. The long range, but there's a player behind him. They need to be worried about him on the inside. Oh no, he's given them the turnaround. And the solo now for Pandem may have opened up Etch.
Dimsy looking to make this happen. Fajita goes incredibly low. Dimsy's going to go for the first aid kit at the same time as Fajita. He'll hit his first and can peek first. Moves over towards the backside, towards the paneling. Tries to get towards the top of the stairs here on the decking. But Fajita in a troubling spot now for Etch. They made a classic mistake. Left the building whilst all the players were still in vehicles. But very quick decision making from Pandem. You've got to give them that.
They made that choice and they're going to stick to it. Fajita on the door frame, though, puts them out of their misery. And I mean, this is the best spot we've seen from Etch for a while, as Voinchaikari now tried to step up, but they've got Reefers to handle. They'll be able to do it. Another team falls, and another set of placement points adding to that tally of Voinchaikari.
But still, 3 points there for the guys over on Aurora Gaming in terms of placements. Reefers gets them far into that game. Etch stays alive, and it looks like Voin's going to take it all. And for a team that was looking a little bit worse for wear on the tables, they had not many points at the start of the day. This is a real turnaround.
Points now at a premium for S2G on 7 elims. A chicken dinner, getting a 17 to 20 point game. Would put them in the running going into the final match for a 6th place spot. I mean, it just goes to show how volatile this one-day format is for these qualification spots. It's very likely that they've already done enough to solidify their position out of the bubble on the bottom side, but how much further can they go? Voinchaikari as well, looking to try and jump up into that 6th place spot.
Yeah, what else can they grab here? For S2G, the way they're lining themselves up, they've got an MG3 as well, which is nice. But for S2G, the way that they're lining themselves up, it looks very much like they're trying to set themselves up for a big endgame win.
What you need to be doing, Voinchaikari try and step out, immediately lost. Sends him to the belt.
They've got 2 loot crates, man. I mean, this is S2G games to lose.
It's going central on this next circle. It's closing already. It's going to push everyone out into the open. These buildings will have to be vacated. Fajita proving to be a bit of a thorn in the side here, and potentially ruining the day coming on through with a big knock around the door frame. Now they have to step forwards. Are they not going to commit for the res? I don't think they are. They don't feel like they have time. He's going to get flushed away. The nade not connecting. And there's another angle as S2G roll in. Etch may have been able to snaggle a 2nd place out of this if he plays it well, but he's on the door frame. There's 1, and Etch nearly finds a 2nd as well. Voinchaikari now will fall down, and S2G don't need that lineup. They march forward, and they take a crucially timed chicken dinner.
Like we were saying, Solke, give him time to think, give him time to prosper here on Miramar, and he'll make it happen. This is a good game for them. But again, I think for S2G, they've got a lot of players on side, a lot of global experience. That's the veteranship that you need here, where it's looking grim, it's looking dark at the end of the day. The sun is going down, but you're still putting up points.
And points, as I said, are at a massive premium right now. They are so valuable to these teams, jumping up to get into that fight for 6th place. The tables are so close, and with S2G adding a whole bunch of points to the bottom of the table, they not only put themselves in the running, they've taken teams like Alpha 7 out of the run, who are now on the bubble, at the bottom of the table. Alpha 7, Blank. Am I saying it right? Alpha 7?
You are. This is probably the scariest final Miramar of the year so far for all teams involved. A quick pass through to the top 6, or do you go home right now?
What is happening? What is going on today? This is absolute madness. First off, okay, before we get into all that, gotta give the props to S2G, man. I mean, whoa, talk about last minute clutch. I know their owner is doing a little viewer party here, and he absolutely popped off with that win, and I completely understand why.
We were wondering if it was going to be Alpha 7. It was a team that was in the bottom 2, Max.
No.
Being able to just push themselves all the way up now in contention to make it to top 6.
Where was this S2G on the first 4 games of today? As you say here, Odrix, it's about time, because this was literally such a good executed game too there. The 3-1 split on a northern eastern compound outside of Impala. They get pushed upon by Hora, and they regroup onto that defense and actually just shut down Hora pretty much instantly. It did not even look like a fight, in my opinion. And then even a third party over to the eastern side, 7 from S2G onto Furia. They're looking so confident, looking to be so aggressive, and the timing is so strong too. So, I mean, yeah, this game alone at least here, 7, does make sure they're not going to be in the bottom 2 after that last Miramar.
They're still going to have a chance to either go to survival or maybe end up in the top 6, because honestly, once we end up seeing that overall, due to teams performing so well today, they just have compacted that leaderboard so much, and I can't wait to see how much compacted it's actually going to be. How many points? Is it going to be 1? Is it going to be 2?
I mean, look at this replay. We just saw more. With all the nades, he just destroyed all of Pandem with like 4 or 5 grenades in a row. It's crazy moments.
Adil. Ayo boy. Pedin. Berdua gas. 2 1. Waduh. Nice. Mati sana boy. Mati sana boy. Ke belakang boy. Absen, Cok.
As you can see, the final blow. I'd love to be able to hear some player comms, but oh, what craziness. And I gotta give some love to Etch as well, man. Those guys fighting for their lives towards the end there with that shotgun, just trying to keep their tournament hopes still in the game, right?
But actually a very big mistake from Etch this game, I think, which is they had a strong compound, kind of also protecting Reefus in the meantime, was very interesting, that dynamic. But then if you're fighting us, your compound is free. So we're going to go for a quick pivot and try and snatch it away from ourselves. And actually, it kind of disrupted the entire game plan of Etch. So I feel a very strong podium finish.
Yeah, crazy strong podium finish indeed here. But man, I'll tell you one thing as well. One team that was starting off very, very slow and suddenly started really heading off for the races here. It's got to be 7-2-1 here, 7.
Yeah, well, we're giving credit there to Edge. We got to give credit to 7-2-1 because my goodness, that defense that they had on board was absolutely spectacular. Not only that, I think it was Rehan that was able to get 2 players with that DBS, and they just shut down the push from Bohr so quick that I don't even think Bohr was expecting it to happen. It was just in the blink of an eye, and 7-2-1 was on top.
We didn't know we queued for a TDM. That was really quick. What's going on? But no, especially the fact that Bohr went out. They were the cutoff team, right? In this position. They went out, followed up by then Go, and then who was remaining there? It was Furia. They got actually a decently strong finish there at the very end. So maybe Furia could be looking to make a final jump in the top 6 and be the one team from Brazil to be in top 6, which we wouldn't expect.
I mean, they are the champions.
Yeah. I mean, it can totally happen. I mean, they got that clutch factor in them. We've seen it before, right? And one game to really rule them all here at this end game. It's actually absolutely wild. And I wish there was some cameras on us during that Bohr fight, because all of a sudden, the whole entire lobby just started, like, there was players laughing, cracking up. We were like, what's going on here? And just, I mean, a crazy reaction, especially when you're on that cutoff. We're going into the last game here, guys. And we got to talk about it. Alpha 7, right? These guys are so far down the leaderboards. Why am I a little scared, 7? Why am I just a little bit nervous? I don't like this. I don't like
something that we haven't taken into consideration.
What?
It's a previous rivalry that happened before.
Oh my goodness.
Not S2G versus. I'm gonna put you on the spot. What's one team that had a rivalry with Alpha 7 in the past? It starts with an H.
What, Horror?
Yes, sir.
Oh, back in PMGO last year. Oh,
yes,
that one.
Sir.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And that's a team. Horror Esports is a team that's currently in the top 6.
Oh,
and
no.
we've seen it in the past. Usually this happens in the final day. And this, even though it is the first day of PMGO Season 1, it is the final day for Group A. And I'm expecting some people to just throw a little bit of PM.
No one's going to let that go if you go from world champion to bottom 2 of your group, right? That is going to be held against him for the longest time, and that's going to be some good meme material for S3G.
Well, I mean,
I was talking about Dynasty at the beginning of the show. I was talking about them maybe
they're going for the triple crown.
the
It is
best
a Dynasty
team
for the bad one.
ever. All right.
Hey, settle down. Settle down here, guys. You know what? You make it a crazy point there, 7, right? Because, I mean, if you're going to go and you have so much money on the line here, you got the Esports World Cup right around the corner, right? If you can do something to get the championship team out here now, right?
Oh, wait.
You're thinking what I'm thinking?
I'm thinking if Loops do well in the other group, and we do see Fury make it here, they
Alpha
drop
7.
down. There's only 2 slots for Americas. We don't have Alpha 7 at PMWC.
Goodness.
Ooh.
No defending champion? Ooh.
I got goosebumps. I can't lie. I got goosebumps there.
At least we have Yangon, so that's
a
something.
possibility. If they... Are they going to give...
They already
It almost
invited.
feels...
I like that we both clicked on that too. I was
Neuron
like, Alpha
activated.
7 might not even make it to PMWC. Huh, interesting.
Unreal, guys. This is where it all comes down to. I mean, this new format. Chaos here at this moment. I love to see it.
Now, the reason why you love to see it is because it's freaking mayhem.
That's
and
right.
we love mayhem. That's exactly why.
Oh man, absolute mayhem here. Of course, we're live in Jakarta, Indonesia, going into that last match of Miramar. But you know what? We'll be right back after this short break.
Allu'la tanımıyorum. GK. Ben EDS'yi de tanımıyorum. GK. Ele ya.
Oi rapaziada, eu sou o Rivo, sou jogador da Alpha 7 Sports.
E aí galera, sou o Carrilho, jogador da Alpha 7.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben Keç.
Ben de Scarface.
Hello, aku Regi. Hello, aku Rezak.
Hello, I'm Falak from Team 4 Tribes.
Hi guys, I'm IQ from Team 4 Tribes and today we are doing PMGO Season 1 main event prediction.
Chimpando.
Vamos começar assim já?
Eliminado, acho que é demais.
Ó galera, lembrando que eu torço pra todo mundo.
Accross reject. Kau di sini lah ya. Sorry.
Which team is this? I don't know about them as well, so I will just put them there. No head, guys.
Fortrice top 3 yapar diyorum. Yapar kesin yazar.
Forti King. Kasih.
Gir.
I know about them. They are a very good team. Place them where. 40 noob.
Gaming Stars. Ben top 5, top 6
Hemen
Rapaz, tem muito time, viu? Tem muito time ainda, viu?
PMGO Next team is all. I think they are real.
Bana Uf geldi. Hemen orta şu eğlensem mi acaba?
şunları ele sen koy onu.
Ligetron.
Vitality.
Vitality gibi oldu. Ligetron.
Aqui? É, certeza. Não, coloca mais em cima,
Fight'tan da resmiyor.
Bence top 6 ya şunlara bir.
I got Aurora Gaming 100% champion material.
Tamo junto.
Mana? Sini.
Itu aja.
Allah'la tanımıyorum.
GK.
Ben EDS'yi de tanımıyorum. GK. Ele ya.
5 more eliminated. Maybe one can be Etish.
I think we will choose the teams we don't know much about them. So I think
Etish. One CA.
7 Wah, udah ada. Berapa? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ya, done.
Sebenarnya bisa aja ini. Ini bisa nih taruh di sini. Sama ini juga bisa nih. Nah, tapi enggak.
Takımın kesinlikle gidebileceğini düşünüyorum. Tanımıyorum. O yüzden eliyorum. Yani Allah'ı hiç tanımıyorum. O yüzden eliyorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6. takım var abi.
Onlar
buradaymış. Direkt buraya koyalım.
Onlar kendinden elendi zaten. Fortri'yi de 3'e koymamızın sebebi yani güçlü bir takım. Sonuçta onlar da şampiyon olarak geliyorlar.
We are just noob team. अबे हमें ऐसी कहीं सबको eliminated में डाल.
मेरे को ऐसा नहीं चीज elimination में डालते हो.
Quem vai ficar top 1 é a 7, top 2 a Aurora, top 3 o LF, justo. Acho que a PL briga pelo top 3, Lupus pode brigar pelo top 3, Fúria também pode brigar, 4T. É brincadeira aqui os parceiros da R8, da VC, da Enigma. Tamo junto, viu? Eu tô só brincando com vocês. Mas vocês devem pra cima também, pode vir.
Oke, jadi inilah prediksi versi kita.
We just rank these teams based on our knowledge, so don't get mad.
İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. E eu desejo muita sorte pra todo mundo que vai jogar essa PMGO.
Bye bye.
A no-name kid in a high-risk drop. The street food better with a victory dream. I'm in that warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No real blood, just a drive to our last. Feel the nerve to on the final gas.
And we're back getting ready for the last match here for Group A, the Group of Death. And we got some crazy squads at the bottom of the leaderboards that have contention of possibly being eliminated right here, right now. 6 teams are going to be moving on over to those grand finals. Now, hopefully we'll get the overall leaderboard soon so we can really break it down. But when it comes to those overalls, just kind of looking at some of those numbers and crunching them, I think we may have top 4 or 5 teams pretty much locked at this point, right? So, I mean, if you're looking to go to the grand finals and you're one of those mid-pack teams on down, there's pretty much only like 1 slot available. So, I mean, just how crazy is this last match going to be?
It's going to be hectic. Some teams are going to get so desperate because I think we both agree, right? Top 5 locked in right now, and we saw Boar were holding that point threshold, that entry point to top 6, go out early 7-2-1, then go overtake it. They go out, then Fury overtake it. Are they still in top 6? I really don't know. Actually, you were theorizing just now, Seven, that maybe S2G could be in top 6, or at least close.
I think with that performance, honestly, I would be surprised if they are not in top 6 because of times, and I feel like I sound like a broken record, but it's just the way that this format kind of allows things. It's just can send you from being in 15th place all the way up to top 6.
Imagine if bottom 2 and you qualify,
that's
like,
crazy.
How do we get here?
It's unreal. I mean, it's unreal. It's, I mean, and this is the craziness of just 6 matches all by itself, right? Now, you see all that crazy chaos coming into play here, okay? What do you think is going through the mind of Alpha 7 here, right? Do you play your normal game you have to kind of adapt, obviously, and we know they can adapt, right? You think they're going to kind of go more aggressive off the rip, slow things down? What do you think?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh.
You're the Alpha 7 guy.
Oh, no, actually, I am usually the Alpha 7 guy. I want to know what you think what Alpha 7 is going to do.
Oh, if I were them, genuinely, I would just try and make it to the late game, low eliminations, just avoid bottom 2. I would give up on top 6, avoid bottom 2. I mean, that should be your main focus.
Obviously, right?
Yeah.
But there is that back of their head that they know absolutely nobody likes Alpha 7 usually, and everybody wants to have beef with Alpha 7. So I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing some team hunting Alpha 7 and say, hey, remember those 2025 PMGC champions? Guess what? We knocked them out of the first global event in 2026. I feel like that's pretty good bragging rights.
What if S2G and Horo just like, let's go El Pozzo?
But the thing, S2G is still trying to qualify. Even if they are in top 6, they're barely going to be within that threshold, so I don't really have them in contention to be one of those teams that tries to hunt down Alpha 7. I do have Aura in contention to being one of those teams that tries to hunt down Alpha 7. It just sends a nice little reminder of who's the top boss
since PMWC. Could be happening, really. I mean, S2G was just more of a meme, really. I would enjoy it for what
I would love it. I would
on
love
Instagram,
it.
or the memes would be just like S+ tier, chef's
We're going to be seeing trash bags all over the place.
Yeah, because we know where they drop, right? El Pozzo. And I do want to say this last game on Miramar, the circle was very unkind to them. Very eastern. They dropped to the western side. They're trying to go for that wide northern rotation. Very late to make it into the zone and instantly get gate kept. But unfortunately, we're running out of excuses for Alpha 7. That even if you do get a bad circle, this is a team that, as we said, they're the world champions of PMGC in 2025. A bad circle is not good enough of an excuse for them to be in the bottom 2.
Okay, now, I was talking to you earlier, right? I was like, man, being bottom 2 in this tournament's crazy, right? Yeah. And you did tell me, right, that to be bottom 2, you gotta have a really, really rough time. I was like, oh, there's no way we're gonna see a top team ever down there, right? And we actually have that possibility right here, which is wild. Personally, what I'm gonna be looking for when it comes to this game here, if we do have a good El Pozo play path, and if they don't drop in El Pozo, then I know for sure Alpha 7 are in their heads, and they're gonna be mixing some things up. But you know what? Okay. We'll just wait to see what happens when it comes to A7. Let's talk about some other squads, okay? One team I know you really want to talk about in that mid-pack that's going to be really hunting to get those eliminations here, right? It's going to be Voin, right?
Yeah, and very reliant on placement points. They've got 2 second places back-to-back, one of those being on the Wrangle, next to Potato Hill, and now we have this one happening right on the outskirts of Impala getting the second place. But a lot more eliminations. They were just so passive in the past. They showed a bit of a resurgence, a bit of a showcase of what they can do fragging-wise, and this is the mindset change that I think could be enough to put them up in that top 6, especially when Goat went out early, Balls went out early, Fury didn't get a massive game this time around, so I think it's going to be maybe Voin competing directly with S2G for that final top 6 position.
Cool. Yeah. Okay. Well,
I respect it.
Any other Squad 7 in particular? Do you think they could surprise us here this last one?
Surprises either good or in a bad way. I feel like Boar throughout the whole day, they have been that team that has been in contention there for that 5th, that 6th, that 7th place, and you just don't know what they're gonna end up doing. You honestly can't tell if you were to tell me that team's gonna end up qualifying, I will believe you. If you're gonna end up telling me that team's gonna end up going to survival chance, I will believe you as well, because they're just not having a crazy, insane performance. They're doing what they need to, but in this last match, they need to get that little extra oomph to get them over the edge and make sure they stay within the top 6.
I mean, actually, it's very important for Boars to qualify for the finals because they need to be top 4, while the other squad that qualified first place from Western Europe, if they don't make it to the finals, that's the single opportunity to qualify for PMWC. If they don't make it in top 4, PMWC, it'd be a question. A roster of this caliber from Western Europe, you would expect them to qualify, but that might just be the opportunity for them to miss out on one of the biggest events of 2026.
Man, I'm really wondering how this last game's going to go, guys. I'm wondering if we're just going to see that kind of craziness last match that we've seen in other tournaments in the past, where just teams just start going bananas and we only got like 20 people in circle number 5. Or do we see everybody just turtle up, right, and just play things? What do you think? You think that's going to be the way to go?
I think usually teams play very passive, play very scared when there's just so much on the line. I would say if you're safely away from bottom 2, then you can be a little bit overly aggressive, be willing to take fights, and maybe some other squads would not be willing to commit to. But if you are a few points away from bottom 2, like maybe Alpha 7, really you just got to be avoiding every fight like the plague just to make sure your adventure continues in PMGO Season 1.
Yeah, I would love to see where like, I know like the top 3 teams, right? We're talking about Hora, we're talking about Pandem. E-Arena has been able to put up good performances today too. I want to see where actually Aurora Gaming is at, because that's one squad that's what we were saying in the past. They're really able to perform, but we haven't seen that wow performance out of this squad. And I want to see if we're going to end up seeing that, or depending on where they are in the leaderboard leading up to this, if they can maybe try to do a little bit more action, if they can maybe hunt down some teams, or if they're going to maybe try to target somebody else, because I know that's one squad that will definitely do it.
They'll send Doc alone in the fray, 1v4.
Don't Molotov yourself.
No, yeah, that's the one issue. His biggest enemy is his own Molotov. But,
I looked at him, and he just went, I don't know what happened.
It happens, bro. Misclick. What can you do about it? But no, Aurora, I think, had actually a really good start, because I was expecting them to start a little bit slow, so really good initial kickoff in this PMGO LAN event. But yeah, at the end, only one slot remaining. You've got a few teams in contention here. It's down to the wire, down to final Miramar to see if you do make it straight to the finals, or if you have to make it through the depth of the survival stage.
I'm going to take over the host role just for a quick second.
Bring it.
Jukes, Max, and myself, we're going to go in that order. Predictions. All right, predictions. Who is going to be getting in and who's going to be getting out? Feel free to say 2 to 3 teams. Obviously, maybe not teams that are already pretty much going to be set going to the grand finals, teams that are in contention.
Okay, I'm going to go with the wildest pick I can possibly think from like the bottom barrel of my instinct. For some reason, it's just sparking inside of me, right? I think Etch is going to make it, guys. I think there's a chance, right? And this is my thought behind it, okay? We saw them right towards the end show some crazy sign of life with just that one player shotgun play. Sometimes it just takes a little moment like that to hype your team up and get a little spark of belief, right? They're going, and sometimes you see some squads get so nervous they start playing different towards the last game. If they do that, there is a chance they could capitalize on it and make something happen. So it is the longest of long shots, right? But all that has to happen in order for it to, and it could.
If I ever have a business and I need to sell stuff, Jukes, I'm going to hire you, because you are going to convince so many people. Because I know right now at home there's somebody just looking at this and hearing this, and they're just nodding their heads like, all right, let him cook. He's selling me onto this right now. How about you, Max?
I'm not sold.
I'm not sold at all.
I'm not there just yet. Had a really good game plan here.
Yep.
It was not just, oh, we had Circle and we ended up winning. No, they defended a compound. They went for a cheeky third party to the east onto Furia. The timing was just peak PUBG Mobile, in my opinion. And I feel like if we see even just a glimmer of that on the second Miramar, I think top 6 is definitely possible. I don't know if they're in it just yet, but they're definitely close. And one, even just a strong top 5, could be their ticket for the finals.
Mine is going to have to be Boar. Boar, I want to see you just put up a good performances. Today, you have been able to put up back-to-back third-place finishes. I think they have what it takes to just get that little extra umph and keep them within the top 6 in a location where we have been seeing them throughout the most day. And it would be kind of heartbreaking, honestly, for that squad if they don't make it to top 6 with where they've been the whole day.
Look, just opposite side, where 71 really are Miramar. They might be okay.
4 thrives? Yes? No?
No, not happening. Again, I haven't seen that mindset change in Miramar that had me go, maybe it's happening. For me, it's over.
I'm on that Natura copium right now.
Oh, that's a big copium.
Yeah.
She's still supporting Team Spirit to this day.
Who?
Oh boy, man, this is absolute craziness, guys. You can see these players, they are just really, they're getting iced out right now. Just try to think, right, what do we do? And I hope that this time isn't making them second get themselves here, because you can't second guess yourself. You gotta go crazy. You gotta go crazy here right here towards the end. So trying to think about, what other stuff that we haven't covered. Hopefully we can get those overall so we can really, really dive into the numbers. But other than that, wild card predictions aside, we got some really great performances from our top squads, right? Yeah. Aura, so consistent on the day. And I got to show some love to Panda, man, right? In their hometown, they've been that kind of breakout squad. And for them to do this, I think it's made their whole country proud.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, really proud of coming out from PMGO Indonesia and off the back of Rondon that last game to take it away from with Joe. Very impressive. How consistent they've been able to be, even though sure Rondo is their big outlying game where they got most of their points from that one. We saw some good glimmers of hope on Erangel in particular on that Lumberyard finish. They do get overwhelmed by Horror, but macro-wise, there's a lot of potential. So I do like that they're still learning how to play in these global stages, and they're still looking to adapt as time goes by.
I like the way that you positioned that there towards the end too. There's a lot of potential from that squad. I was happy to see what they were able to do in Rondo, and I was very critical with what they were not able to do in Erangel with what was given to them. That's the difference. Sometimes we have teams, and I'm going to take a little bit of time here as we're getting ready to start the match, so stay with us. But that's the difference between some teams that they're able to actually excel whenever they get put into a position that's just given by the game. It happens very rarely, but if it does happen to you, you have to take full advantage of it. We see teams that are able to do that in an excellent way, and then we see teams that sometimes we're watching them, and you and I are watching them, and we're just scratching our heads saying, this team's just not going to do anything. This team is going to end up going home.
That's what I'm thinking about for Thrives, actually. I'm sorry. The gameplay is just not there for me. But no, actually, just to pivot on a bit of a positive storyline, I don't want to be negative too much on this desk. It's Horror. You just brought them up a little bit there. But the fact that they missed out on the biggest event of last year, realistically, which was PMGC, and yet they come out swinging in an incredibly tough format in PMGO Season 1, and yet they're currently looking to look to be first place, be #1 for the group of death is insanely impressive. I'm sure their owner, CR7, would be incredibly proud of their performance. And I think in the finals, with the current gameplay I've witnessed, I think they could replicate that again on the biggest stage of this event.
I mean, if you could do it in a group like this, you could do it anywhere at this point, right? And I mean, like you mentioned,
it's a mini finals right now.
Yeah, it really is, right? And the fact that they were able to do that is wild, considering how crazy this is. Of course, guys, we do have a little bit of a tech issue. We'll be right back to some gameplay shortly. So again, stay with us here. When it comes to Group B, right, tomorrow, I wonder what these teams are thinking, right, as they watched how this new format played out, okay? What do you think their biggest takeaway from what they've seen so far today is?
Don't suck. That's pretty much going to be the main one. You know exactly what's happening. You're looking at the reigning champions of PMGC 2025. You're definitely saying don't suck, because if you do, guess what? Anything can happen. You're going to have a team go from 15th place possibly into the top 6 going into the last match, and then you're going to have the reigning champions of PMGC in the cusp of getting eliminated. Yeah. Not even going to survival chance, getting eliminated.
Unreal, unreal. Well, guys, we'll be right back shortly. Don't go anywhere. We're going to hit a quick break and get to that last game in just a minute.
No-name kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. I'm in that warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No real blood, just a drive to our last. Skill the nerve to on the final gas.
Allu'da tanımıyorum.
GK.
Ben EDS'yi de tanımıyorum.
GK.
GK. Ele ya.
Salve rapaziada, eu sou o Rivo, sou jogador da Facet Sports.
E aí galera, sou o Carrilho, jogador da Facet.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben Keç.
Ben de Scarface.
Halo, aku Regi. Halo, aku Rezak.
Hello, I'm Falak from Team 4 Tribes.
Hi guys, I'm IQ from Team 4 Tribes and today we are doing PMGO Season 1 main event prediction.
Chimpando. Vamos começar assim já?
Eliminado, acho que é demais.
Ó galera, lembrando que eu torço pra todo mundo.
Accross reject. Kau di sini lah ya. Sorry.
Which team is this? I don't know about them as well, so I will just put them there. No head guys.
Fortrice top 3 yapar diyorum.
Yapar. Kesin yapar.
Mortiki. Kasih. Kir.
I know about them. They are a very new team. Place them where 40 noob.
Gaming Stars. Ben top 5, top 6
Hemen senin için yerleri değiştireyim.
Evet.
Hemen yerleri değiştiriyorum şuraya.
O LF.
Rapaz, tem muito time, viu? Tem muito time ainda, viu?
Time USA.
Next team is on. I think they are really a good team, so I will just put them there.
Bana Uf geldi. Hemen orta şu eğlensem mi acaba?
Şunları ele sen koy ona.
Bigetron.
Vitality.
Vitality gibi olur. Bigetron.
Aqui?
É.
Certeza?
Não, coloca mais em cima.
Fight'tan da kaçmıyor.
Bence top 5. Top 6 ya şuralara bir.
Tamo junto.
Looks. Mana ada? Sini.
Eu tanya.
Allu'da tanımıyorum.
GK.
Ben EDS'yi de tanımıyorum. GK. Ele ya.
5 more eliminated. Maybe one can be.
So I think
Atesh won't be able to.
7 वो लीला उड़ा लो फिर 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 ya done.
Sebenarnya bisa aja ini. Ini bisa ini taruh di sini. Tapi sama ini juga bisa nih. Nah, tapi enggak.
Takımın kesinlikle gidebileceğini düşünüyorum. Tanımıyorum. O yüzden eliyorum. Yani Allah'ı hiç tanımıyorum, o yüzden eliyorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6. takım var abi.
Onlar
Buradaymış. Direkt buraya koyalım.
Onlar kendinden elendi zaten. Fortri'yi de 3'e koymamızın sebebi yani güçlü bir takım. Sonuçta onlar da şampiyon olarak geliyorlar.
We are just noob team.
Yeah.
अबे हमें ऐसी चाहिए ना सबको eliminated में डाल.
मेरे को ऐसा अच्छी चीज के elimination में डालते हो.
Quem vai ficar top 1 é a 7, top 2 é a Aurora, top 3 é o LF, justo. Acho que a FL briga pelo top 3, Lux pode brigar pelo top 3, Fúria também pode brigar com a T. É brincadeira aqui os parceiros da R8, da VC, da Enigma. Tamo junto, viu? Eu tô só brincando com vocês. Mas vocês devem pra cima também, pode vir.
Oke, jadi inilah prediksi versi kita.
We just rank these teams based on our knowledge, so don't get mad.
İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. E eu desejo muita sorte pra todo mundo que vai jogar essa PMGO.
The 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 will be held in Jakarta, Indonesia from June 2nd to June 7th. Top teams from around the world have qualified from their respective national and regional tournaments to secure their slots in this coveted main event. This is the final stop on the road to the PMGO Season 1. 32 teams have emerged from millions of competitors. The first 2026 PUBG Mobile World Champion will emerge right here. This is the grand global stage where every player has the chance to shine in the eyes of players across the world. These 32 teams from 8 regions will play in 2 days of group stages. Group A playing on June 2nd and Group B playing on June 3rd. Each group will play 6 matches and the top 6 of each group will advance directly to the grand finals. While teams in rank 7 to 14 from each group move to the survival stage on June 4th. The remaining 16 teams play 6 more matches to keep their dreams alive, but only the top 4 will advance to the grand finals. The stage is set for the epic conclusion. The grand finals will take place from June 6th to June 7th. Day 1, 6 matches, pure fire. Day 2, the smash roll is activated. The smash point will be determined by the total point score of the Day 1 leader plus 10 additional points. Once any team achieves the smash point, they just need a winner-winner chicken dinner to be crowned the champion. If no team wins via smash rule after 6 matches, the top team of the leaderboard will secure their title as the champion. Teams will be competing for a massive prize pool of $500,000. The journey to greatness begins here. The first steps towards the one and only PMGC. The results of PMGO Season 1 will also determine the participating teams for the upcoming PMWC, so make sure you stay tuned.
Play more than go. Feel the heat from head to toe. A billion drops begin to glow. Flame on and go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show. The edge of the gas, a million stories in a simple squad. No real blood, just a drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas.
Allu'da tanımıyorum.
GK.
Ben EDS'yi de tanımıyorum.
GK.
GK. Ele ya.
Galera, sou o Carrilho, jogador do Facete.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben Keç.
Ben de Scarface.
Hello, aku Regi.
Hello, aku Rezak.
Hello, I'm Falak from Team 4 Tribes.
Hi guys, I'm IQ. Prediction.
Chimpando. Vamos começar assim já?
Nada, eu achei demais.
Ó galera, lembrando que eu torço pra todo mundo. Export Leader. Kau di sini lah ya. Sorry.
Which team is this? I don't know about them as well, so I will just put them there. No head, guys.
Fortrice top 3 yapar diyorum.
Yapar, kesin yapar.
Forti King. Kasih.
Kir.
I know about them. They are a very new team. Place them. Noob.
Gaming Stars. Ben top 5, top 6
Hemen
düşünüyorum.
senin için yerleri değiştireyim mi? Hemen yerleri değiştiriyorum şuraya.
O LF. 3.
Rapaz, tem time, viu? Tem time.
Time GC.
Next team is all. I think they are really a good team, so I will just put them there.
Bana Uf geldi. Hemen ortaya şu eğlensem mi acaba?
Şunları ele sen koy onu.
Bigetron.
Vitality.
Vitality gibi oldu. Bigetron.
Aqui?
É.
Certeza?
Não, coloca mais.
Top 5. Top 6 ya şuralara bir.
I got Aurora Gaming 100% champion material.
Tamo junto.
Looks. Mana? Sini. Situ ya.
Allah tanımıyorum. GK. Ben ETS'yi de tanımıyorum. GK. Ele ya.
5 more eliminated. Maybe one can be Etish.
I think we will choose the teams we don't know much about them. So I think
Etish.
Dan
Sebenarnya bisa aja ini bisa nih taruh di sini tapi sama ini juga bisa nih. Nah, tapi enggak.
Takımın kesinlikle gidebileceğini düşünüyorum. Tanımıyorum. O yüzden eliyorum. Yani Allah'ı hiç tanımıyorum. O yüzden eliyorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6. takım var abi.
Onlar
Buradaymış. Direkt buraya koyalım.
Onlar kendinden elendi zaten. Fortree'yi de 3'e koymamızın sebebi yani güçlü bir takım. Sonuçta onlar da şampiyon olarak geliyorlar.
We are just noob team.
yeah.
अबे हमें आई थी चाहिए सबको eliminated में था.
मेरे को ऐसा अच्छी टीम के elimination में डालते हो.
Quem vai ficar top 1 é a 7, top 2 é a Aurora, top 3 é o LF, justo. Acho que a FL briga pelo top 3, Lux pode brigar pelo top 3, Fúria também pode brigar com a T. É brincadeira aqui os parceiros da R8, da VC, da Enigma. Tamo junto, viu? Tô só brincando com vocês. Mas se vocês quiserem pra cima também, pode vir.
Oke, jadi inilah prediksi versi kita.
We just rank these teams based on our knowledge, so don't get mad.
İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. E eu desejo muita sorte pra todo mundo que vai jogar essa PMGO.
Bye bye.
The 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 will be held in Jakarta, Indonesia from June 2nd to June 7th. Top teams from around the world have qualified from their respective national and regional tournaments to secure their slots in this coveted main event. This is the final stop on the road to the PMGO Season 1. 32 teams have emerged from millions of competitors. The first 2026 PUBG Mobile World Champion will emerge right here. This is the grand global stage where every player has the chance to shine in the eyes of players across the world. These 32 teams from 8 regions will play in 2 days of group stages. Group A playing on June 2nd and Group B playing on June 3rd. Each group will play 6 matches in the top move to the survival stage on June 4th. The remaining 16 teams play 6 more matches to keep their dreams alive, but only the top 4 will advance to the grand finals. The stage is set for the epic conclusion. The grand finals will take place from June 6th to June 7th. Day 1, 6 matches, pure fire. Day 2, the smash roll is activated. The smash point will be determined by the total point score of the day 1 leader plus 10 additional points. Once any team achieves the smash point, they just need a winner-winner chicken dinner to be crowned the champion. If no team wins via smash rule after 6 matches, the top team of the leaderboard will secure their title as the champion. Teams will be competing for a massive prize pool of $500,000. The journey to greatness begins here. The first steps towards the one and only PMGC. The results of PMGO Season 1 will also determine the participating teams for the upcoming PMWC, so make sure you stay tuned.
No-name kid in a high-risk drop. The street flew better with a victory dream. I'm in that warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No real blood, just a drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas.
Allu da tanımıyorum.
GK.
Ben ETS'yi de tanımıyorum.
GK.
GK. Ele ya.
Salve rapaziada, sou o Rivo, sou jogador da Facete Sports.
E aí galera, sou o Carrilho, jogador da Facete.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben Keç.
Ben de Scarface.
Hello, aku Regi.
Halo, aku Rezak.
Hello, I'm Falak from Team 4 Tribes.
Hi guys. PMGO Season 1 Main Event Prediction.
Chimpando. Vamos começar assim já?
Nada, gostei demais.
Ó galera, lembrando que eu torço pra todo mundo.
Accross Reader. Kau di sini lah ya. Sorry.
Which team is this?
Fortrice top 3 yapar diyorum.
Yapar. Kesin yapar.
Mortiki. Kasih.
I know about them. They are a very noob team. Place them where 40 noob.
Gaming Stars. Ben top 5, top 6
Hemen senin için yerleri değiştireyim.
Evet.
Hemen yerleri değiştiriyorum şuraya.
O LF, 3.
Rapaz, tem muito time, viu? Tem muito time ainda, viu?
PMGO S1.
Next team is all. I think they are really a good team, so I will just put them there.
Bana Uf geldi.
Hemen.
Hemen orta şu eğlensem mi acaba?
Şunları ele sen koy onu.
Bigetron.
Vitality.
Vitality gibi oldu. Bigetron.
Aqui?
É.
Certeza?
Não, coloca mais em cima,
Fight'tan da kaçmıyor.
Bence top 5. Top 6 yani şuralara bir.
I got Aurora Gaming 100% champion material.
Tamo junto.
Rups. Mana ada? Sini.
Tut aí, ó.
Allu da tanımıyorum.
GK.
Ben ETS'yi de tanımıyorum.
GK.
GK. Ele ya.
5 more eliminated. Maybe one can be Etish.
I think we will choose
We'll see everything.
7. Wah, lidah udah ada. Baik lagi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ya, dan
Sebenarnya bisa aja ini bisa nih taruh di sini. Tapi sama ini juga bisa nih. Nah, tapi enggak.
Takımın kesinlikle gidebileceğini düşünüyorum. Tanımıyorum. O yüzden eliyorum. Yani Allah'ı hiç tanımıyorum, o yüzden eliyorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6. takım nerede abi?
Onlar
Buradaymış. Orada direkt buraya koyalım.
Onlar
böyle.
kendinden elendi zaten. Fortri'yi de 3'e koymamızın sebebi yani güçlü bir takım. Sonuçta onlar da şampiyon olarak geliyorlar.
We are just noob team.
Yeah.
अबे हमें आई थी चाहिए सबको eliminated में था.
मेरे को ऐसा डिस्ट्रिक्ट के elimination में डालते हो.
Quem vai ficar top 1 é a 7, top 2 é a Aurora, top 3 é o LF, justo. Acho que a FL briga pelo top 3, Lupus pode brigar pelo top 3, Fúria também pode brigar com a T. É brincadeira aqui os parceiros da R8, da VC, da Enigma. Tamo junto, viu? Eu tô só brincando com vocês. Mas se vocês quiserem pra cima também, pode vir.
Oke, jadi inilah prediksi versi kita.
We just rank these teams based on our knowledge, so don't get mad.
İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. E eu desejo muita sorte pra todo mundo que vai jogar essa PMGO.
Bye bye.
And we're back, everybody. I know you missed us. Here we go. I'm Hot Jukes here with Maxman and the 7WG, guys. We're getting for that last match here in Miramar as we are live in Jakarta, Indonesia for the 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season numero uno. We've got some crazy stuff for those of you guys that just tuned in. Let's do a little bit of a refresher here, right? We are in Group A. There's only six matches to go. We have our champions that we've been hunting down the Triple Crown in second to last place here, 7.
Alpha 7. He's referring to Alpha 7.
That is correct.
Champions of PMGC 2025. Yeah, not only that, they're trying not to get eliminated, and they're more than likely going to be hoping that nobody is going to be hot dropping them.
Yep. They cannot afford any hot drops, no shenanigans right here. They gotta put some points on the board. And you can see these players, they're locked, loaded, and ready to go here, Max.
Yeah, everyone locked and loaded for this game. Actually, if you are for 7, maybe change your drop. Maybe don't get El Pozzo. I'm just saying.
That's what I was saying earlier, right?
Could be a good option because it's a big city where teams could just go on the outskirts and just wait you out. So I would say changing it would be a good option if you really want to play it safe to avoid the bottom two.
Do you think their ego would allow that, though? You think that they actually have it in them to swap?
I don't care. Just go away.
Yeah, they're smart enough. That ego thing for Alpha 7 was like years ago. They're smart enough to be able to go and land somewhere else. They have proved that in Erangel, especially. A lot of people would kind of clash with them when it came to Giorgio, and then they ended up landing in Lipovka, and then somebody ended up crashing with them in Lipovka, and they were able to adjust from that. So yeah, I don't think for them it's an ego thing. I think for them right now it's just a survival thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't care what the reason is. You just got to play for your survival at this point.
Literally,
just try and just
survival chance.
And hopefully it'll work out. So yeah, it's going to get a little bit dicey for them. There's still an opportunity, right? The point threshold is so close to even the team in 16th position could technically, only one slot is really truly available. I think it's going to, you're going to have Furia, you're going to have Goat, you're going to have Balls, you're going to have normally also S2G. So a few teams all chasing down that one final slot. But as we said, there's only one really available for these teams to grab.
Whoever's in that 6th place, stay alive. Stay alive.
Stay alive. Run for your life.
That's the biggest tip we can tell you. Just stay alive.
Stick and move, baby. Stick and move. You got to be really, really careful right here. Some breakout teams are performing so well off the rip. One thing that, you know, every team, I think, before coming into this tournament understood, right, just how important Rondo was, right? I think Pandem truly solidified it, though, right? I mean, today they just said, hey, when it comes to Rondo, if you perform well enough, you're pretty good to go.
I mean, you had an interesting theory. We were talking about it during the technical break here. You said that because of how impactful this first Rondo was for... Maybe some teams are just going to stick to their guns. Maybe some teams will just say, actually, you know what? We do have to adapt a little bit more. Maybe instead of playing passive in the early stage, maybe we do get involved in Yulin or maybe Stadium or maybe in Neox Factory to go for those early eliminations. So I think some teams definitely are going to be proven and shown that now you can't play passive on Rondo. Otherwise, top 6 is going to be way harder to achieve.
Yeah, for teams that are wanting to look at playing passive there in Rondo, just look at what happened to the teams of the likes of what's currently on your screen, of 4 Thrives. And for the teams that are just expecting to have just a good Rondo and think that they're going to be able to qualify, look what happened to Alpha 7. This was a squad that was able to get 3rd place at the beginning of the day with 9 eliminations, and after that they did absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing indeed, man. I still can't believe we're in this position right here. These top teams so well set, they can have their run of the lobby, and if they want to take out the champs, they could do it here, you know? So I do think it would be smart for Alpha 7 to avoid El Pozo here. Just why take the risk, right? Get to safety, play your game towards the end game, put some points on the board. Oh! He is feeling it here. You know, he had a little bit of an extra break. Those muscles are fully recovered, man. He's ready.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Hey, we were talking about it earlier, right? Kind of the rise of the new generation of Turkey, which is very interesting. You see in S2G, they had a little bit of a tough start initially, but here, Ida looking really good for all of Turkey.
Yes, indeed. Well, guys, I'm starting to hear that we might just be ready here for the last match of the evening. Here we go. We're going into Miramar. Vamos, baby. This is it, guys. The last match for Group A. Will these teams at the bottom be able to make it out from there? Will the teams in the top 6 hold that spot? We're about to find out.
You see El Pozzo on the left side of your screen. It is going to be in reach for Alpha 7. Will they commit to it? Will they take the risk of getting hot dropped? These are playing otherwise for a majority of these teams in reality, so definitely not a big excuse for these squads if they do underperform.
if you're an Alpha 7 fan, if you're a Fork Thrives fan, if you're any of those fans that like Furia or whoever's truly outside of the top 6, you're going to be hoping and wishing that the circle ends up going in your team's favor, because that's something that hasn't been going, especially if I'm thinking back of Herringill. It didn't go to Alpha 7's favor when they ended up going Giorgio, and then the circle went literally the complete opposite. I'm intrigued to see what the circle is going to be doing here in this last Miramar.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I'm looking at Alpha 7, and they're headed right towards El Pozo, and I don't see anybody even going in that direction here.
It kind of leans into what we were talking about earlier, where you have that to find Alpha 7, but you know what? It's not worth it. We're not going to take the risk ourselves.
Well, that's just a hot drop. Something to keep in mind, though. It's somebody that's going to end up gatekeeping them, or if they see that Alpha 7 gets knocked later into the match, they will help them down because they will kind of force to, and it'll be much easier, too.
Well, here we go, guys. Last match here for Group A. Let's go ahead and take it on over to John Allen and Blake.
We're straight into the thick of it as well as Pandem versus Boars on a hot drop in the Hacienda. Already Pandem have taken 1, 2, 3 knocks. The Boars are looking to rinse them. They have really taken umbrage with the fact that their first game didn't go so well. Let's see if they can convert on here against one more player from Pandem. And he's going all the way to the top floor. He's going to get out of dodge, allow his 3 teammates to get flushed.
Heads topside. And again, for Boars, you really do wonder if this is a maybe targeted drop for them. Because for Pandem, they've got nothing to lose here. They're not feeling super warm coming into this match. And I'll say, off the back of like a very, very long break there as well, Pandem, they're not chatting. They're probably just happy that they're in the top 6 here. But for Boars, it means so much more. And they've decimated them.
They absolutely ran through them. Although in those final moments, there were 2 knocks. Snoix was very, very low as well. Magnazada was still at full HP, but it was maybe a little bit closer than the numbers may indicate there, having to go for at least 3 reses on the side for Boars, but they get their 4 points, they get their position in the circle, which is up towards the north side of the map. Blanket is focused up towards La Cabrera, that sort of area, out to the east of it as well, so great start for them to be able to have access to the northern routes.
Yeah, this is really good stuff for Boars. Getting a 4 limit at the start here, pretty much for Boars, that's as if they ended last game on 32 points. I'll put it that way. Yes, there are less points inside the lobby at the moment with one team going down, but how likely was it for Boars to get involved on some of these early fights anyway? So I think for Boars, what they can see this as is just 3-4 points. We're starting off with it, 32 points. It's not that far from the bubble here. Voin, they haven't had an amazing day up until that last match, right? I don't think it's unlikely that Voin potentially has maybe another mishap here. For Aurora Gaming, I think it's a little bit harder to state. For Ida, they've been really good so far. Does Boars try and get up above that? I don't know, potentially, but I think that the main contender for them is probably Voin here.
I mean, but Furia, I feel like they've been certainly much more consistent than Alpha 7, but they've been pretty solid in a lot of these games, sort of in a similar track to Boars, and it's reasonable that they're at the same scoreline, right?
I would probably limit it to Furia for me. For S2G, I think that there's a lot riding on the line here, but as we've seen today, it's also been one of the situations where up until that last match, not great, right? And I think for S2G, like Max said, yeah, they made some good rotates, some good micro rotates, but at the end of the day, they started on that north side. They started out in that open area. It was I think when you look at that position, in terms of the micro rotates you go for after that, those are fairly set in stone from that spot. There's not much variance there. So for S2G, it was kind of a paint by numbers. They executed well, all right? They got the colors all in the right spot, but that's all I can say.
Hopefully they can find a couple more numbers to paint in on this match and see if they can make their way in. On the circle, Alpha 7 did move up north quite early on this Blank from El Pozo on their drop. They are now north of La Cabrera and continuing to march their way in. We're on board with Ida as well, or we were rather, as they make their way into the east of El Pozo, actually towards Crater Fields. And we'll see if they can keep themselves together and keep themselves in the top 6. It's looking pretty likely that they will. Have a good time there. Al-Ula, we spotted them earlier on. They are on a spot to make it.
Now you've got another team into the mix. This makes it all the harder now for Alpha 7. They know they need to perform. They can't just leave things up. that Alpha 7 drops out and we survival stage.
It's crazy. It's crazy that this is the Alpha 7 now being up in the top spot on the circle is pretty solid. I think they're going to be out of dodge for quite a while, and it may be the case that getting a 5-point game.
La Cobreria right now for Alpha 7. It's a great spot to be, especially with the plane path that came through. There's a lot of teams on the south side that are pushing up. Them starting in El Pozo, funnily enough, maybe saves their run. It's a ballsy.
And as soon as they saw no one was near them, they just go to their normal drop spot. So, I mean, there are options, right? There's quite a lot of roadside drops and vehicle spawns you can drop on.
That seems to be a bit of an issue right now.
Need 4 teams to pass them. What have you spotted? Should you go into La Cobreria? I don't.
I think when you look at La Cobreria, I think it's open.
This area will have oversight on all of these teams out from the east, but other teams are going to pick those points away as they go. Those bones will be bare before they get to Alpha 7's position. 7-2-1. They've taken a knock. They've lost a player. Straight into La Cobreria as deep as they can.
They lose one.
And moving straight on through. They do indeed lose one. They're trying to keep up pace, but Furia are taking points into their tally as well. That's leapfrogging them. Their top IQ staying on that high ground is good for it. And 4 Thrives rack up some points to look themselves to be safer and safer as time goes on in towards this survival.
Incredibly important because it centers up over towards La Cobreria. The squad's coming their way. It wasn't meant to be. So now they've got to hope for an eastern shift. It heads down towards the south. Horror has the high ground.
And hold out fairly well.
Just one player up and alive. Emre.
Harm's way of all of these teams biting at the heels of those Alpha 7, who still have yet to enter probably the team that is most in danger. I think it'll be a little bit harder to do so at this point. With the regroup happening, Two
is on the receiving end of it. Aurora, they take one down. One player from Boars is also knocked. It should be okay. Actually, none of them are knocked. This is completely fine for Boars. They're living life well at the moment. Aurora is backed off. It's an important moment here.
Is big.
Really is. It's a nice spot. I mean, they're playing on the underside of the mountain at the moment. Not many teams actually able to challenge them. Voin, this is bad news for Voin at the moment.
They've managed to get a point blank, so Alpha 7 are out of the blocks. 4 Thrives, though, the ones to take the first knock over towards this high ground position. For Alpha 7, going down here would be terrible. Alex, given that 4 Thrives sit there on the high ground around them, but it would be a brilliant opportunity for them to take down the east wing of Alpha 7 and potentially Alpha 7's chances.
I think for Alula, it's really hard because 4 Thrives have vision, S2G should have vision, Alpha 7 will have vision soon over towards them. They've got to be really careful on their approach. I think for Alpha 7, though, they're struggling in the sense that they'd love to batter Voin out of the way. They are resilient.
West side with Irina as well, lining one of the craters on the lip of it, trying to move forwards. Both teams need to get a bit closer to it. At the moment,
know they are capable of it. The undisputed best rookie team in the world from last year, but they still lack that experience. They still didn't wrap. And if they go for an Eastern wrap, they run directly into Alula. They're direct
for Alula. And there is no answer just yet. Alpha 7 find one and potentially a line. The starting to crumble under the pressure. Oh, they're going so low. Oh, Revo's down. It's only one, and he's left on the far side of the road.
The worst case scenario for Alpha 7. I called it earlier. One player was behind. Taken out.
What a disaster! Devastation for Alpha 7.
They did not look both ways. Man, it is disaster. A rough position to be in. For Alpha 7 to go down this early is just a moment in history we will not forget.
Oh my God. They were in a similarly sticky position on that north side of the road to Alpha 7 just now. And they have fallen. Furia, Boars, S2G, Goat Team, all now.
like I said, they went in early to a position where they could leave La Cobreria. It was a smart play from them, a play that Alpha 7 could have easily picked up themselves, getting further into this game, but they banked on those
A little bit easier for Horror. They're looking to try and finish this one out in style.
I mean, for Horror, like I said, incredible 10-point average. You do not know exactly how.
Behind the headland, 1 for 1. They look to trade. And, okay, they find Bozy. They bring it back into control slightly. Sleepy shuts it.
Jumps back into it. Maybe it's a little bit too far around.
On the heels of the GOAT team, and they are going to push them back once more. GOAT still on 1 player. They still have 1 on the off angle, but it looks like Furia maybe.
As Robs and Snoix makes it happen. They're in towards 6th, but Furia close behind as a 4-man. And they're looking to close them out. Luckily, Balls have a place in the circle to
pace down as 2 players stand in their way. 4th right.
No
way!
way!
Swept aside. 2 players have fallen. It's even no. This fight has to move. The Boars have to move. Everybody in a linchpin spot has to move. But
SG gets 6th place.
Nothing left! 1 bullet and the Boars have thrown a lifeline in towards Sleepy. Goes 2G. 4 players alive.
Point.
Anything.
S2G sort of need the 1st place. They can potentially do it with some...
No fear has been pretty important for Horror. On this position, he is split. They are on a tool,
John.
The more points that Aura earn as well in this position, the fewer that S2G can. T20
This is
and
bad
Aura
news
shut
for
them
S2G.
down. They are not getting the points, but Blank, they are still 1 mark closer to elims. They need elims.
Does not favor S.
Now he goes for the shot and he goes for it. The play zone takes down No Fear. Oh, that might be more than enough. The nade over the top.
I cannot imagine having that.
Getting pushed out by that chicken dinner.
Cameraman showing no mercy, by the way. That's unbelievable.
Oh no, you can't be showing Alpha 7 right now.
That's an insane storyline.
How many times did they pass me up? I'm cool. Can't walk on my shoes. I'm kicking it. Wanted your big
Indeed here, nobody could have predicted this last bit.
If that's going to be the case for S2G, but what a turnaround, Max!
I mean, that's the volatility of a very short format. 6 games to make them count. For 7 from Mount Everest down to the mark.
Possibly be Alpha 7 might not even qualify to PMWC, but we will have to wait and see what happens tomorrow with Loops Esports. And if they do make it to the finals, where they end up placing in the finals. There's a lot of stuff that has to go right for it to go wrong for Alpha 7. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case.
I'm bringing a calculator tomorrow, guys. This
We got John.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we need to get this between S2G and Alpha 7, but I know you want to talk about something, Max.
I mean, Boars, one of the most insane step-ups this game. They had so much to play around. They went for a hot drop in Hacienda del Patron onto Pandem, one of the lobby leaders here in the group of death. And they win it outright, going to La Cobreria, dominating up perfectly for them to actually try and push themselves back in top 6. It was a really, really good attempt, so Boars deserve a lot of respect for that game.
Oh, you got to risk it to get the biscuit. They definitely did, man. But S2G, back-to-back chicken dinners here at the end is insane. Absolute insanity. The rivalry between S2G and Alpha 7. Now, I mean, it's just S2G clutching it up in a huge major way.
Just get ready to see a lot of trash bags with Alpha 7 logo all over. Well deserved for S2G, if that is the case.
Yeah.
I mean, we thought they were down and out, guys. We thought they were down and out.
They were in a 15th place before our first Miramar. Before match 5, they were in 15th place. We weren't even talking about them. That's how bad it was.
Yeah, we just gave up completely on the S2G legacy here that they set themselves up for initially with Jakarta winning PMGC years ago, 4 years ago. And we're like, okay, it's not happening here. But then they literally their first Miramar was a lot more impressive, and the step up especially, I think that they could be looking to take home that trophy.
Oh my goodness, guys. I mean, what a way to end the group of death. I mean, straight up shocking news here, guys. I mean, this is gonna just have ripple effects, right? For so many different events. I can't believe it here. But you know what? We saw some crazy stuff here. You know, what other teams are you happy about watching here in this last game, Max?
Al-Ula a little bit. They got a good fight onto Alpha 7, and we didn't see really much from this team, and actually them taking down Alpha 7 secures their own position outside of the bottom two, so hopefully that's going to give them a bit more confidence heading into the survival stage that they can do something and be in the top 4.
A bit harsh. I was a bit harsh on them. Not Al-Ula. The team I'm going to talk about right now.
Okay.
4 Thrives. I was super harsh on 4 Thrives at the beginning of the day because they just weren't put in directly to Grand Finals. So it's actually good to see, and this is something I want to point out from 4 Thrives. It's good to see them being able to snap themselves out of whatever is going on with their mental, because this is something that we've been seeing through this team over and over again. If Rando doesn't go right at the beginning of the day, it's just a full spiral down, and I'm glad that we see a spark of a light there at the end of the tunnel for 4 Thrives.
Exactly. I mean, I don't think this was a great game from 4 Thrives, but the fact that they committed to a play compared to some of the best teams of Group A and B joining the fray, so it's still not going to be easy for the Pakistani squad to make it to the finals.
Top 4.
Top 4. Yeah, that's right. It's always a good sign to see, you know, a team like that be able to pull something out with so much pressure on them as well, right? So it is definitely pretty inspiring for them. You know, they still got a lot of work to do, but it's a good sign. It's a good sign nonetheless, right? One other team, though, we definitely got to talk about here, guys. We got to talk about Aura, right? Aura popped off here in this tournament so far. Straight consistency, and I think for all their viewers and supporters, I think they're pretty happy here after this one.
I was having flashbacks of PMSL CSA for a minute. I was like, oh, they've won so many games around these mountainsides of La Cobreria, and you know what? They've delivered once again. Sure, they don't get the chicken dinner, but they're just so consistent on these particular circles with that area. So looking at them, I just hope we see that continue into the finals, because right now it's so good to see Nepal back and doing this well. Whew, yeah, Nepal is back on the map.
Chicken dinner? They didn't even need it. They're already so far ahead in the leaderboard. They're like, maybe win the grand finals. You know what? Let's let S2G in and have some fun with us. But I'm with you. I'm actually really happy with the way that we saw Aura perform here in this global event, in this day, in this 6 matches, because this team had a lot of question marks in my head of how they would play
from our top 6 just yet.
What team was it, the one you predicted?
Don't want to talk about
Loops is going to do tomorrow. I mean, what are you really looking forward to?
I mean, especially Loops, right? That's
second chicken dinner.
It's not even that crazy stat.
It's just in the
They were just
though.
playing it safe. They were just playing to get the win. So that's the problem too. Yes, they got the...
There were so many teams leapfrogging each other around the top 6. I think they lost count. They're like, we don't. How many do we need?
Yeah.
Because it was like, as many points as possible. I'm sure that was their attempt in that Miramar match.
They didn't want to try to cross any roads. They saw what happened to Alpha 7. They're like, you know what? We don't even want to have to worry about looking left and right. We'll just stay here.
417 damage as well. I mean, you can tell the look on their faces, right? S2G just so stoked here towards the end. And all these players are starting to get out. We saw some hugs among them, but man, dude, just seeing that devastation on Alpha 7's face was wild. But look at this top 4 players here for match 6. Boars, right? Look at that. 7 eliminations.
I didn't
what a
know
way to
Robs,
finish.
I didn't know Robs was from Nepal. What's that? What's that? The fact they went for the hot drop, I love a team willing to commit to an early fight to make sure they can qualify onto Pandem, into Hasida de Patron. I feel like we have so many teams, right, that regret not going for the early fight. They did not want to regret it.
This might be it.
This is it.
There you go.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh, I got faked out. I got faked out.
Yeah,
this is match ranking. This is match ranking.
Okay.
I was like, what are we screaming about?
Sorry.
We're not there yet.
Hora, 21 points on the board, just solidifying their dominance here for Group A. S2G with the chicken dinner, not even in... You know what? Like we talked about it earlier, right? It's good to see 4 Thrives as well. Put something on the board here towards the end.
I just hope they try and build a bit more confidence off the back of that last game, right? Whatever situation you have coming your way, just commit to it as a full squad. Even if it's a bad play, it's better to commit to a bad play as a team than going for good options, but trying to spread around the map and doing too many things at once. I feel like this is a really good lesson being taught from them. Though, looking onto the second page of our rankings, Ida, the 0 point, pushing them out of the top 6. I thought they were locked in, but apparently not.
Once we saw them get pushed out, I think all of us just looked at each other and be like, there might be a chance that just more than one team pushes up to the top 6. And that's what I'm excited for. I want to see which top 6 are going to be going to the grand finals. We definitely know who's going to be going home. Survey says... Oh! S2G makes Sitting in 4th place, Aurora, Furia, Pandem, E-Arena, and Hora are going to be going to the grand finals directly.
It's a 1 point difference between Furia and Boar. And Boar had one of the biggest games, I think, in their career. They were going absolutely mental from the hot drop until the fight in Hacienda del Patron. And unfortunately, things just did not work out in the end. Furia overtake them by 1 singular point.
1 point. Are you kidding me? I mean, Boars, they executed that as good as you possibly can, right? They got that early on eliminations there. They had the MVP of the match in this last match, but it just wasn't enough. This is what we talk about, folks. This is why we get so critical on teams. As we look to that second page, and there is one name that shouldn't be there, guys. Believe it.
It could be there. It just shouldn't be in the position that they're currently in. In the bottom 2, they're going to go back to the hotel, start packing, and head home because your reigning PMGC champions have been eliminated from PMGO Season 1.
We had a discussion earlier, Hotrix, just for the memes, and I was a bit mean about it. We
Yeah.
said, like, if you're going to be in bottom 2, you're going to be a no-name team.
Yes.
Oh, well, okay.
I'm so glad
Did you just curse? Up 7 in a way? I'm just kidding.
That ain't no name team, baby. That is a serious squad here. Let's take a look at the Group A MVP. Well deserved. No fear making it happen here.
I'm happy to see No Fear. I was getting used to seeing
Sky.
Sleepy
Oh,
and
Sleepy.
Sky as well. Not today. I'm just talking about in previous events. We did see Sky get an MVP for one of the matches. But right now, for No Fear, having 3 players that can perform like that is exactly what you want to see. And this is also what I'm saying. I'm not saying that this is the squad that I have them being as champions. But this is why I do have somebody from Group A becoming a champion.
I'm sure No Fear is our MVP, but I feel like we do have to highlight that it clearly is a team-wide effort from the entire team. I think especially Sleepy. You said Sleepy, usually we do see the guy doing so well for himself, but yeah, team-wide effort for the entirety of Horror from Nepal looking good, as we have our top 6 squad that will be representing Group A in our PMGO Season 1.
7 going for the rest of this tournament. That's the one I get here, guys. It's unbelievable. This is your first time watching PUBG Mobile Esports, right? This is one of those tournaments where you just gotta tell people, you know what? You gotta check out the rest of this one because this thing has had twists and turns that none of us expected.
Yeah, this is absolute cinema right now happening in PMGO Season 1. I'm enjoying the content as we look at the future, looking at tomorrow. Our 16 participating teams of Group B.
Of what happened with them in South America because they were not able to close out their tournament when there were surprise.